Good morning, good morning, good morning. How is everybody doing today? I hope everybody is doing great. I am doing fantastic. Let's see what. Oh, before we start, the neatest thing happened this morning. Shadow gave me 2 love bites, and they didn't hurt or break the skin. They were real legit love bites. Yay. Okay, let's see what Judy has for us this morning. In an interview, Betty said, "If I could be married to Dan Broderick for all those years without showing how miserable I was, prison has got to be a piece of cake." Then why did she want him back so bad? She didn't miss having money, she claimed. Though it had been great to have it, she was equally happy without it. Come on. Jeez. This woman. You can't believe a word she says. You just can't. Hey, Wiggles. Yes, we get to hear Betty today. Finally. Oh, what a beautiful morning. Oh, what a beautiful day. I was in that play. Oh, wait. I started over again. I got a beautiful feeling. Everything's going my way. Did I have a part? No, I didn't have a part. I was in the chorus in that one. In Music Man, I had a part. I was Ethel Toffelmeyer in Music Man. Of course I know Oklahoma. Of course. When we did, I live in the Bible Belt of, well, not really the Bible Belt of Florida, like North Florida. It's extension. It is an annex of the Bible Belt. So when we did Music Man, and here's the funny part. The guy that played, he would have been my boyfriend in the movie, in the play, the way the play was written, but he was black. So he wasn't, they didn't play it as he was my boyfriend. Because, let's see, what year did we do that? It was back in the 90s. So, like, we didn't have scenes together like we were boyfriend and girlfriend, like in the original play, because he was black and I was white. And in the 90s, where I lived, that was still like a no-no. So, they didn't do that. But what was funny about it was he was actually my ex-boyfriend. Which we were still friends and everything, but he was my ex. But then we couldn't play boyfriend and girlfriend on the stage. Because, yeah, I live in the backwoods of Florida. So, whatever. Yeah, we've got like 3 hours of other testimony before we get to Betty. But we will get to Betty today. Who else? Did I miss somebody? Did Jennifer pop in to say hi? Ah, there she is. Hey, Jen. Okay. I think we're ready. What? What? Because we have to listen to 3 hours of other people before we get to Betty?
Please state your full name for the record and spell your last name. William Joseph McCauley. MC capital C-A-U-L-E-Y.
Thank you.
Mr. McCauley, in 1989, where were you residing?
1286 Myrtle Avenue.
Okay, and what area of San Diego is that in?
It's right near Roosevelt Junior High School and near the maintenance entrance to the zoo.
Okay, and do you know where Cypress Avenue is located in that area?
Yeah,
And
there's a canyon.
and do you know a residence where Mr. Daniel Broderick, an attorney, lived?
Yeah, I know where it is. I've never been there.
Do you were you aware of a shooting that took place on Cypress Avenue in the early morning hours of November 5th?
Yes.
Okay. And can you tell us where you are?
And west of his residence.
Would that be?
Probably around 400, I would say 400 feet.
Okay. The
We barely got started, StreamYard.
from your residence.
Not without going out of my way.
Okay. Now can you stand in the balcony outside your bed?
The bedroom. I would have to go all the way to the edge of the deck on the other side of the pool and look down the canyon.
Okay. In the early morning hours of November 5th, do you remember hearing anything?
Yes.
And what did you hear?
I heard 5 gunshots.
Okay. Now, are you familiar with guns?
Yeah.
And what is your familiarity with guns?
I got hunting and I learned how to use guns properly, and I've been to a shooting range,
And how would you describe?
they were all in succession.
Okay, and how quick were they?
One after the other.
Can you say how it was?
Bam, 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 bam.
Okay. And did you hear a echo associated with the shots at all?
No.
You remember what time it was in the morning?
It's about 5:30 in the morning.
Okay, do you remember what the lighting conditions were?
It was still kind of dark. Right before it just began to get light, I think.
Yeah. Were you awake at the time that the shots were fired?
Yes, I was wide awake.
Okay. And how long had you been awake before the shots were fired?
About a half hour.
Okay. Did anyone come to your door at all afterwards? Please. Okay. Did you look at a clock when you heard the shots?
Yes.
Okay, and that's how you know it was 5:30?
Right.
Have you heard shots in that area before?
Not in that specific area. I'd heard shots over in the park area off the distance. Neighborhood before.
And I take it you didn't know there's been people transit down in that canyon sometimes.
Yeah, I knew that.
Okay, and so you didn't know exactly what the cause of the shots were?
I had no idea.
I have no further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Early. Ms. Wells?
Mr. McCauley, when you heard the shots that morning, did you call the police and report them?
No.
And you indicated that the shots that you heard were at, are you indicating that it was exactly 5:30 when you heard them? Did you look at the clock and see that it was 5:30, or are you just estimating?
I don't know the exact time. My clock said 5:30, but like varied in time.
Okay.
You know, off and on. There was another person living there. So shut off once in a while, and the clock's got changed. Who knows what happened? But I would say it was right around 5:30.
Okay, so you're
I
indicating...
did look at the clock and it said 5:30.
That was my question. You're indicating you don't know for sure whether your clock is accurate, but you did look at the clock and it said 5:30?
Yeah, it's accurate enough to be right in that vicinity.
Do you recall testifying before that you looked at the clock and it said 5:25, 5:26?
He kind of just explained that.
Yeah, it could have been 5:25, 5:26.
Well, I guess my question
I don't
is...
recall exactly. It was 2 years ago.
I understand. My question is, do you recall specifically looking at the clock and seeing the time? Or are you just...
Yeah, I looked at the clock. I looked at the clock twice that morning. Once when I woke up, and the next time was right after.
You're indicating it was either 30 or 25. At that time, you lived on a canyon, correct?
Yeah.
Was it a house or an apartment? What did you live in?
I lived downstairs in a big house.
Okay. And
No, I was right
go
on.
out the backyard, you then would hit canyon at the end of your backyard?
Yeah, at the edge of the deck, it's canyon.
Okay. Now, this is a big canyon, right? I mean, it's a fairly deep canyon and a long, wide canyon there.
Yeah, I'd say the canyon is probably 90 foot wide, something like that. 100 foot wide, maybe.
You indicated that you felt the distance from your house to where you believe Mr. Broderick lived was 400 feet. Did you mean 400 feet or did you mean 400 yards?
Well, I think it was further. I think it was more like 400 yards, yeah.
Do you recall testifying before that it was about 400 yards?
It is about 40 yards.
Okay. So that we're, I'm sorry.
Very familiar with that neighborhood.
I know you indicated 400 feet. I thought
400 yards is more.
so we're talking 4 football field distances approximately. Okay. And Mr. Broderick's house, as you understood it, was way across the canyon on the other side of the canyon. Correct?
Yeah, it's on the other side of the canyon.
Okay. It's not on the same side of the canyon that you're on.
Correct.
It's on the other side of the canyon and down the canyon.
Correct.
Okay. And there was a fair amount of echo in the shots that you...
No echo.
Do you recall giving an interview to an investigator on October 2nd, 1990? Telephone interview?
Yeah.
And isn't it true that you told that interviewer that you know where the shots came from? They came from down the canyon. It really echoed all the way up the canyon?
Well, like an echo. It wasn't a like a delay. Yeah, I mean, okay. The noise carried up the canyon, yes, but it was not an echo.
Okay. You did tell the investigator that the shots echoed all the way up the canyon.
I don't recall saying that. I might have said that, but that's incorrect because there was no echo.
If I could just show you this interview. It's an interview dated, Your Honor, October 20th, 1990, prepared by investigator Pete Bond. And referring to page 6, there are no line numbers. If you could just read the yellow portion there. Does that refresh your recollection about whether or not you told him that the shots did echo down the canyon?
I might have used the word echo, but that's not what I meant.
Okay.
It wasn't like yelling into a cave and having your voice come back to you. There wasn't an echo.
And you did indicate, excuse me, strike that, you were in your bedroom at the time that you heard this, is that correct?
Correct.
You said that you had been awake for some time. Had you been up and about, or were you still in bed?
I was still in bed.
Okay, so you were just kind of lying there.
Right.
And you indicated that it was just beginning to get light, is that correct?
Yeah, I got light shortly after that.
Do you recall previously testifying that your recollection was that it was just beginning to get light at the time?
It was still dark. I couldn't see across the deck. You know, looking out the window, I just couldn't see across the deck, but it got light after that, so it was just, you know, beginning to get light.
Excuse?
Your Honor, maybe this would be an appropriate time to have the jury, if they so wish, to lose the full involvement.
Do you want to reopen and have them do that? Offer people's 24 in evidence?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
24 is received. Take the trigger lock off, make sure it's empty. Ladies and gentlemen, you're under no obligation to test the trigger pull if you don't want to. If you desire to squeeze the trigger, to check the trigger pull, that's up to you. Pass the gun on. The gun is empty. We'll take our afternoon recess at this time, ladies and gentlemen. Problems, we were unable to get enough witnesses lined up for tomorrow to make it able to bring you in. We would have less than a half day's worth of testimony, which would bring. So we'll be in recess on this case tomorrow. We'll resume Thursday morning at 9 o'clock. We will be in session Friday. Friday will be effective to bring you down tomorrow for a few. So please remember the admonition not to discuss the case yourselves, nor allow anyone else to discuss it with you, nor form any opinions until it's finally. We'll see you at 9 o'clock.
4. Did you test that for AB?
I tested it for ABO, and I got no activity with that particular stain.
Okay. And you did not do any further testing on that, is that correct?
No, I did not.
Okay. Number 3, if it's a hole, if it's labeled number 3 near the top edge of the sheet.
What just happened? They didn't introduce this guy. He didn't say his name for the record. And I think that's early. So are we on the defense case now? What are they doing?
When you're talking about is number 3.
Yes.
And below it, that is a stain number, the one that you
That's
tested.
correct.
Okay. And if you look at the sheet on item number 6, stain, what was labeled? Was there a stain labeled number 5?
Yes, there was. There should be different stains on item 6.
Okay. And what did that come out as far as ABO?
6 stain 5 was also whacked. We're referring to item 8?
Yes.
Yes, I did. There was one stain marked there, and I did test that.
And what was that? How did that come out?
Test indicated ABO type O.
Okay. And were you able to, and item number 7 was the top blanket?
The top sheet, item 7, are we referring to?
Yes, the blanket that we see here in front of us.
Yes,
Okay. And so there would be a corresponding hole next to a pin with the number 7 on it.
exactly.
Number 2 on it, I'm sorry.
Correct.
Okay, and item number 8, which is the one fitted sheet.
I am a stain one, yes.
And that would appear to be in here with number 1 and a hole cut in it. That would appear to be.
That would be the stain that I analyzed, yes.
Okay. And that appeared to, did you test it? ABO origin?
Yes, that stain typed as ABO type O.
Was there any other stains that you tested?
There were no other stains.
I have no further questions.
Cross-examine.
Just out of curiosity, Mr. O'Donnell, when you say that you test positive for blood, and then when you test for the type thing and there's no activity, you get on a couple of.
It means when we conduct a series of reactions, typically a blood stain would be a positive reaction unless a series of tests. However, in this particular case, a couple of those stains did not yield a positive reaction in any of the individual tests conducted. So we indicate that by no activity. I'm not particularly surprised in this case because these sheets have been sitting at room temperature for nearly 2 years. And so over time, you lose a certain amount of ABO activity. So in some instances, we will not get any sort of result from a blood stain.
So you're indicating there's no question. These are blood stains, human blood stains.
There's no question that 5 of the 6 stains are human blood.
Okay.
Redirect.
Did I ask you as to item number 7, stain number 2, that would be the blanket? What is it?
It's type O. Type O.
I have no further questions.
Anything further? Witness be excused.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. O'Donnell.
Call. Call Parker Bell.
All right.
You can solemnly swear the testimony you are to give in the matter not pending before this court shall be truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do. Morning, sir.
Sir, could you please state your full name for the record and spell your last name?
B. Parker Bell, B-E-L-L.
Thank you, sir.
Sir, what is your occupation?
I'm a consultant in criminalistics as well as an attorney in private practice.
And what type of training and experience you've had in the area of criminalistics?
I have a Bachelor's of Science degree in criminalistics from the University of California at Berkeley, which I obtained in 1969. Took a graduate course at UC Berkeley in the examination of dried blood stains in the crime laboratory. I was employed for a short period of time as an assistant criminalist in the San Mateo County Sheriff's Office. Later, I was criminalist for the San Diego Police Department for about 4 years. After that, I was criminalist in charge of the crime laboratory of the El Cajon Police Department for about 3 years. I've been in private practice for about 14 years. Besides that, I go to Virginia in examination of gunshot residue, a course from the Lights Leica company on microscopy, photomicroscopy, and photomicrography. I've toured various firearms and ammunition plants in the United States and Canada. I've been a member of the California Association of Criminalists since 1970. I've attended various meetings of the Association of Firearms and Toolmark Examiners, Academy of Forensic Sciences, and of the International Association of Blood Pattern Analysts. Various lectures and seminars over the years to try to keep up with the state of the art in criminalistics.
Now, when you say that you've attended meetings, are those meetings where there are papers given and training done?
Yes, technical papers are presented, workshops are given, things of this nature.
Okay. And during your time that you've worked in the area of criminalistics, have you had the opportunity to examine either crime scenes or to examine crime scene photographs?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And can you give me an approximation of how many?
Well, in homicide cases, in about 500 homicides, in various other cases besides that, I've examined scenes and photographs in connection with various issues involving physical evidence in the cases.
Okay. Now, what is a forensic criminalist? What is it?
Well, a criminalist is a person in the natural sciences who applies the natural sciences to the examination of physical evidence in criminal cases. So it can be a wide variety of types of evidence, firearms and tool marks, physiological fluids such as blood, semen, saliva, issues involving stain patterns, as we get it with blood sometimes, or fingerprints, glass, paint, fibers, very wide range of things. Basically anything that can be touched can be physical evidence.
Okay. And when we talk about forensic, is that the purpose of looking at the evidence and then the things that you see from that?
Yes, sir. That's they'll give assistance to the trier of fact.
Okay. Is there a term crime scene reconstruction?
Yes, sir.
And what does that mean?
Crime scene reconstruction is basically a process of utilizing the physical evidence, examination of the physical evidence, and inferences drawn therefrom in order to test various theories as to prior events. It's basically a process of elimination, of using the physical evidence in order to say, if this happened, then that must have happened. Or putting it another way, it's largely the use of logic, very simple logic. If event A necessarily will result in consequence B, for example, if a person is lying under a sheet or a blanket and he's shot in a part of the body that would be covered by the sheet or blanket, there will invariably be a bullet hole in that sheet or blanket. If we don't find a bullet hole in that sheet or blanket, then that person was not covered at the time he was shot. It's basically the use of that type of logic throughout the process of eliminating various possibilities.
And I take it that when you say logic, even though there's some experience that you need, it's not logic. It's not such a mysterious thing that people who do not have training and experience cannot use that logic, is it?
The training and experience, I think, comes in. Evidence can tell. Once we explain what the physical evidence can tell, then I think the logic becomes very obvious to anyone.
Okay. So, for instance, the example you gave that if someone was laying on the bed with a sheet, if there's no hole in the sheet, then you can expect that the person didn't have the sheet over them the time they were shot. I take it that's the kind of logic that anyone can, once you explain those are the things you would look for, whether there was a hole in the sheet or not, then anyone can do that, can look and see if there's a hole in the sheet.
Yes, I think so. There may be a question, is this hole consistent with a bullet hole? And that would require some technical knowledge or experience. But the logic itself, I think, is quite simple.
Okay. The logic would be if there's no hole in the sheet at all, it doesn't take a criminalist to say a bullet probably didn't pass through the sheet.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, during did you examine some evidence case of People versus Broderick?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And can you tell us what evidence you had the opportunity to examine?
Sheet, kit, and 4 bullets were the...
Okay. Showing you what I have marked as defense. Is it you?
You. I hope.
Well, I make my D's like that, that's why. Have you seen these photographs before?
You is a series of how many photos?
4 photographs.
Thank you.
Yes, I have.
And Your Honor, I wonder if I could mark on the back of each photograph, so if we refer to them 1 through 4.
Certainly.
Put number 1 on. Where did those, what is that a photograph of?
This is number 1 is a photograph of, I believe it's police item number 9, which is the bullet that was recovered off the bed.
Now, when you say that there was a bullet recovered off the bed, there was a bullet that was found underneath the fitted sheet next to a groove or to a line in the mattress pad, is that correct?
Yes, sir, this is the bullet I'm referring to.
Okay. And did you do an examination of that bullet?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And the photograph that you have here shows the inside of what would have been the hollow point or the hollow part of the bullet, is that correct?
Yes, it's the photograph is taken at something of an angle, but basically the bullet is sitting on its base. The photograph is looking down on the bullet.
Okay, now, what is photograph?
Photograph 2 is the bullet which, according to its package, was indicated as being the one found on the banister or the hallway area outside the bedroom. Presumably the bullet that passed through the wall.
And what is photograph number 3?
Photograph number 3 is the bullet which was identified as being the one found under the body of Dan Broderick.
And what's
The bullet which was identified as having been removed from the nightstand.
now, did you also have an opportunity to examine the blanket that is in front of us here, the top sheet and the fitted sheet?
Yes, sir.
And did you also have an opportunity to examine, was there a mattress pad or a mattress cover underneath the fitted sheet that was also fitted?
Yes, sir. If I didn't mention that before, I also had an opportunity to examine that.
And did you also have other information, for instance, autopsy reports?
Yes, sir.
And did you also have information from Mr. Wahlberg as far as some reports, photographs he took?
Yes.
That were crime scene photographs that were taken at the time?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
Yes, I did.
Now, at the time, did you also have a, okay, and did you have, now did you examine did you read those reports and examine all the evidence? Examine all the evidence?
Yeah, all of the evidence I've mentioned, yes.
Okay. And did you do anything with the evidence that you received to help you make some determinations or examine the evidence?
Yes, sir.
And what did you do? First, maybe we can go through the bullets. What did you do with the bullets?
With each of the bullets, I examined them under a stereoscopic microscope, basically to see what the bullets could tell me. With regard to the bullet out of the nightstand, there is wood embedded in the nose of the bullet.
And I take it knowing that's the kind of logic we talk about, that if you know that a bullet entered the nightstand and you have that bullet with, that it's likely to be the bullet in the nightstand.
Yes.
Okay. What, did you find anything else about that bullet?
I swabbed the outside of the bullet with a cotton swab and tested it for blood and got a negative result.
Okay. Did you, anything else with that bullet?
I did attempt to remove the wood to see if there was anything in the nose of the bullet other than the wood. I determined that I could not remove the wood without causing substantial damage to the item of evidence, and so I didn't go further with that.
Okay. What was the next bullet that you examined?
I'm not sure which order I...
Okay, if you could go to number 2 and tell us what that is then.
Pardon me, the first one I showed was number 4.
Well, then we'll go backwards now. We'll go to number 3.
Number 3 is the bullet which was under Dan Broderick's body.
Okay. Did you do an examination on that?
Yes, I did.
And what did you do with that bullet?
Well, first of all, this bullet had previously been examined by Mr. Doherty, and some of the material apparently had been removed from the nose and put into a small gelatin capsule. There is still other material still caught in the nose, which are textile fibers. On the end of the post in the center of the hollow point, there's a fabric impression that the fabric is actually impressed onto the lead there. Besides the materials that have been removed previously, there are still textile fibers that are caught in the hollow point, between the hollow point and the post. I removed some of these. Some of them are white, some are blue fibers. The blue fibers are a synthetic material. Some of the white fibers are cotton, some are synthetic material.
Okay. Now, did you examine the blanket and the sheets here? Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And was there a hole in the blanket?
Yes, sir.
And how many holes were in the blanket?
Just one. Just one that was consistent with a bullet hole.
Okay. And that the blue fibers that you found in the bullet nose, was that consistent with the hole? Was that consistent with the fiber material?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And the other material, did you find a bullet hole that in the what I'll call the top sheet?
Yes, there were 2 holes that appeared to be bullet holes.
Okay. Now the holes in the top sheet, did they appear to be close in proximity?
Yes, sir.
And did they appear to be related holes?
One would infer that by their close proximity.
And what do you mean related holes?
My inference from viewing them was that the sheet would have been folded over so that the bullet enters, basically ending up on the same side of the sheet that it started from.
Okay. And those 2 holes were in very close proximity to each other, is that correct?
About 1.5 inches apart.
Okay. And the material that you found in the nose, again, consistent with that sheet?
Yes, basically a cotton and synthetic blend.
Okay. Did you review Mr. Doherty's report?
Yes, I did.
And was Mr. Doherty's report consistent with your findings on what kind of material was in the bullet that was found below Mr. Broderick?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Was there anything else you did with that bullet?
Yes, I also got a positive result on a presumptive test.
Okay. And did you do it?
No, I photographed it.
Okay. What's the next vote?
Number 2 is the bullet found, which apparently passed through the wall. Examining that under the stereoscopic microscope, the nose of the bullet is filled with a that looks to be consistent with plaster. I didn't do any further testing of it to determine if it was plaster. I again swabbed the surface of the bullet and tested that for blood.
Okay. Assuming that we have a bullet that went through a wall, would it appear that would be consistent with a hollow point going through the wall gathering material?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that was reported to you to be the bullet that did go, in fact, through the plaster wall.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, did you examine another bullet?
Yes, sir.
And which bullet was that?
This was the bullet that was found under the sheet on the bed. Examining this bullet, I did not see anything remarkable within the nose of the bullet. I again swabbed the surface of the bullet and got a negative result for blood.
Okay. Now, assuming that we have at a hollow point at a very high velocity before it hits anything, if it passes through material, would you expect material will gather in the bullet itself?
Objection to the very high velocity. Could you quantify that?
Well, overruled. Did you examine the type of ammunition in this case, Mr. Bell?
I'm aware of what type of ammunition it was.
All right, go ahead. Just rephrase it using that terminology.
Okay. So we have the hydro shot ammunition, and I'm talking about when you shoot a bullet out of a gun, it's going pretty fast. Is that correct?
Fast is a relative term. Certainly faster than I can move.
Okay. And I take it that after the bullet passes through a body, it's going to be moving at a much slower speed.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And at the speed that a bullet would go out of this gun using this kind of ammunition, would you expect that when it passed through a material that it might take some of that material into the hollow point of the bullet?
It's very possible. It's not invariably that it would happen, but
Okay.
not unlikely.
And I take it that as the speed gets lower, there's less chance of it gathering material.
It depends on what type of material we're looking at.
Okay. And was the not finding of any of material from, at least from the bed, any kind of material at all or anything from the bedding consistent with Mr. Doherty's findings on that bullet?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, did you examine the sheets and the blanket and the mattress cover?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And Ron, if we could just have marked for identification, just so we have it, the mattress at this time.
We'll actually mark the mattress itself.
It's not the original mattress, Sharon. I don't see.
Marked. Go ahead then.
Just so that we have it. I'm not saying it to be introduced to evidence. Just so that we have it on it at this point in time, just to have it.
All right.
Hey, madam.
Defendant's V.
If it's not the original mattress, then why is there a blood stain on it? I'm confused. I thought that was the original mattress. Did they put a blood stain on it where it was on the original mattress? Why is there a blood stain there then?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, at some point in time, did you examine the sheets and the blanket?
Yes, I did.
Yeah. What was the purpose of examining the sheets and the blanket?
Basically, to try as to how the events may have occurred by trying to place them in some reasonable manner to learn as much as possible from the evidence.
Did you do some examination or look at the evidence in a ballistic sense of looking to where the bullets ended up, the gun would be fired?
I examine them in the sense of trying to determine how the bullets would have struck the materials relative to this case. Yes.
Okay. And I take it that you were able to look at Mr. Wolber's photographs as well as his report?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did you look at, as a criminalist, when you're trying to determine something about where some...
No, in the reconstruction process, as I indicate, it's a process of elimination that we will use whatever physical evidence or examinations of the evidence or inferences from that evidence to test various theories. In some cases, would be primarily firearms. In some cases, it might be shoe prints. In some cases, fingerprints. In some cases, blood stain patterns. In some cases, it might be fiber transfers or hair transfers.
Now, in this case, then you did some review of the ballistics, and in this case, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And did you use some fiber transfers on the bullets? Is that correct?
Yes, sir. In the sense of relying upon Mr. O'Donnell's report, yes, I did not do any serology myself except testing one particular stain for a presumptive test.
Okay. Did you do anything in blood stain patterns?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what did you do in regards to that?
I examined the blood stains on the sheets and blanket in relation to each other as they were found at the scene and as I could place them on the mattress.
You placed the sheets and blanket back on the bed?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And have you done that again today here?
Yes, I have.
Okay. Now, did you do it so that they appeared to be the same that you saw the crime scene photographs?
I placed them as close as I could to the crime scene photographs, yes, sir.
Okay. And Howard, since the top blanket, was there a way that you were able to determine what was on the bottom of the bed and what was on the top of the bed? I mean, the foot of the bed. We're down here at the foot. What part was here at the...
Yes.
Objection as to what time what the witness is speaking about, before or after, during the shooting?
Well,
Sustained, just rephrase it.
sir, at the time that you looked at the photographs, that's the only time that you saw the blankets is from the photographs. Is that correct?
Yes, the police photographs that were taken after the shooting.
Okay. And looking at those photographs, were you able to look at them and showing you here equals 4 into evidence? Do you recognize that?
Yes, I did.
And was that a photograph you looked at?
That was one of them.
And we determined where it was in relationship to the bed and its position here.
Yes, I was.
And how were you able to do that?
By looking at various landmarks on the blanket, that the blanket is hand-stitched, and looking closely at the photograph and closely at the blanket corner that's depicted there in photograph B that you're holding.
Okay, so assuming that we have photograph B on number 4, and assuming this was a photograph actually taken to the police officer by the police officers, even though they removed the blanket from the bed, you can place that position that this blanket has unique characteristics on each corner.
I can replace it fairly closely. We don't have a body on the bed now, and we don't have the quilt or bedspread, whatever the top covering is. But they'll limit it. Yes, I placed it close as I could.
Okay, so we know, for instance, the corner placed in the correct place for the photograph.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, were you also able to place the sheets by looking at the photograph, place them, able to do that?
If I could step down, possibly.
Sure. Is that okay, Ron?
Sure is.
Most significant point I was using was a mark here of 2 fairly large stains on the top sheet. Placing those relative to the blood spatter on the bottom sheet. And this has been moved. In the photograph B, The large stain can be seen just about on the edge of the mattress, and the smaller stain just above it. That's still not quite right, but approximately this position. And then we can see the hem of the sheet coming down to the right of it. This was the primary landmark I was using to try to place the top sheet in the same relative position.
Okay. And by using that landmark, were you also able to tell what was which part of the sheet was facing up, what part down?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And the corner you're next to, which would be the top portion nearest to where Linda Broderick's head was, you were able to place that there, is that correct?
Yes, again, here on the marsh stain that would be adjacent to it, we can see the same outline of the shape of the stain there.
Now, were you also able to, the bottom, in other words, the corners were in the correct corners as they were in that photograph?
Yes, sir.
And how were you able to do that?
You're referring to the bottom fitted sheet?
Yeah, the bottom fitted sheet.
Well, again, this is the same heavy stain here on the bottom sheet. And you can see the blood spatter pattern here, which is visible in photograph 4B.
Okay. Now, you referred to a blood spatter pattern on that fitted sheet. What is a blood spatter pattern?
Basically refers to some energy imparted to it to cause the by way of explanation, if I were to cut my finger, for example, and the blood is dripping, I'll have a pretty uniform size drops of blood, about a 20th of a milliliter each drop. They'll be uniform because of the viscosity and surface tension of the blood. On the other hand, if I have blood in my hand and I slap my hand, the energy there will cause the blood to break up into smaller droplets. So generally, the blood, or the higher velocity that blood was traveling, and the greater the amount of energy that was imparted to that blood. So generally speaking, if we have large bloods, that indicates a low velocity. A very small droplet of blood indicates a high velocity.
And I take it that there's all variation. The drops all the way from being almost vapor to very large drops.
To about a 20th of a drop that you get.
Now, did you also place what was the blanket, the mattress cover?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and how did you do that?
Again, there was blood on the corner of that, but there's also a hole in the mattress pad, which corresponds in position to the hole in the bottom sheet.
So you were able to match up the hole and the mattress cover in the same place?
Yes, sir.
I take it if you took the mattress cover and put it on this end of the bed, then obviously the mattress cover, the streak in it or the run in it would have been down on this end of the bed.
That's correct.
Okay. Was there any blood stains that soaked through?
They correspond generally with the pattern on the bottom sheet here.
Okay.
And I was using that as well,
Now,
determining that they were in the same position.
okay, now, so were you able to then, when you put this back together, were you able to measure the distance of, we have a hole in the middle of the sheet here, is that correct? Or in the middle of this stain?
Well, within the stain, it's not in the middle of the stain or in the middle of the sheet, it's within the stain.
Okay. And was that identified as anything making that hole?
Well, it appeared consistent with a hole made by a bullet, which is not coming in nose first.
Okay. So, and I take it that when a bullet passes through a body, or it can sometimes change directions?
Normally, it will change direction, just it will normally not go through nose first. The center of mass of the bullet is generally behind the center of it, and the bullet will tumble and become unstable.
Okay. So this bullet appeared to be, when it hit that sheet, rather than nose first, was the back or the bottom or the side of the bullet?
Well, it was not making a nice round hole as it would if it were fired directly from the gun into the sheet. I'm not sure which part of the bullet would be first, but
Now, were you able to measure, after you sat up on the bed, as far as where the mattress cover in relationship to the hole, were you able to measure the edge of the bed to the hole and see what the distance is?
yes, that distance is about 13 inches, 13 and a half inches to the edge of the mattress.
Now, there was a exit wound in Linda Kolkena's back, was there not?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Were you able to, was there anything in the autopsy report where there was a measurement of the wound from the top of the head to where the exit wound was?
Yes, the autopsy report indicated that the exit wound was 13 and a half inches below the top of the head.
Okay, and this measured, what was this measurement here?
It's a little hard to figure out exactly where the edge of the mattress is, but it's 13 or 13 and a half inches.
Okay, so you didn't use dummies on measuring this, no? Okay. And did you do any measurements to find out where this was in relationship to how far it was from the center of the bed at all?
Yes, all I did was use a string across, fold the string in half and see where center was. I didn't actually make a note of that distance.
Okay. Standing at the end and looking at it, that hole is actually to the left of the midline, is it not?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And were you able to, was there any measurements in the autopsy report as to how far the exit wound was from the midline on Linda Kolkena?
Yes, I believe it indicated 5.5 inches to the right of me.
Okay. So if someone was laying on the bed face up, then the right of midline is
This side of the hole.
okay. So where you placed your ruler, assuming that if you were to go 5.5 inches over from where this hole was, we would be able to place the person's midline right there in the bed. Is that correct?
If the person is lying straight on the bed.
Okay. But some here from the bed, from the point of that midline to there is 5.5 inches.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, and when you look at the bottom cover, was that also consistent with the whole top?
Yes, the way it's placed right now, I believe the holes superimpose. You know, they don't. They can, depending on how taut the sheet is, exactly how this cover is put on.
Okay, but they're within centimeters of each other. It's just to get them exactly aligned.
They're within about 1/8 of an inch now of superimposing.
Okay. Now, did you You mentioned now, there is such thing as blood stain and that.
Is what's left after blood dries on something.
Okay. And were you able to find blood stains on this evidence? Okay. And where, can you just point to us a blood stain, for instance?
For example, there's a large blood stain here.
Okay. And I take it from the photographs that Linda Kolkena is
Hey, Terry.
lying in that position, and that's consistent with finding
Photographs in my knowledge of the case.
Okay. Now, were you able to also, are there blood stains that are on this sheet that do not appear in the photographs?
Yes, there are.
Okay. And where are those blood stains?
Generally, most of the stains that are over on the, would be the right side of the bed if you're facing from the foot. Basically, all of these stains do not appear in the photographs. There is one stain on approximately the center of the bed that does appear in the photographs. I'm not certain whether it's this one or not.
Here is some blow-ups, and again, I'm sorry if you can't see it, referring to people's A, E, and F. Do you see which ones were originally in at least the photograph?
Yes, well, this smear here appears in photograph F, although it does not appear in the photographs that show Linda's body on the bed.
So the time of Linda's body was discovered that this elongated blood was not there.
That's correct.
And somehow that was transferred after that. Is such thing as a stain, a transfer?
Yes.
And what is that?
Transfer to a stain where we have one bloody object that contacts another object, and blood is transferred from the bloody object to what was previously not bloody.
Okay. And is there, and the other stains that you've indicated on as you're facing the foot of the bed, which would be on the right side, are those, do these appear in the original photographs?
No, they don't.
And what do they appear to be?
They appear to be very likely to be transfer stains.
Okay.
I can't tell for certain as to most of things whether they are or possibly blood dripping.
Well, we have a photograph.
They're most consistent with transfers.
Photographs here of the bed without Linda Kolkena, obviously after she's been moved. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And there's no blood transfers over on that side, is there?
No, they do not appear in the photograph.
Okay. Now, could that be, those blood transfers be caused by somebody taking the sheet off the bed and just folding it up together?
I think that's probably.
Is there a way to preserve, you have a sheet, a bottom sheet here, and you've removed the body in the top one. Is there a way to preserve the evidence in at least that state, as far as blood evidence?
The best way to preserve the pattern would be to let the material dry and then carefully fold it up.
Okay. And it would appear that in this case that somehow blood transferred from somewhere onto the sheet.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, you indicated that there was a blood. Okay. Now, the way that we have the blanket here now is the way that is close proximity to the way it was in the photograph. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Was there a time when the sheet, well, let's first of all take the sheet and the blanket and move it. If you could show us where the hole was in the blanket and in the sheet as it sits here now.
The two holes in the sheet here.
If you could move over so some of the other jurors can see it.
Here, adjacent to this large stain was this edge of the blanket appears to have been originally the top edge of the blanket as it would have been sitting on the bed in a normal configuration.
First, now, if we just take the blankets and the sheet way they are right now on the bed and move them back, then we have at least the corners where they would go, right? Okay, so if we take the way a bed would normally be made up, just like this, okay. Now, were you able to? Where were the holes that were in the sheets now when you fold the blanket back?
They are here, which would be right center, viewing the bed from the foot of the bed.
Okay. And where would the...
Is located here, which is a little bit left of center. As the view from the foot of the bed.
Okay. And was there any other holes in the or the sheets themselves?
I saw one holes that appeared to be consistent with bullet holes.
Okay. Now, assuming that, and I take it what you say is when you look at evidence and you look at the ballistics, you try to make some determination as to what might have happened. Is that correct? Or things that are at least consistent with what the evidence you found?
Objection.
The holes that were, you saw the photographs and the trajectories that Mr. Wolberg did of Mr. Daniel Broderick. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And he had Mr. Broderick somewhere on this side of the bed, which is you're standing at the foot is on the left side of the bed. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And it appears to be that the bullets, that the bullet that was in Mr. Broderick had passed through the hole in the blanket and the hole in the sheet. Is that correct? From the material that you found.
Based on the material in the nose of the bullet, yes.
Okay. In the position when the bed is in this made-up position, that would be, you didn't find any holes here, which would be the left side of the blanket, did you?
Objection.
Well, the hole up here would likely be left at the center blanket of approximately 3 inches to the left.
Okay, and a foot and a half, 2 feet from the edge of the bed.
Depends on how high you make the bed with the blanket.
Okay, and I'm talking about from this edge of the bed, the left edge of the bed.
From the about 2 feet.
Okay. Now,
How does a blanket stop a
and the sheets, the holes, the sheets, did you find any on this? Oh,
No, the only holes are over here.
blanket stop a bullet?
Right
Is
side.
that seriously what he's arguing? And so what? She still shot at him?
okay. Now, is it, and it would appear that the holes, as you saw them on the blankets and the sheets, were somewhere up on the bed itself at the time that you reconstructed it from the photograph. Is that correct?
I'm sorry.
The holes were on the top up here on the bed, or close to the edge of the bed.
Yes, they were near the edge of the bed.
Okay. They weren't down on the floor where Mr. Broderick's body would have been.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, is it consistent, and you can have a seat again, when you determine where someone might have been shot in a bed, what does it tell you as to the points of where the bullet entered and where it struck the bed. In other words, when you're looking at a photograph of somebody and you have a point of entry and an exit, and then you have a strike point on the bed, what does that tell you?
Objection.
Rephrase it.
Okay, sir, when you determine from using ballistics alone, and you have 3 points, an entry wound, an exit wound, and then a strike point, you make some determinations of where the person would be positioned to have those all lined up. Is that correct?
Yes, you would generally make the assumption that the bullet's traveling in a straight line.
Okay. Now, does that tell you where the person was 2 minutes before they were struck by the bullet?
No, that would only be at the moment the bullet passes through the body.
Okay. So if somebody was sleeping...
Really? Idaho, it wasn't Jim McIntyre this time? You always blame Jim McIntyre. It was the blankets this time?
And again, from the foot of the bed, the right side of the bed, and for some reason was sleeping on their side and started to roll over and was shot, you would find patterns that we have here as far as the hole sheet underneath there.
Well, it's the same, just where you expect to find the hole in the sheet.
Okay, where would you expect to find a hole in the sheet if the person started here but was shot when they rolled into that position?
Well, again, I would expect the bullet to travel in pretty much a straight line through that person, and wherever that person is being shot, the bullet is straight line there.
From the, it would appear that at some point in time, a bullet went through the blanket.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And is this, and it would appear that that bullet went through Mr. Broderick?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, is it consistent with the whole?
So, you can still blame him this week. Oh, you'll blame him again when Betty's on the stand. Okay. Fair enough. I thought StreamYard was going to be nice to me.
Hole in that side of the blanket, and Mr. Broderick being on this side of the bed, but without the bed being moved. The blanket the way it is now, is it consistent that Mr. Broderick is shot here, at the left side as you're standing at the end, with the hole where it is?
Objection assumes facts, not evidence, there's no proof whatsoever that was the position of the bed.
What's the rule? You can answer that.
No, it would appear that the blanket would have to be pulled over to the left side of the bed.
Okay. So as a criminalist, then you would have to look to see why Mr. Broderick, if he shot over here, why the hole is, how the blanket moved over here. Is that correct? It would be one of the things that you would look at the evidence to determine.
Well, it would certainly raise a question of why is the hole on one side if he's on the other side?
Okay.
That the blanket had to have been moved.
Okay. If somebody was laying in a bed and started rolling very quickly and pulled the blanket with them this way, then the blanket would move over. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that would be consistent with somebody being shot here, but the blanket being pulled over this way.
Yes, sir.
You mentioned blood spatters. Did you find some blood spatters on?
Yes, sir.
Did you find those?
Generally on this area and in this area on the side of the bottom sheet.
Now, were they more concentrated in the top part, the bottom part, or the side part?
I know they're more concentrated, particularly they're generally in this area. They look consistent with being one spatter.
And how would you describe the velocity of those spatters?
This would be what I would consider to be a high end of the medium velocity blood spatters.
Okay. And blood spatters be caused by, can they be caused by exit wounds? Okay. And so when a bullet comes out of a body, blood comes out with it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you would see a spatter pattern from that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And is this...
You would if there is something nearby to catch the blood.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And is this pattern consistent with the kind of spatter pattern you see from an exit wound?
Objection, ask and answer.
Overall.
Yes, generally. That is not a pattern that I see here. However, surrounding that area where we'll have this atomized blood, then we'll have a larger pattern of larger droplets, although still a reasonably high velocity pattern. And this pattern that I see here is consistent with the larger pattern that I'm referring to.
And if somebody was up on their shoulder leaning over reaching for something and there was an exit wound in this part of the arm, would that, front of the shoulder, would that cause, if it was close enough to the bed, a pattern to develop such as this?
The point of origin would have to be beyond the edge of the bed here, somewhat. If the point of origin were back here over the bed, then we're not going to get the blood on the vertical portion of the bed sheet. In our sheet where it's vertical, we have to have the origin off the bed a little bit. Now we can tell that that's not too far away. It's not, for example, over here, because we see blood spatter, and this is generally the result of
Hey, Nancy.
mainly on the top portion and not the bottom portion of the relatively close.
Shadow, how come when you take over the stream, I have more work?
As long as the exit wound is slightly over the edge of it.
And if you were to have, now that blood was, at least from the reports, was consistent with Mr. Daniel.
Quit buffering. Shadow. Make it quit buffering.
Is that correct? That's correct. Okay, were their blood tied?
Okay.
Mr. Broderick and Mrs. Broderick's blood tied at the time of the autopsy?
Yes, sir.
And what was Mr. Broderick's type?
According to the toxicology report, he was type O.
Okay, and what was Linda Broderick's blood type?
AB.
Will the cough cause blood spatters?
Yes, it can.
Okay, what kind of blood spatters do you see?
What I associate with the cough.
Okay, what kind of blood spatters do you see?
What I associate with the cough. Size of the spatter from large stains down to very, very small stains.
And did this appear, at least from what you saw, to be consistent with it?
I can't rule it out completely, but I don't see the larger stains that I would normally associate with a cough.
Apparently, she wanted to have a dance party and be the DJ. And when we didn't accommodate her, she decided to leave.
Now, I take it you don't know how necessarily this was preserved, is that correct? The evidence? Okay. Did you have any, all the evidence you saw, did you have any arguments with Mr. Wolberg's opinion?
Dang it! Stop buffering!
To be fired from the, as we're looking at the bed, the right side of the bed, from approximately the same location.
No, I have no dispute with that.
And did you have any dispute with how far the person was away from the bed? In other words,
No, basically he had one shot that had 3 points, fixed points that he shot through the wall. Very precisely determined. The nightstand, which would be approximately the same as that. And then the shots into the body would be consistent with that.
so as to Mr. Wolberg indicating that the person was just inside the door of the room and some distance from this side of the bed, that was something that appeared to be consistent with all the evidence you saw.
Objection, Your Honor, that contradicts the evidence. Mr. Wolberg did not say she was just inside the doorway.
Sustain, just rephrase it.
The distance that he placed her inside the doorway and on this side of the bed appeared to be consistent with what you saw.
Yes, I have no disagreement with that.
I have no further questions.
I assess at this time, ladies and gentlemen, please remember the admonition will be in recess until, will 5 to 11 give you enough time? In recess till 5 to 11. Mr. Early, did you want to reopen?
Yes.
People have no objection?
No, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Mr. Bell, did you receive some information about the pajamas tops that Ms. Broderick was wearing?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what side of the pajamas tops was the hole in?
In the right side.
Okay. And we're talking about the entry hole?
Yes, sir.
And it was on the left side of the body, the entry hole?
Yes, sir.
I have no further questions.
Cross-examine?
One moment, Your Honor. Did you want to or not?
Yes. And sir, you did not try to, there was no bedspread available to you that's in the pictures to try to put that on. That was it.
That's correct.
Cross.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Mr. Bell.
Good morning.
You indicated that basically what we're saying is you don't have any with the position of Elisabeth Broderick when she shot Dan and Linda Broderick with respect to how Mr. Wolver testified. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so, I mean, if we look at the bed here, the room that that you're aware of is on this side of the bed, right?
That's correct.
And she could have shot them from the doorway, correct?
Correct.
Okay, she had to come into the room, and she had to turn around to the next bed.
Somewhere over on the side of the room by the fireplace.
All right, well, you indicated that you felt the most
Well, now I can't get Court TV's website to cooperate. Come on. These two websites just don't want to work together.
the Gene Wolbert lined up with the laser. And maybe just so that you can see, crowded here. You said that the most accurate was the one that went through the wall because you've got the That's correct. Okay, and so that later picture shows Mr. Wolbert in that position in the bed, right?
Should have. Close to the bed. I'm not sure just what you mean next to the bed, but
The position of Mr. Wolbert in relation to the bed and how it's shown in this photograph, correct?
I do not have any dispute. That's correct.
Okay. And when he put a mark over here on this diagram, this yellow mark, which is, those I should identify. Can you see it now? People 60? 63? That's an accurate mark on the diagram as well.
No, I haven't spent a lot of time trying to decide that. Relative to this nightstand, it appears in photograph C that perhaps he's a little bit farther back. His front of his body would be approximately the middle of the X.
Okay. Well, looking at that photograph there where it shows the line through the wall, Mr. Wolbert is standing in this approximate position close to the bed, isn't he?
He's standing more, as far as I can tell, more toward the center of the bed.
More towards the center of the bed, right about here then.
Maybe just a couple of inches farther.
Okay, right about
No, I'm sorry, this way.
this way.
Approximately there, yes.
So she came in the doorway, she had to come around where the nightstand was, she turned around, pointed the gun, and shot at two people in the bed, correct?
Your Honor, objection argumentative, same.
Would you have any disagreement with this position? And this is the approximate position she was when she shot, for example, Linda Broderick through the chest.
I think that would be consistent, yes.
Now, this bed is obviously higher than the bed was in the bedroom, correct?
That's correct.
So she's actually, Linda Broderick would have been down a little bit, right, like this when she was being shot, correct?
Approximately.
Okay. And when you measured, you indicated that you did some measurements of the blankets, where the holes are in the blankets. When you did those measurements, you had the blankets set out flat on the bed like you had before when counsel was asking you questions, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So obviously there weren't bodies in the bed and covered by the blankets when you were doing your measurements or looking at the blankets, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And obviously, as you can see, when you put bodies in the bed covered by the blankets do a lot of moving. There's a lot of rippling and a lot of change in the blanket, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. It's not consistent at all with the blanket that's laying flat on the bed.
I'm not sure what you mean that it's not consistent.
Well, does the position of the blanket here with bodies inside look the same to you as the blanket when it's laid flat out on the bed?
Well, it's consistent in that we have the same corners and the same relations. We now have mannequins underneath the blanket.
Okay. It is fair to say that you know the position of the blankets when Dan and Linda were shot, correct?
Not the exact position. There is certain information that is revealed.
Well, there's a bullet hole in the blanket you've referred to. One hole that's consistent with a bullet hole, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And when you put the body of Dan Broderick in with his back to the defendant when she shot him, that hole in the blanket, as it's set right now, is pretty consistent with that shot in the middle of his back, isn't it?
With a little stretching.
Sure. I mean, you move the blankets move. You move the blanket a little bit. And it's right there, right where the hole is, correct? Okay. And I mean, we can surmise that the blanket was right there where the hole.
Well, the blanket would have to be pretty close to the body. The blanket can move somewhat after the bullet strikes it, and the bullet can cause some movement in the blanket.
Okay. Well, I mean, we really don't know that this was the exact position of the blanket because, in fact, the blanket could have been down like this, totally off of Linda. We don't know how it was when she was shot, correct?
Well, we know that it was below the level of her wound at the time she was shot.
Right. The blanket wasn't covering her wound.
That's correct.
Okay. So her chest, as you were standing here, you'd be able to see her chest and you'd be able to see her head. She wasn't underneath the blanket, right?
But that mannequin represented her body, yes.
Well, we're talking about her real body. When her real body was on that bed, where she shot in the chest, there wasn't a blanket covering it, right?
That's correct.
Okay. So if you're standing next to the bed, you'd be able to see her chest, you'd be able to see her head.
Well, they would be exposed.
Okay. Now, is it your position that Elisabeth Broderick shot all 5 of her shots from the same basic position? Or did she move around the bed after she shot a couple of them so that she could get a better shot?
Can you resume what it's saying?
Yes, I'm sorry.
From all the facts I know of the case, I think it's probably most consistent that she stayed in pretty much the same position.
There would be...
Taking into account what I understand percipient witnesses indicated about the sequence of the shooting and how quick the shots were, I would think it much more consistent that she would be in one basic position. That's not, of course, part of the physical evidence. And so if I don't consider that, then yes, some of the shots might have been from a different location.
Okay. Well, if we just look at the physical evidence, we do know that she's standing on this side of the bed as shown in photograph C when she makes that shot, correct?
That's correct.
And we do know that she's standing on that same side of the bed when she makes the shot into the nightstand of photograph D, correct?
That's correct.
And we do know that she's standing in the same position relative to the bed when she makes that shot into Linda Kolkena, right?
Approximately. We don't have as many points in that as we did with the in photograph C, but it's certainly consistent with being in the same position, yes.
Aren't there 3 points for photograph A as well? Isn't there an entrance, an exit, and a bullet hole in the bed underneath her?
We don't have 3 points. The 2 points in the body are not fixed, and in fact, the body has apparently moved after that shot.
Oh, but I'm talking about when she was shot. I mean, you indicated yourself, we're talking about the position she's in when she's shot. We know that we've got an entrance, we've got an exit, and we've got a bullet hole right underneath her. So she was in, we've got 3 points when she was shot, don't we?
Yes, we do, but those 2 of those points are not fixed, and they have moved since she was shot. So,
no, but if you take her, despite the fact that she's moved since she's shot, if you take her body, if you take Linda, you've got an entrance, you've got an exit, and you've got a hole right here in the mattress. All 3 of these things line up with her in that position, don't they?
well, there can be several positions that she might be in to cause that the body is flexible. We can move our shoulders one way or another. We can move our elbows, so there is some variation in where she could be to cause those 3 points to line up.
Okay, I think that's probably a given that we can move body parts, but with respect to her chest where she's shot, and with respect to the hole in the bed, those things are fixed, aren't they?
No, her chest is not fixed.
The hole in her chest is not a fixed point?
No. Her body has moved after that shot.
Well, I know, but there's no question, is there, where the hole is in her chest. We know she was shot in the chest in one particular spot.
Relative to her body, we know where that hole is.
Right, and we know that there's one particular hole on her body that's the exit one, right?
Yes, we do.
Okay, and that's a straight path through her body, essentially, right?
Essentially, although we don't necessarily know exactly where that fixed path is, if we move our body around, there can be some slight variation.
Okay, so you're saying that there can be some slight variation of her position, but it's basically consistent with her lying on the bed in that position. Obviously, she has to be turned a little.
During the recess, I took a couple of quick measurements of your probe through there, and the measurements don't match the autopsy measurements. So,
Well, without getting...
with that caveat,
I don't want to get overly technical here. I don't think we need to get overly technical.
Your Honor, I have an objection. It's argumentative.
Well, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to be argumentative.
That's the question.
You indicate, at least I thought it was my understanding, is that you had no basic disagreement with what Mr. Wolberg testified with respect to the position of the bodies and the position of the defendant when she shot them. Is that correct?
I do not have a disagreement with Mr. Wolberg as to the position of the shooter. Now, as to the position of Daniel Broderick's body.
No, we're talking about Linda, right?
Your question.
I'm sorry. Just with respect to Linda, was she shot in the chest? Is there an entrance wound in her chest?
Yes.
Okay. And so there's no question that her chest was up and she was shot when she was lying on the bed. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And there isn't any question that she took that shot through her chest before she took the next shot through the back of her head.
I have no question about that.
And there also isn't any question that after Elisabeth Broderick stood on this side of the bed and shot the bullets into these 2 people, that she had to walk around the bed to the other side, come all the way over here to pick up the phone, correct?
If she picked up the phone after the shooting, that's correct.
Now, there is a possibility that she shot 2 or 3 or 4 shots from that side of the bed, and Dan dove off the bed, and she came around and she put the last bullet into him as he was lying on the ground. That's a possibility, isn't it?
I cannot totally eliminate it. I do have quite a few problems with that scenario.
And if the problems with that scenario are relatively the same that Mr. Wolberg testified to. He felt that it was more likely and more reasonable that she took all 5 of her shots from this basic position, correct? You agree with Mr. Wolberg?
I think you're putting quite a few things into your question there of assumptions. I do have some disagreements with Mr. Wolberg as to the significance of some of the evidence here. And I have other reasons for believing that it's not likely that it happened as you indicated, besides what Mr. Wolberg testified to.
Okay, but isn't it correct to say that you think she took all 5 of her shots from this position on the right side of the bed?
I think that's the most probable.
Okay. She could get her bullet into those 2 bodies from this side of the bed, obviously.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, this isn't the actual mattress that was at the scene, is it?
No, ma'am.
So there could be, we're allowing for the fact that there could be some variations in the actual mattress and with respect to how you fitted the sheets on there, is that correct?
There could be some variation. The sheets certainly seem to fit this mattress. It is a standard queen-size mattress.
Standard queen-size mattress. So it's probably pretty close, but it's not necessarily exact. Is that fair to say?
Without having the other mattress, which I've never had the opportunity to view, I can't say.
Okay. You never saw the mattress or the strike mark in the mattress?
I never saw the mattress, that's correct.
When were you first retained on this case?
I was first retained very shortly after the event.
And you looked at the evidence very shortly after the event, correct?
The evidence shortly after the event.
You saw the bullets and the sheets?
I've seen the bullets. I don't recall whether I saw the sheets and the blankets and thereafter. I believe when we viewed it early on, we were not allowed to view them outside of the bag. It was still in the bag.
When you say very shortly after the event, you're talking about very shortly after November 5th, 1989, when Dan and Linda were killed, correct?
Yes, it was, I believe, the latter part of November.
You didn't testify in the last trial, did you?
No, I did not.
Now, obviously, when you set this situation up here, you essentially reconstructed the blankets, the position of the blankets, and the mattress pad and the blanket on the mattress, correct?
Yes, based on the photographs primarily.
And you didn't have any difficulty doing that based on the photographs?
Well, to some extent, because a lot of the covering of the bed was the comforter or bedspread, which was not available. But as far as the areas that are visible in the photographs of the sheet and the blanket, I didn't have too much trouble, no.
Okay, that's one of the reasons that police officers take photographs of the scene before anything is seized, so that if it needs to perhaps be reconstructed later, it can be done. Is that fair to say?
Those photographs are probably the best way of preserving the situation at the scene.
Okay. And so the fact that the blanket was seized and the sheets were seized, that didn't prevent any reconstruction of it as far as you were concerned?
I'm sorry.
Well, there were some questions earlier of a detective about the fact that he had seized this evidence and that perhaps that caused some problem. And I'm just asking you, you didn't have any problems reconstructing the sheets or the blankets based on the fact that they had been seized from the scene?
Well, I wouldn't be able to place them on the bed if I didn't have them.
Right. Okay. And you could place them on the bed in fairly accurate manner based on the photographs?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you talked about some blood stains on the fitted sheet that are not shown in the photograph. And the photograph that was taken that day of the scene, correct? And you indicated that you thought that those might be transfer bloodstains.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. They also might have been caused by the fact that when they were removing Linda's body, that they rolled her over before they picked her up and removed her from the bed. Is that correct?
Well, at least one of those stains apparently was, but then we have photographs taken of the bed after the removal of her body in which there are not stains that are now there.
Okay. In fact, when you look at the photograph of the actual mattress, here in these, you can see those blood stains that were caused when Linda was rolled over. Is that correct? There's some on the pillow as well.
I can't say for certain how those got.
Okay, but they do appear to be blood stains consistent with the stains on that sheet.
I actually have not taken any time to really compare the mattress photographs to the sheet photographs.
Okay, is there any relevance to you in the fact that there are some blood stains on the other side of the bed caused by Linda's body being rolled over?
As long as we can identify that those stains were not part of the shooting event, then it does not necessarily cause a problem. That is one of the concerns in a reconstruction, is that we do have changes in the evidence after the event that we're trying to reconstruct. And very often we don't know whether the condition of the evidence was caused by the event itself or by subsequent handling of the evidence.
Okay.
So if we can identify which stains were present as the part of the shooting event versus which stains have been added later, then it does not cause a problem.
And it does not cause a problem in this case, correct? But when you look at the photographs here, it's clear that there aren't any there at the time that the bodies were found.
That's clear.
Okay. Just out of curiosity, you indicated that you did some swabbing on the bullets that you tested. The one that was identified as bullet number 1 that was found on the bed, that was the bullet that went through Linda, you said was negative for blood.
That's correct.
Okay. Was there any significance of that to you?
I found it mildly surprising that, in my experience, if you have a high-velocity bullet, such as a rifle bullet, generally I do not find blood on the bullet after it's passed through a body. Lower velocity bullets more frequently do. So I was mildly surprised that I did not find blood on it, but the mere absence of blood did not indicate to me that it was not a bullet that had passed through a body.
Okay.
And again, I don't know what subsequent handling may have occurred, whether it's been handled a lot of times, and
we
by
also,
handling, the blood may have been rubbed off.
we also know that the bullet went through a sheet, too, before it was recovered, correct?
Yes.
Now, with respect to the blood spatter that's on the side of the bed here, you indicated that you tried to put this sheet back on as close as you could to the photographs. If you could step down for just a second, sir. Taking a look at photograph B here, it is fair to say that the fitted sheet is crumpled up a little bit higher than you've got it fitted here. Isn't that correct on the mattress?
Yes, that's true.
It's fitted, it's up quite a bit. And if you do that, if you move this sheet up, obviously it moves the whole sheet over a little bit on the bed. I'm not requesting that you try to do that at this time. I'm just asking you that.
Okay, it appears that possibly it should be moved slightly. These two spots here appear to be these two spots. This spot appears to be this spot. It's a little hard to tell exactly which is the edge of the mattress here.
Okay.
It's pretty close.
I don't mean to put you on the spot. I just wanted to point out that you don't have it exactly as it was on the bed that morning. That's fair to say.
No, I got it as close as I could.
Okay. And when you have a blood splatter from someone who's been shot and from an exit wound, you would expect that there would be some directionality to that blood splatter.
Yes, there is.
Okay, so that's the actual sheet, but not the actual mattress. That's why there's blood. I got it now.
In my experience, what you have is, as I indicated, would normally be a certain area of extremely small spatter, and then it would be like a cone of somewhat larger stains coming out.
And that's not what you have on this sheet, is it?
Yes, it is.
There's directionality on that blood splatter?
All right. I'm not sure exactly what you mean by directionality.
Well, where's the cone?
I'm sorry, if you could just stop picking at the sheet for a moment.
I'm sorry.
We can see from the photograph that we have the sheet somewhat convoluted here, somewhat like this, and we can see that we have a void pattern in here.
Yeah, keep touching that bloody sheet without gloves on. That's how we do that. Yeah. Nice.
Which indicates to me that the stain is coming pretty much downward.
Can't that also indicate that the sheet was folded and tucked as is shown in photograph B?
That's the point I was trying to make, is that because we do have this, I'm sorry, if you're saying that it was actually put together like so,
Yes,
that's not what the photograph shows.
it doesn't show that there's some tucks in the way this sheet is.
I wouldn't call them tucks, it's somewhat convoluted here, that we have ins and outs. And we have this relatively heavy stain right here. We have these stains below it.
Why?
And we have a void in between.
Why does this
If our
matter?
blood was traveling this way,
Why does this matter? We know that she shot him. Why does this matter? I don't understand why this matters.
we wouldn't have this type of void there.
Okay, but you indicated that you believe that Dan Broderick was shot on the bed, correct?
I'm not sure I said it in that many words.
On the bed, on the floor. Either way, she shot. Nobody else came in the room and shot him. Nobody else came in and shot him on the bed, and then she shot him on the floor. Or she shot him on the bed and someone else came in and shot him on the floor. She shot him. So what?
I believe that the origin of this stain is above the level of the mattress and slightly away from the mattress, and that the spatter is what I would find from the exit wound.
How would you have Dan Broderick's body then when he was shot in order to get that?
I'm not sure I can move the mannequin that way, but it would be somewhat up on his elbow, perhaps, and leaning over the edge of the bed.
But that would get this probe all the way over here.
It would in that mannequin, but a body's more flexible than your mannequin.
Okay, but we do have an entrance and an exit wound on Dan Broderick that we can line up, don't we? And if you rotate his body over this way, then what you're telling us, aren't you, is that Elisabeth Broderick did shoot from this position, and then she moved to another position, the table's in the way, to get down.
Why are you taking your jacket off?
I believe I'm more flexible than the mannequin. I would think that Mr. Broderick was also more flexible than the
Are you
mannequin.
fixing to get up on that
If we
bloody
take the
bed?
Entrance wound about here and the exit wound about here, I can lean something like this, bending
Oh my God.
my back so that the
Contortionist court. What the fudge?
point of entry can be, or the gun can be over there, causing this wound through my body, where the exit wound would be slightly over the edge of the bed.
So are you saying that Dan Broderick was all the way down here on the bed?
No, ma'am.
Feet off the bed? Well, how do you line up this splatter then with this exit one?
By bending the body.
Okay. Okay, so he's on the bed in some position you're indicating, and you believe that this splatter is the splatter from the exit wound?
I believe it is consistent with an exit wound spatter. I believe it is entirely consistent with the evidence that his body can be leaning over the edge of the bed such that the exit wound will be in approximately this position.
And how do you explain this splatter that gets way down here on the sheet?
I can have the photograph again. It appears that this stain here would correspond to this stain, which again is visible here, that as you say, this is not exactly the same mattress. We don't have the same weight on the bed. But this stain is exposed to, as the sheet was on the bed, to this position here.
The sheet is tucked up tight against the side of the bed, isn't it?
It's tight, again, is a relative term. It's fairly tight on the bed. It certainly appears that one can put one's hand behind there without losing one's fingers, that there's some give there.
So you're saying that the splatter came from this direction to drop on top of the bed and wrapped around as a splatter onto the side of the bed?
No, ma'am, that is not what I said.
Okay.
I have said that the spatter pattern here, because it's both on the vertical and the horizontal, is consistent with a origin above the bed and slightly over the side of the bed. And that is consistent with the sheet being somewhat folded over so that we have the stains visible on the sheet where the sheet was exposed and where the sheet was overlapping somewhat, we have a void.
Is it not also consistent with Dan Broderick after he's fallen off the bed, after he's been shot, after he's breathing up blood, to lift up, to look to see how Linda is, to check on Linda, and to cough and cause that spatter? Is that not also consistent?
Again, in my experience, where we have coughing blood, we have some relatively large stains which are missing here. I can't rule it out completely. If that were the case, then it appears that he did not have any contact with the blood as he fell back down, any contact with the bed as he fell back down. There's no indications of any smears here on the side of the bed. I have tried to consider just how much he is tied up here with the bedding on the side. It sort of appears that the bedding has been pulled under his body. I can't really tell.
There,
If he were to lean up and cough, I'm not sure just how this bedding would appear. I have considered it. I can't eliminate it.
okay, so it is possible that he lifted up on both hands to check Linda, to look at Linda, and he coughed before he collapsed back down to the ground.
I think that's possible.
Well, you indicated that there would be different size blood drops from a cough. Aren't there different size blood drops here in this splatter?
No, from a cough, we normally will get some stains that will be quite large. These are all ranging from, say, medium to small.
Well, how do you know some of his cough didn't become part of this large blood stain there?
I don't see any indications of that within the area of the spatter. That's about all I can say. This does appear to be a really consistent spatter pattern here.
A question was asked of you with respect to Linda Broderick's pajama top. Again, you have no way of knowing exactly how her pajama top was positioned on her body at the time that she was shot. Is that correct? Other than the hole in the pajama top would line up with the hole in Linda's body.
Yes, that the hole on the right side of her pajama top would line up with the entry wound on the left side of the chest.
But that doesn't tell you anything with respect to what position Linda was in.
No, that just tells us the position of the pajama top relative to her body at the time of the shot.
You are not disputing the fact that it was Elisabeth Broderick's gun that shot the bullets into these two people, correct?
That's correct.
And you're not disputing the fact that it was Elisabeth Broderick's bullets in the gun that shot these two people?
No.
I mean, you tested the bullets too, right?
No, I relied upon Mr. Wolberg's examination.
And you're not disputing the fact that it was Elisabeth Broderick's hands that were holding the gun when they got pointed at the bodies and shot at them, correct?
No, I'm not disputing that. I'm not sure just how the physical evidence that we have would help us one way or the other with that, but my understanding of the facts is that that's a given.
And you're not disputing the fact that 3 out of the 5 shots that went into Dan and Linda's body were fatal shots.
Sorry, can I get that question again?
Each one of the shots that hit.
Why didn't you just lead with that? Why with all the crap about the blood on the sheets and the cone of spatter? Or why didn't you just lead with, you're not disputing that the bullets were shot by...
Dan and Linda were in themselves fatal shots. You're not disputing that, right?
I would rely upon the pathologist to tell us that. I'm not qualified to do that. Certainly, the shot into Dan Broderick appears to have been a fatal shot, and Linda Broderick was deceased, so...
I know for this.
Redirect.
Yes. Sir, you looked at did Mr. Broderick have any blood on his hands?
No, sir, not based on police photos taken at the coroner's office.
Okay. So as you were able to determine, there was nothing that indicated that he reached up and grabbed anywhere with his blood and left blood anywhere on his body. Is that correct? On his hands?
That's correct. Actually, that was another possible scenario I had considered, is that after he shot, he grabbed his chest to cause that spatter pattern. That was contrary to the absence of blood on the hands.
Okay. Now, when you mentioned that the mannequins are not aren't people, obviously, when people lay down, not all the time are they stiff like a mannequin. Is that correct?
I hope not.
Okay. The district attorney, in fact, when they had the mannequin in this picture over it and had this aligned, they have the shot from Mr. Broderick coming way back here, didn't they?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So obviously,
if you put him in a position where the district attorney put him in and said that because the mannequin is like that, that's where the body would have to be, you would not, the bullet would be from somewhere in the back of the room.
Yes, sir.
At least under theirs, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And also, obviously, even though I presume we're not getting over technical, but these probes are not in a position as, when you measure them, as the autopsy report.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, I take it even that when you take a probe, when you say it's hard to say what position it's in, if somebody was to be, for instance, even sitting up and then starting to fall back onto the bed, they might be anywhere on that axis falling back on the bed when they're shot. Isn't that correct?
Yes, sir.
So it would be very difficult. You can't say that she was laying down on the bed or she was from a position in the bed where she is, because the body's obviously moved.
Yes, sir. That's what I meant by fixed point, that the wounds in the body are not a fixed point because the body moves.
Okay. So when we talk about fixed points, we're talking about the hole in the wall, the nightstand, something, for instance, solid that unless there's an earthquake, those are the things that you presume don't move and are a fixed point.
That's true. Yes, sir.
Okay. And I take it that that's one of the things that you considered in looking at the evidence is that you had to consider that people, when they move, they can move their shoulders, they can, when they're lunging, they get in all different kinds of positions.
Yes, sir. It becomes very difficult to determine trajectories based on injuries in the body alone.
Okay, and when you talk about something being a cone, I take it when there's a wound, an exit wound, you have the wound here, and a cone means that the blood pattern is going out in a cone. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. It will generate from the point of the wound outward.
Outward in all equal distance, just like a cone would. Just like, I mean,
Not necessarily equally, but generally outward.
So when you have somebody that's over in this position, you have a wound that's, let's say, that's right here, the cone is going to come out from that wound. There's going to be a cone.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so that's why you have the side of the pattern. All around, is that correct?
Yeah, presumably a pattern.
Well, there's problems with using mannequins. She sits up like this, correct? If she was going to sit up, she'd sit up like this, and that bullet would not go into that bed.
Well, she couldn't sit up like that either because she wouldn't be supported.
If you're lying down on the bed and you sit up in any way, that bullet's going to go this direction. That's not going to go down into the bed.
I think there's quite a few positions that body could be in.
Are you saying one of them is sitting up off the bed?
Yes.
Can you show how she'd be sitting off the bed and that bullet would go into that hole?
Sit on the floor and demonstrate, or I don't know that I can do it with a mannequin.
Okay.
Witness case is? Well? Thank you, Mr. Bell.
Thank you.
He gives on what the testimony.
What are you doing, StreamYard? Knock it off.
about to give in the matter of any before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. I do. Could you please have me see the witness stand? Could you please state your full name for the record and spell your last name?
Lisa Marie Cook, last name C-O-K.
Ma'am, your occupation?
I'm a police officer with the San Diego.
And how long have you?
Years.
And on November 1980, number of residents who came to know as the Broad Hillary.
I was.
And did you have a partner?
Yes.
And who was your partner?
Dominic Vallely.
Okay. And when you arrived at the scene, was there anyone else present at that time?
Yes.
And do you remember who the person or people were?
Yes.
And who was that?
Brian Forbes and Bradley Wright.
Okay. And did you have a conversation with a Mr. Forbes?
Yes, I did.
And did he ask any questions or make any statements to you at that time?
Yes, he asked me to call for an ambulance.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Question now. Witness be excused.
Mr. Early?
No objection. Thank you very much.
I call through.
You give someone swear to testimony about to give in the matter of any before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Could you please have a seat in the witness stand?
Morning, Mr. Cruz.
Sir, could you please state your full name for the record and spell your last name?
Peter Hart Cruz Jr., CRUZ.
Thank you.
Sir, what is your occupation?
I'm a police officer with the city of San Diego.
And on November, and how long have you been so employed?
8 years.
On November 5th, 1989, did you respond to a home that you come to know as the Broderick residence?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and the in or around the residence?
Yes, sir.
And how did you become aware of that?
Heard the dogs barking.
Okay, and what part, where was that from? What part of the front or the back of the residence?
Back of the area.
Okay. And did the dogs appear to be dogs that were attached to the residence?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what did you have done with the dogs?
My partner called the animal control officers.
Okay. Were they in some kind of kennel or something? Or, I mean, they were made it so they couldn't run away. Is that correct? From the backyard?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I have no further questions.
Cross examine.
Not Your Honor.
Witness be excused.
Yes, Your Honor.
No objection.
Thank you very much, officer.
Thank you, sir.
Recess.
Yes, Your Honor.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll take our noon recess at this time. Please remember the admonition not to discuss the case among yourselves and allow anyone else to discuss it with you. Please form no opinions till it's finally submitted to you. See you at 1:30. Nice lunch.
Sir, could you please state your full name for the record and spell your last name?
PJ Hathaway, Hathaway.
Thank you.
Your first name is Paul,
Yes,
and do you have any nicknames?
PJ. Yeah.
Okay, how did you get that nickname?
It's a long story.
Okay. One that we probably don't want to hear right now.
Probably not.
Okay. Do you know this person who was at the end of the console table, Elisabeth Broderick?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And approximately, how did you get to know her?
I started dating her daughter, Kim, a few years ago, and one thing just led to another, and she took me home one day, and I met her mom, and we just started becoming friends.
Okay. And when you say friends, you're talking about friends with her mother?
Yes.
Okay. And how long before you know when she was arrested for the death of Dan Broderick?
Yes, I
November
did.
1989?
Uh-huh.
Would give us an approximation of how long you knew her before that date. Was it 2 years, 3 years, or the best you can do?
Best I can do is about 4, 5 years.
Okay.
4 or 5 years. I'd say.
Okay. And she knew you as PJ?
Yes, she did.
Now, in 1987, 88, 89, do you have any hobbies, passions, things that you do?
I was surfing quite a bit at that time.
And where would you surf?
La Jolla Shores area, Windansea Beach, it's most of the La Jolla area.
Okay. And when you, do you know where Mrs. Broderick lived in La Jolla?
Yes.
During that time?
Uh-huh, in the Shores area.
Okay. And is that somewhat close to where you used to go surfing?
Yeah, it was right down the street.
Okay. How far would it be? Half a mile, quarter mile?
It was approximately 3 blocks, I believe, 3 or 4 blocks.
Okay. Those,
Half mile, I guess, quarter mile.
they're long blocks. Those are long residential
Yeah,
blocks.
they're long blocks.
Okay. And and how often would you see Mrs. Broderick?
It really depended. Sometimes once a week, sometimes a couple or a few times a week.
Okay. Now, in 88 and 89, are there times when you're a surfer that is the best conditions to go, or most of the surfers like to get down there?
Morning time.
Okay. And when we're talking morning time, we're talking getting there before the sun comes up?
Definitely, dawn patrol, early, very early.
Okay. And and during that period of time, were you doing anything for any radio stations in regards to the dawn patrol?
Yes, I was doing surf reports for a couple of radio stations in town and a couple of companies up in Huntington Beach.
Okay. Did you ever see her, Mrs. Broderick, at the beach?
Yes, I did.
Would you see her walking?
Yes.
What time of the day would you see her?
This is early. It varied. Sometimes it's right around 6 o'clock. Could be.
Would you ever see her right at dawn when the sun was coming up walking?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And would you ever see her sitting and drinking a cup of coffee?
Yes.
How common would you say it was that you saw her down there early in the morning?
A few times a week, sometimes. Sometimes it just really depended on what time I got down there.
Was she by herself most of the time with other people?
She was by herself.
Okay. And during that time, was she someone you liked, disliked?
Oh yeah, I liked her a lot.
Okay.
Good friend.
Now, did you hear her at times, was there times that you would hear her use inappropriate language?
At those times in the morning?
Would you hear her do it in the morning?
Not really, no. Not to an extreme or anything.
Okay. Did you see her around her children, both her daughters and her children?
Yes.
Okay. And how frequent would those contacts be?
Well, sometimes I'd see her with the boys alone, and sometimes when I was with Kim, she would be with the boys and with Lee, and it just really depended. A couple times a week, sometimes more.
Most of the time when you would see her around the children, did it appear that her language was appropriate, nothing offensive?
It wasn't offensive around the children that I saw.
Okay. Would there be some times when she would get on the subject of her divorce or what was happening to her in court where her language would change?
Yes.
Okay. And would she appear to get angry about that?
Yes, she would.
Okay. And would she use profanity about that when she was talking about that subject?
Yes.
Would she ever talk about, in that time when she used profanity, would she ever say anything about, I ought to kill him, or?
Yes, she did.
Okay. Did you see her on November 4th? That would be a Saturday, November 4th, just before her arrest.
Yes, I did.
Okay, and do you remember who she was with?
She was with the boys, Danny and Rhett.
Okay, now when you first saw her, did she appear to be upset?
No. She was very happy-go-lucky, very happy. Didn't seem upset at all.
Okay. Did the subject somehow change to the divorce of Mr. Broderick?
Yes, it did.
And did her language change at all?
Yeah, her language definitely changed. She started using some profanity and of that sort.
Okay. Did she seem fairly angry that weekend? I mean, that time when she talked about it?
Yes, she got angry when we were talking.
Did Kim ever talk about the divorce between her mother and father?
Yeah.
Okay. Did she ever talk about her father using the system against her mother?
She said that her mom thought that her dad was using the system against her. That's what she said.
She never indicated to you that that she thought her father...
Sustained.
Mr. Hathaway, you testified last time, is that correct?
Yes, I did.
And after you testified last time, were you approached by Kim Broderick?
Objection, Your Honor. I believe they're friends.
Sustained.
Were you talked in regards to your testimony in the courtroom by Kim Broderick?
We talked a little bit about it.
And did she tell you that you were...
Objection, Your Honor, leading.
Sustained.
Your Honor, I would like to take this witness on, and I'll make an offer of proof of why, then.
Do you have a transcript you want to impeach him with? I don't know where you're going, Mr. Rowe.
Yes, Your Honor, I have some statements, some signed statements I'd like to impeach him with.
Well, there's nothing to impeach yet, Your Honor.
I agree, but go ahead.
Did Kim
Your
Broderick...
Honor, I'm sorry, I'm objecting as to a leading question.
Sustained.
Okay.
Did Kim Broderick talk to you about your testimony?
Yeah, we had a discussion about it.
What did she say about your testimony?
Well, we talked about how nervous I was, because I was very nervous. And basically just how hard it was to do, because it was hard being in a position where I was in, and that's what we talked about, just being in the middle.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness? I would like to show him.
Certainly. For the record, the Councilman Sean.
Sir, you had an interview with an investigator, didn't you?
Yes.
He had you go over, took some notes, had you go over them and initial them for accuracy?
Yes.
And then sign your name to them?
Yes.
You could read the first page of the notes.
Okay. I haven't spoken with the DA since the last trial.
No, just read them to yourself. Read the page
okay.
to yourself.
Okay.
Did, in the conversation, was there anything that she talked to you about how she about whether she was disappointed with your testimony or not?
She seemed to think that maybe I didn't say some things that I should have.
Well, Didn't you say that she was upset? She thought you should be worse on her mother? That you were being too nice to her?
Yeah, she said that maybe I wasn't as strong as I should have been.
And were you trying to tell the truth when you were on the stand?
Of course.
Did she call you any names? Did she call you spineless?
Yeah, we were joking around. She called me spineless.
It's difficult for you to get here on the stand now with her in the courtroom, isn't it?
Not really. I don't.
Did you talk to? Do you know a ex-boyfriend of hers named Tom?
I'm familiar with him, yes.
Objection irrelevant.
That answer could stand. Overruled.
Did Kim have any conversations with you about Tom and something to do with your mother's house?
Objection, hearsay.
Sustained.
Your Honor, impeachment, Kim denied this. I'd like to go into it.
She denied she talked to this witness about Tom?
She denied she talked to anybody about Tom.
That's not true.
Oh, that's overruled. Claim sustained. The objection sustained.
Did you talk to Elisabeth Broderick about things that you were told about Tom?
Yeah, yes.
And what did you tell Elisabeth Broderick?
We talked about how Tom was bothering Kim, and Kim didn't like it, and we both agreed that we didn't think that he was a very positive influence on her, and
Well, did you tell her about something that you had learned about Tom in relationships to Elisabeth Broderick's house? What he was watching and what he was thinking of doing?
I had heard that, yeah, that.
Objection, Your Honor, unless it was a conversation related to the comment.
Although I was calling for hearsay, so it's sustained at this point.
Well, did you talk to Elisabeth Broderick about things about this man Tom and her house, where he was in relation, and anything about that?
Yes, we did.
Okay, and what did you tell her?
Well, I told her that I didn't think, can you repeat the question, please?
What did you tell Elisabeth Broderick in relationship to Tom? Anything at all about Tom and Mrs. Broderick's house, where he was located, what he was doing in regards to her house? What he was watching, any threats that have been made?
Yes, there was talk about where Tom was watching the house that Elisabeth Broderick was living in, and when I was there with Kim, or my car was parked in front of her house, he could see that the car was parked there, and he didn't like it very much. So he would call her up and tell her that, either leaving messages on her machine or talking to Kim directly.
When you saw Kim, where was it that you usually saw her?
At her mom's house.
And did you see the boys around her mother?
Yes.
And how did they appear to be around her?
They appeared to be very happy around her. It was obvious that they really enjoyed spending time with her.
And how does Kim react now that you still like Betty, is that correct?
Yes, I do.
And how does Kim react to that?
Well, she understands that I like her mom, and
so would it help you if you reviewed, this statement that you gave was about a week ago, is that right?
please, yeah.
And if I could show you the last page, right above your signature.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. What is her attitude about your like for her mother?
Sometimes she gets upset about it.
I have no further questions.
Cross examine.
Mr. Hathaway, when when Kim talked to you after your testimony last time, and you indicated that she said something to you about not being as strong as you had in the past, it is true that you had said things in the past about Elisabeth Broderick that were quite a bit stronger than what she said on the stand, isn't it?
Yes.
And Kim indicated to you, and you talked about it, that you felt very nervous being on the stand and you felt intimidated being on the stand, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And it was scary and nervous being on the stand and saying things with the defendant, Elisabeth Broderick, sitting right there looking at you, correct?
Yes.
Did Kim get angry at you or upset because you had said something that she didn't like or you had lied on the stand?
No, we were kidding around.
Did she say she wasn't going to be your friend anymore because you had said on the stand that you liked her mother?
No, definitely not.
Did she suggest to you that you in any way change your testimony or say anything when you're on the stand this time?
No, she hasn't.
The fact is, for example, when you had decided on November, when you were asked what her demeanor was like when you testified last time, you said she was a little upset.
Yes, she was upset.
Okay. Your words were she was a little upset. Actually, when you had been interviewed before, you had told an investigator that she was extremely angry. And that's an example of how you didn't quite say something as strong as you had previously said, right?
Yes,
Okay. Because you felt a little uncomfortable about it, right?
definitely.
Your Honor, I'm going to object. There's, in this testimony, he talks about real anger.
After I cross-examined him, Your Honor.
Overruled, answer stands, go ahead.
And in fact, with the fact that Kim is here today, you had asked Kim to come and be here with you when you testified, hadn't you?
Yes, I did.
Now, when you saw Elisabeth Broderick on November the 4th, again, when you testified under direct, you said that she was a little bit angry.
Yes.
Isn't it true that she was extremely angry that day?
When she first arrived, she wasn't angry. She was very happy and very, everything was going great. And then she got very angry as the conversation went on.
So she started to talk to you, when she saw you there at the beach, she started to talk to you, and as usual, she started talking about Dan Broderick, right?
Right.
That was a subject that came up often whenever you had a conversation with Mrs. Broderick, correct?
Correct.
And whenever that subject came up, she would start to get angry, correct?
Correct.
Approximately what time of day was it on November the 4th when you saw her?
Approximately around noontime, around lunchtime.
And you were kind of up on a bluff at the beach,
Yes.
and you were standing with somebody else at the time, another man who was taking photographs?
Yes, a photographer.
And you remember indicating that Elisabeth Broderick was getting so angry and the way in which she was talking, you were embarrassed about it because of this other person who was standing right there.
Yes.
And in fact, she said to you things that day, such as, and this is a quote, "That son of a bitch, he makes me so mad I could fuck." That's what she said to you that day, isn't it?
Yes, she said that.
And she also said to you, she continued to talk about him, and she said, again a quote, "That asshole, I just want to kill him." She said that to you that day, didn't she?
Yes, she did.
And the next day she killed him, right?
Yes.
You also indicated that on that day, Saturday, November the 4th, that she was more angry than you had ever seen her, correct?
She was very angry.
And with respect to the use of inappropriate language in front of the boys, again, you indicated that occasionally you heard that. Isn't it true that you heard that frequently?
In front of the boys?
Yes.
It depended on the situation. When she started talking about Dan, Mr. Broderick, she would refer to him as some with profanity. So, in that sense, yes.
Okay. And you also heard her threaten to kill him frequently in front of the boys.
Yes.
When she was making these statements to you on November the 4th, Saturday, about wanting to kill Dan Broderick, there was no question in your mind that she was not joking. This was not an off-the-cuff remark, right?
Right.
Do you remember indicating, in fact, that when she left, your feeling to yourself was that was one pissed-off lady?
Yes.
And when she was talking to you there, too, you didn't have any problems understanding what she was saying. She was making sense. She was coherent, understandable.
Yes.
Correct?
Mm-hmm.
Now, you indicated that you've had the opportunity to see Kim around her mother, right?
Yeah.
And I think you previously indicated that you felt she had a reasonably, from what you could see, a reasonably normal relationship with her mother.
Yes.
Although they did fight, right?
Yes, they did fight, but it was a normal mother-daughter relationship.
You didn't think that it was anything out of the ordinary?
No, definitely not.
You also saw Kim around her father when you were over at Mr. Broderick's house, right?
Yes.
And you've also indicated it was very clear to you that Kim loved her father
Yes.
and had a very good relationship with her father.
Yes, they had a really good relationship.
She felt that he was basically a normal dad, had normal rules,
Mm-hmm.
and she never expressed any fear to you of her father in any way.
No.
In fact, if she expressed fear, you've indicated that she was more afraid of her mother, that was obvious that she was afraid of her mother.
Yes.
Now, you said that you've seen the boys around their mother. You've also seen the boys around their father, Mr. Broderick, correct?
Yes.
And from what you observed, how did the boys interact with their father?
They interacted great. They really had. They seemed to get along with their dad really well, and they liked hanging out with their father, and they did a lot of things together. They seemed to enjoy their time together.
And you've indicated it was clear to you that their father clearly loved them.
Yes.
You indicated that you thought that Kim had from what you saw, a reasonable relationship with her mother. You have seen her mother get very angry on occasion and do things such as trash a drum set, and throw a guitar, and
Yes.
that was when Kim was having a party at her house.
Yes, it was.
Had her mother given her permission to have that party?
Yes.
And what happened?
Well, we had consent to have the party, and we had the party, and everybody was having a really fun time. And then Mrs. wanted the party.
And what did she do?
She went down in the pool room and was telling the band to stop, and she grabbed a guitar and pushed over a drum set.
Was there an apparent reason for that?
Not really. None that I could see.
This was obviously a weekend, a time when Mrs. Broderick was there at the house, when the party was going on.
Yes.
Now, you indicated that you had had some discussions with Mrs. Broderick about one of Kim's boyfriends named Tom, right?
Yeah.
And it is true, is it not, that Mrs. Broderick never expressed any physical fear of Tom to you?
No, she never. On herself?
Yes.
No, never.
She didn't like the idea that her daughter was going out with Tom. She didn't like Tom, right?
Right. That was obvious.
But she never talked about herself being physically afraid. She never talked about the fact, for example, that she felt she needed a gun to protect herself from Tom, did she?
No, she never did.
Oh, wait, I thought this guy was Kim's boyfriend. Who is this guy then?
Your conversations with her and these calls from Tom, they happened when Kim came back from school. She'd been gone to school in Tucson and she came back. Is that correct?
Yes.
She gets at the end of the year. She gets out of school in May.
Your Honor, maybe if we could have some rules. I asked and was objected to at this conversation with Kim. Now we have the district attorney.
Just object, Mr.
Speaking
O'Rourke.
objection.
Yes, Your Honor.
Sustain.
Got back in May. That's when school got out in Arizona, correct?
Yes, in May.
And do you recall that the problems with Tom or the calls from Tom came after Kim had gotten back from school, right?
Yes.
In fact, there was maybe even a grace period there of a couple of weeks, a month before that problem occurred?
As soon as he found out she was back, he would start calling. He would call, but it would usually take him a while to figure out that she was back.
I have no further questions.
Redirect.
Sir, the party that you related to, remember the police showing up a couple of times where the band was there asking to shut the party down?
I don't recall the police showing up that night, no.
You don't recall any problems whatsoever?
No, the party seemed like it was going pretty smoothly.
Yeah, and what time was it that that this happened?
The incident?
Yes.
Approximately, well, the party was in full swing, so it must have been around 10:30.
And just at 10:30, it was a nice quiet party, and Mrs. Broderick went nuts on the drums and guitars.
Was it a quiet party?
Well, it was just a nice friendly party. Everyone was having a good time. Nothing was going wrong. And at 10:30, she just went crazy.
it wasn't a nice, quiet party. It was a party, as parties go, and it wasn't quiet because there was a band, but everybody seemed to be having a really good time.
And you indicated that him and her father had a good relationship. Remember talking at all about he'd have to sneak around your father to do things?
Yes.
Normal.
Did you ever talk about how problems she had with Linda in the house?
What kind of problems?
Did she ever talk to you about the problems or dislike for Linda?
She liked Linda. She liked her a lot.
Okay. The time that you were at the beach, and this is on November 4th, do you remember Mrs. Broderick taking some photographs?
Yes, I do. She had a camera with her. She was.
It's sad at that time. Did she tell you something that Kim had told her about college and money?
She said that Kim had called her and said that she was at college and she was upset because she didn't have any money. That's what she told me.
The things that you testified to as to the conversations you had on Saturday, you testified to all those last hearing, didn't you? Last trial.
Yes.
I have no further questions.
Reed Ross?
You only testified about them after I asked you on cross-examination, isn't it true? Do you remember?
Okay.
Your Honor, I have an objection. It's irrelevant.
Sustained.
The comment that she made about Kim not having any money in college, her response to that was, what am I supposed to do? Send her my money? That son of a bitch? He makes me so mad I could fight on, right?
Yes.
And with respect to Kim, sometimes going around her dad's rules. Her dad had a curfew. She was supposed to be in at curfew, right?
Yes.
And sometimes she would sneak around that.
Yeah. Yes.
I have nothing further.
Anything further, Mr. Early? Witness be excused. Ms. Wells?
Subject to
Normal
Thank you very much,
teenage
Ms.
bear.
Early. Our next witness?
Michael Campbell.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give, and the matter not coming before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
We've got about an hour before Betty testifies. Y'all hang in there.
Afternoon, sir. How are you? Very well, thank you.
And sir, could you please state your full name for the record and spell your last name?
Michael Colin Campbell, C-A-M-P-B-E-L-L.
Thank you, sir.
And what is your occupation?
I'm a photographer.
And how long have you been doing that?
I've had a studio in San Diego for approximately 5 years, and I've been in photography since 1964.
Did you have an opportunity to meet an Elisabeth Broderick?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And approximately when was that?
That was about 1987. I was photographing some function, and Mrs. Broderick was one of the guests.
Did you get to know Mrs. Broderick?
She had an interest in photography, and we discussed cameras, I think, a little at that point, and on a couple of other occasions after that, under similar circumstances.
Okay. And did, at some point in time, did you get commission to take some wedding photos at the Dan and Linda Broderick's wedding?
Yes, I did.
Did Mrs. Broderick ever see those photographs?
No, she did not.
Did she ever ask to see them or try to see them?
No, she didn't.
I have no further questions.
Questions now?
Are you kidding me?
Good afternoon, Mr. Campbell.
Good afternoon.
You're not originally from here, right? You're from
You can tell
England?
from the Texas accent.
Yeah.
Yes.
There was a time when Elisabeth Broderick came over to your studio with respect to the idea of perhaps working, is that correct?
Well, not exactly, but she was interested in photography and had an idea of possibly starting her own business and wanted to talk to me about that.
And she wanted to perhaps finance you in a photography studio in La Jolla.
She thought we might be able to share a space together. We would do two different types of photographic services.
When was the first time that she came over to your studio?
I really don't remember the exact date, but it was, I suppose, end of 1988. I was in Sorrento Valley at the time, so it must have been around 88.
It was sometime after you had taken the photographs at Dan and Linda's wedding, right?
Yes, but I'd talked to her about this before that.
Mm-hmm. But the first time she came to your studio was after you had taken the photographs of their wedding, right?
I believe so.
When she was at the studio, you had some conversations about the fact that she was the ex, Mrs. Broderick, and you had photographed Mr. Broderick's wedding and Linda Broderick's wedding, right?
Yeah, she was the one that informed me that he was her ex-husband. I hadn't realized that at the time.
So she was the one, when she talked to you at the studio, she was aware of the fact that you had been the photographer.
Yes, she'd seen photographs of me that her neighbor had taken at the wedding, and that's how she knew.
And when you had conversations with her during that time, the subject of driving her car through Mr. Broderick's door came up, and she denied doing that, right?
Yes, she did.
You indicated that you had heard about that, you asked her if that's true, and she specifically said, no, that's not true, it didn't happen. Dan and Linda are making that up so that they can get custody of the kids, something to that effect.
Basically, that was what you said.
And since that time, since these events, you've learned that that was not true, that in fact she did drive the car through the door. And you've indicated that you realize now that she's capable of looking you square in the eye and lying and making it totally believable.
I believed her at the time.
That's irrelevant.
Foundation.
I'm sorry, what was your return? You started.
I believed her at the time.
Because she also lied about her trying to get the wedding pictures. How much do you want to bet? She didn't want to partner up with him. She was using that as a reason to get in his studio to try to either find them or talk him into letting her see him or something. Because she's a manipulative little you-know-what.
Did she ever follow through with actually financing you or the two of you with this photography studio?
She suggested some possible locations that, because the studio I was in was not very satisfactory. And so she had looked around in La Jolla and suggested a few places. I took a look at them, but none of them really would have worked out for me, so we didn't pursue it any further from that point of view.
You had a few conversations with her over the summer of 1989 leading...
Objection, to be honest.
Sustained.
Okay. Do you recall her having a conversation with you about Dan Broderick and about the reasons why she had married him or what he was like when she married him.
Your Honor, objection is beyond the scope.
Sustained.
Do you recall when she came over to your studio and the times that you had conversations with her, her attitude about money? How did she talk about it?
Your Honor, objection is beyond the scope.
Sustained.
Wells, ask a relevant question.
She also denied to you ever making any threats to kill Dan and Linda Broderick, right?
Yes, she did.
And you don't know whether or not she told other people that she had seen the proofs of Dan and Linda's wedding.
Only from Linda.
I have no further questions
Redirect.
this time.
Yes, when you were, the conversations you were having with, the purpose,
You indicated that the meeting at your office in Sereno Valley was arranged before you photographed the wedding, is that correct?
Yes, we had the conversations for quite a long period of time.
And you had conversations about doing business together?
Well, it varied. We never really pinned it down very
Okay.
precisely.
But I just want to mean general conversations.
Yes.
And at the time that, when the conversation the district attorney brought up about things that she had done, those were things that you had heard from Linda, is that correct?
Yes, I got two completely different views of the same situation.
Did Elisabeth Broderick, did she appear happy those statements, embarrassed that those statements were made?
She seemed almost amused, as if, that's just one more of his little ploys.
Okay. And the purpose of her being there was to discuss whether there could be some future business arrangement?
Oh, yes.
Okay. I have no further questions.
Recross.
None, Your Honor.
Witness be excused.
Subject to recall.
Thank you, sir.
Maria Montez?
Your Honor, well, may we approach the bench while she's coming?
Certainly, want it on the record?
Yes, please.
All right.
I have three witnesses. I didn't know if you wanted to take a recess, like a half hour or not.
And whatever the court wants to do, that's fine.
Let's give the jurors a vote. He's got three witnesses left. You want to take a recess or keep going, folks?
Keep going.
Keep going. Come on.
Sorry about that.
Ms. Montez, you're still under oath from the last time you testified, okay?
Yeah.
All right, and the record should reflect that Ms. Montez is being assisted by the same court-certified interpreter that was used last time. Go ahead, Ms. Rowe.
Montez, do you remember in the spring of 1989, in the spring of 1989, were you working at Mrs. Broderick's home?
See. Yes.
Okay. And do you remember a time that she was working at a daycare center, a nursery center?
See. Yes.
And would you go over to her house, and when she was at work, would you go over to work at her house?
See. Yes.
And sometime when you were over there, do you remember a day that a woman came into the house while you were working there?
See. Yes.
Okay. And do you remember a picture of Linda?
Sí, yo la miré en un papel, en una foto, pero cuando ella entró yo no la pude reconocer porque en la foto tenía una sonrisa muy grande y después cuando ella entró no tenía la misma sonrisa.
Yes.
Sustained. Can you answer that question, yes or no?
sustain the objection.
Did you see a
What was the
picture?
question?
Did you see a picture of Linda Kolkena Broderick? Yes or no?
Didn't he just sustain that objection?
Sí.
Yes?
Okay. Sure.
And did you recognize the person who came over to Mrs. Broderick's house that day?
En el primer momento no.
Not at first.
Okay. Did you at some time realize that it was that Linda Kolkena?
Hasta cuando la señora llegó y me mostró otra foto.
Not until Mrs. Broderick arrived and showed me another photograph.
Okay. And when she showed you the photograph, it was the person who had been over the house. Was that person?
Sí.
Yes.
Did the person have permission to come in the home?
No.
No.
Okay. Were you home when she came in?
No.
No.
Cuando yo entré, ella ya estaba dentro y andaba en la recámara de la señora.
When I went in, she was already inside and she was in Mrs. Broderick's bedroom.
Okay. And did she tell you who she was?
Ella me dijo, cuando yo oí ruido, yo pregunté, ¿aló? ¿Hay alguien en la casa? Entonces ella me contestó, soy yo, soy una amiga de Betty que vine a ver la casa.
She told me, when I heard noises, I said, hello, is anybody in the house? And then she said, it's me, I'm a friend of Betty's, I came to see the house.
Okay. Did she take anything with her?
¿Ella se llevó algo consigo?
Sí.
Yes.
Okay. And what did she take with her?
¿Qué se llevó?
Unos papeles, entró al cuarto donde la señora tenía las cajas de los papeles que ella tenía y de ahí sacó de una caja, pero yo no supe qué se llevó.
Some papers, she went into the room where Mrs. Broderick had some boxes with documents, and from there she took something out, but I don't know what it was that she took.
Yeah, but she left with those papers.
Pero se fue con esos papeles.
Sí.
Yes.
Did she ever come back?
¿Alguna vez regresó?
Sí, después más tarde regresó.
Yes. Later on, afterwards, she came back.
How long after she was
¿Qué
gone
tanto
was it?
después de que ella se había ido regresó?
Pues después de mediodía no recuerdo la hora cuando...
After midday, I don't remember what time.
Fueron unos minutos antes de que la señora llegara a casa.
But it
que
was
Betty llegara a casa.
some minutes before Mrs. Broderick, before Betty arrived home.
Okay. Can you give me an estimate, and I understand this is only your best guess, of how long from the time she left the first time and came back the second time, how long that was?
Más o menos unas entre 4 y 5 horas.
More or less between 4 and 5 hours.
Okay. Now, sometime in June of 1987, did you learn that, did you become aware that Miss Broderick had gone to court one day and got placed in custody?
Sí, porque ella me dijo,
Yes,
yo vivía
because she
en la
told
casa y ella me dijo, sabes María que yo voy a corte hoy este día y posible me detengan, no voy a venir a dormir para que no
Yes.
tú cierres la puerta.
Because she told me, she said, you know what, Maria, I'm going to court today, and they might detain me, so I might not be home, I might not come home to sleep, so that you can know and lock the door.
Okay. Now, at that point in time, was Kim allowed to be in the house when Betty wasn't there?
¿Se le permitía a Kim estar en la casa no estando Betty ahí?
Bueno, yo nunca supe que ella le negara la entrada, pero ese día ella llegó a las 12 de la noche a tocarme.
Well, I never knew that she didn't allow her in, but that day she arrived at 12 and knocked.
Okay. And what did she tell you when she arrived?
¿Y qué es lo que le dijo cuando llegó?
Que su mamá le había dado permiso de quedarse a dormir y que si por favor le abría la puerta.
That her mom had given her permission to stay and sleep over, that if I would please open the door.
Okay. And did you let her in?
¿Y usted la dejó entrar?
Sí.
Yes.
And what happened after you let her
¿Y
in?
qué pasó
Cuando yo le abría la puerta, ella pasó, pero se fue a la otra puerta del otro lado de la casa, abrió la puerta y entraron muchos amigos, muchachas y muchachos de ella. Tenían un party, estaban pues un party en la casa.
As I opened the door, she walked past me and she went to the other door and she opened the door and a lot of her friends came in and they were there and they were drinking and smoking and they were having a party. A lot of them were there.
Okay. And did you finally have to do something about that?
Y usted finalmente tuvo que hacer algo al respecto.
Sí, yo fui, hablé con Kim, me puse una bata y fui, le hablé, le dije, Kim, le dije, tú sabes que tu mamá no está y yo no tengo permiso para dejarte hacer un party así.
Yeah.
¿Puedes hacer el favor de salirte?
Yes, I went over and I spoke to Kim. I put on a robe and a bathrobe and I went and I told her, Kim, you know that I don't have any permission to let you be here when your mother is not here and have a party. And could you please do me the favor of not having the party the day
Que limpiara y se fuera, si no yo le iba a llamar a su papá.
and for her to clean up and leave or else I would call her father.
Yeah. Did they eventually leave?
Sí, finalmente limpiaron, se fueron, pero cuando se fueron me gritaban cosas los
Yes.
amigos porque los había echado yo de la casa.
Yes, they finally cleaned up and they left, but as they were leaving, they were yelling things at me because I had thrown them out of the house.
I have no further questions.
Councilor Young?
Ms. Martez, how many friends are you referring to?
¿Cuántos amigos, amigas se refiere usted?
Oh, más de 6, 10,
More
no
than-
recuerdo cuántos, pero
More than 6, 10, I don't
recuerdo cuántos.
remember how many. I don't remember how many of them there were.
Somewhere between 6 and 10?
Entre 6 y
10
10
amigos,
and 10
mujeres
friends,
y hombres.
women and men.
And you don't know what Kim had been doing
Again,
earlier in
perfectly normal teenage behavior. Yeah, if she'd been my kid, she would have been in trouble, but perfectly normal teenage behavior. And what does this have to do with Dan's murder?
the evening, or whether she'd been upset earlier in the evening, correct?
¿Sabe que era lo que Kim había estado haciendo anteriormente esa noche? Si había alterado.
Yo no la había mirado ese día,
No.
hasta cuando llegó y me tocó la puerta.
I hadn't seen her that day until she arrived and knocked on the door.
And you don't know whether those friends were with her to try and cheer her up because she was upset.
Estaban ahí para tratar de alegrarla porque ella estaba alterada.
Yo no supe nada porque yo con ella muy poco hablaba, solamente habló cuando llegaba y bye, porque con ella nunca platicaba, entonces solamente entró y después cuando yo hablé que se fuera, fue todo.
I never knew because I wouldn't speak to her very much, just hello when she would arrive and goodbye, so I didn't know, I didn't talk to her very much.
And when you asked her to have the party leave, she did follow your direction and had the party leave, correct?
Sí. No, los amigos me gritaban. Yo estaba ya acostada.
I was already in bed.
Yo oí los gritos que de afuera me gritaban, ¡Oh, María!
But I heard them
No
yelling
supe
at
quién,
me
yo no supe quién.
from the outside, oh, Maria, this and that, but I didn't know who. I didn't find out who.
You indicated when you came home that one day and you found a young woman in your house. Do you know how it was she got in the house? Had the house been unlocked?
Es que estaba la otra puerta del lado de la alberca, estaba abierta y por ahí ella había entrado porque no supe yo por dónde entró, yo no supe por dónde entró porque yo puse según traía yo la llave, abrí, me entré, pero oí yo ruidos, fue cuando yo le dije.
Through the other door, the door that was close to the swimming pool, that's the one, I guess that's when she came in. I don't know how she came in because I got there, I opened up with the key, I came in, I heard noises, I don't know how she got in.
I have no further questions.
Redirect? Witness be excused.
No questions.
Okay. Thank you very much, ma'am.
The kids knew how to break in the house. They've said that on multiple occasions.
What's up, Patty Monahan?
Why don't man, you're still under oath from last time. Afternoon.
And did you, you talked about the fact that Mrs. Broderick talked to you about her divorce. Did the conversation of your divorce ever come up during that time?
Yes, it did.
Okay. And did you talk to her about a memo from that your husband was a good friend of her husband, is that
Yes.
correct? They were basically best friends
Yes.
for a long time? Did you talk to her about a memo that your husband had that had to do with taking assets when you left for a divorce?
Taking assets?
Taking things, when you were going to be divorced from somebody, taking things. What you could take and what you couldn't.
No, I don't believe that's what it was.
Well, did you talk to her, was there a memo that your husband, or a piece of paper that he had, or a booklet that had to do with things to do when you're getting a divorce?
You're not going to object irrelevant.
Well, I think what you're trying to say is that you ever show anything of that nature to, or discuss anything of that nature with your client, is that correct?
Yes.
Why don't you ask it that way?
Okay.
But
Your Honor, if this witness denies it, I plan to impeach her.
Well, you don't have to explain that to me. Ask her and see what happens.
Did you talk to Elisabeth Broderick about a memo that involved taking, before you got divorced, how you can take assets and transfer them anywhere?
No.
Did you talk to her about the fact that when you get that there was a memo in existence about what to do with your family home and what to do with your children?
No.
Okay. Did you talk to her about any memo or piece of paper that you found that upset you that your husband had?
Yes.
Okay. And did you tell her what you did with that memo?
Yes, I did.
And what did you tell her that you did with the memo?
I gave it to my attorney,
Okay, and your attorney was who?
Tom Ashworth.
Okay. And at some point in time, did you find that that memo was gone, no longer in your phone? Did you look
Yes.
for that memo?
Yes,
And it was missing from the file?
as far as I know.
Did you tell her that that memo had upset you?
Yes.
Did she ask you to try to get a copy of it?
No.
I have no further questions.
Cross-examine?
Mrs. Monahan, what is this alleged memo that counsel's talking about?
The only memo I can recall that upset me to any degree was a list of personal possessions to take when a man is leaving his home and not intending to come back. I can't even remember what was on the list, but they were personal possessions, things that belonged to him prior to our marriage, and also certain legal papers.
Now, this was something that happened when you were going through a divorce with your husband, correct?
Yes,
You had been married to your husband for how long?
23 years.
And what was it that upset you about this list?
The reason I was upset was mainly because he wasn't coming back. This wasn't a trial separation. This was what a man would do if he wasn't planning on coming back.
So you realized that he was serious about separating and divorcing?
Divorce, yes.
Now, there wasn't anything in this list or memo that suggested ways to cheat your husband or cheat your wife if you're leaving in a divorce, was there?
Absolutely not.
And there was nothing that made you upset about this list, thinking that this is something that my husband's going to cheat me with, right?
No.
It was simply the fact that you recognized that your husband was serious about going through with a divorce.
Exactly.
And you never suggested to Elisabeth Broderick that there was some list or memo on how to cheat your wife in a divorce, did you?
Absolutely not.
Did you ever feel that your husband, David Monahan, cheated you in your divorce?
Absolutely not.
No, but Betty's delusional, so that's the way
So if she is suggesting that there was some list about how to cheat your wife and it came from you, that's a fabrication on her part, right?
Yes, it is.
I have nothing further.
You're right. Ma'am, even though this was just a list, as you say, that just meant to you that he was going to leave you forever, you thought it was important enough to give to your lawyer?
I told my lawyer about it, and he said he'd like to see it.
Okay. And you talked with the lawyer at that time, didn't you, about rumors about people from
Objection, Your
Gray Carey?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
What is the Gray Carey
Your Honor, it
thing?
goes to impeachment if she...
Well, Soccer was material, is what
before.
she told her
I don't know what
attorney.
they're talking
Having to do with the divorce. I haven't heard any waiver on any conversations you had with her attorney.
Did you talk to other people about rumors going on?
Objection, irrelevant. What other people she might have talked to? Yeah.
Sustained.
Did you ever talk about the subject that people at Gray Carey were...
Objection, irrelevant. Whether she ever talked about...
Well,
If I can...
let her finish the question. If you limit it to talking to your client, it's going to be relevant. If not, we'll see. Go ahead.
Did you talk to anybody about the fact that there was some kind of conspiracy at Great Carey, the wives believe, among the attorneys there to do things with their money when they divorced their wives?
Would you say that again, please?
Did you talk to anybody that there was a feeling among wives at Great Carey that funny things were happening, lawyers are ripping their wives?
No.
Was your house for sale at the time of your divorce?
Objection,
Well,
irrelevant.
Sustained.
Did you say anything to Elisabeth Broderick about your house being for sale at the time of the divorce?
Objection, irrelevant.
Sustained without an offer of proof, Mr. Lee. Whether another house was for sale, I don't see the connection.
Well, I'll give the court an offer of proof.
Why not?
How is that relevant?
In regards to the memo, did you talk to Elisabeth Broderick about your children, where they were living when the split up happened?
I don't understand the question.
Okay. Did you talk to Elisabeth Broderick about being upset about your children being sent away during the time of your split up?
Your Honor, I object to the relevance of what this witness might have been upset about during her own divorce.
Sustained.
Did you talk about that in regards to the memo at all?
I don't understand your question.
Okay.
I don't either, Mr. I think the memo she said had to do with personal belongings you take with you. That's what I recall the answer.
Yes, Your Honor. May we approach the bench again, Your Honor, make another offer of proof?
All right, sure.
When you talked about the memo, did that have anything to do when you were talking about the memo with children?
With my children?
Yes.
No.
The time that you were talking to Elisabeth Broderick about what your characterization of the memo is, did the subject of children come up?
Your Honor, objection. Ask and answer.
Sustained.
I'm just asking her in the same conversation whether it came up.
Well, it's also sustained as irrelevant, whether the conversation of children came up.
I have no further questions.
Cross down.
No, Your Honor.
Witness be excused. Thank you very much, Ms. Monahan. Afternoon, Mr. Forbes. You're still under oath from last time, okay?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Forbes, have you in the past gotten together with a group of between the last trial and this trial, a group of friends of Dan Broderick coming from?
No.
Do you know the existence of any group of people that have discussed the trial and strategy?
Not on a formal basis. I know it's a subject of discussion among lots of people.
Have you discussed with other people the fact that the way to get on the stand is to make sure that you ramble on about material that you know is not supposed to get to a jury or is illegal material, so the defense has to object?
No.
That's asked to do that?
Has to do what?
To suggest that there should be some kind of
Objection, Your Honor. Irrelevant.
Well, sustained at this point. I don't see where you're going.
I'm showing motive or bias, Your Honor, if there is such a
Of
group.
this witness?
This witness.
He said he's denied any knowledge of any such group or taking part in any such group.
You've never heard or seen anything that talked about the best ways to get things in front of a less than middle class jurors?
Oh, objection.
No, the answer is no.
Sustained. The answer's stricken. Sustained.
What are you doing now, early?
And there's been no discussions among anybody about how to get evidence before a jury.
There have been no discussions that I'm aware of. I never took part in any such discussions.
Your Honor, can we approach sidebar?
Certainly.
Sir, if you could look at what has been marked as defendant's exhibit W.
For the record, Exhibit W is a 5-page letter dated
June 21st, 1991. The number of.
That's good enough. Go ahead.
Can you look at that letter and see if that's something that you've seen before, been copied before?
Can I read it?
Yes, go ahead, look at it.
And the question is, have you seen this before?
Yes.
I believe I have.
And did you discuss the contents of the letter before?
No, I have not.
I don't have any further questions at this time.
Cross the line.
Mr. Forbes, did you feel that your testimony in this trial in some way rambled on in order to get irrelevant material in front of this jury?
No.
I take it you weren't particularly thrilled to be the person who had to discover two friends dead in your bedroom, were you?
No, I wasn't.
Well,
I have an objection, it's argumentative.
That's overruled. Answer stands.
did you volunteer to find them and so that you could come in here and testify?
Your Honor, objection, that has nothing to do, that's irrelevant to the question.
Sustained.
Will you put him on the stand and ask stupid questions?
Very much.
You literally Actually, he has already testified about finding his friend's dead body, and you put him on the stand to ask him stupid questions about meetings, about getting irrelevant, I can't talk, I'm so mad right now. You put him on the stand to ask questions about meetings, about getting stupid crap in front of the jury? Like, you're gonna try to frame her? She obviously did it. She admits that she did it. She called her daughter and said, I shot the bastard.
Witness be excused. Swallows? No objection?
Subject to recall.
Thank you very much, Mr. Forbes.
All right, I wonder if we could just wait for a minute at this time.
All right.
It's almost time, guys. We're
Other
almost
witnesses you
there.
had scheduled for this afternoon had plane connection problems, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
So you're out of witnesses?
Yes, sir.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll take our afternoon recess at this time. Please remember the admonition. I hope you beat the trick-or-treaters to your house. Have a nice evening.
And sir, could you please state your full name for the record and spell your last name?
It's Jason Prantil, Prantil.
Thank you.
Oh, this is Lee's boyfriend, I think.
I manage a restaurant in La Jolla.
And which restaurant's that?
It's Chuck's Steakhouse.
In 1989, were you working at Chuck's Steakhouse?
Yes, I was.
Okay, and did you know someone named Lee Broderick?
Yes, I did.
And what was your relationship with Lee Broderick at that time?
We were living together. She's my girlfriend.
Okay. And are you still boyfriend-girlfriend?
No.
Okay. Did you come to know Elisabeth Broderick, Betty Broderick, during the time that you were dating Lee?
Yes, I did.
Were you friends with Elisabeth Broderick? Didn't like her, friendly? How would you describe it?
It was a friendly relationship. I got along with her.
Okay. Did you also have a opportunity? Did you have opportunities to be around her house?
Yes, I did.
And did you have an opportunity to be around Lee's father's house?
Yes, I did.
Do you remember on November 5th, 1989, Elisabeth Broderick coming over to the house where you were?
Yes, I did.
Okay. When she came over, what was her demeanor? How was she acting?
Well, she was mumbling about not making much sense. She was very incoherent that morning.
Okay. Was she happy, sad, crying?
She was just a big collage of emotions that morning, really.
Yeah. Did you talk about something that happened at Dan Broderick's house that morning?
She mentioned something about going over there and resolving the situation she had between herself and Daniel.
Okay. Did she tell you whether she had shot somebody when she was over there?
She said she confronted him, and she said she couldn't take it anymore, and she just shot.
Okay. Did she tell you how many times she shot?
She said once or twice. She didn't know after that.
Did she indicate whether she knew whether she had shot somebody?
No.
At some point in time, did you go with Elisabeth Broderick when she went to turn herself in?
Yes, I did.
And did she write anything out at that time?
When we were going to the police station to turn her in, she wrote down a testament, and she also had some instructions for Lee and I to take care of.
That was something she wrote in the car down there?
Yes.
And during the, did she mention anything, had she mentioned anything about
suicide that day?
She briefly mentioned something to that extent.
Did she mention anything about it? Did it have anything to do with when she was over at Dan Broderick's house? You remember? Or,
It was vaguely related to that.
did she say anything else about the shooting or the gun?
She said that she shot, and next thing she remembers, it was clicking, something to that.
I take it you didn't take any notes that day?
No, I didn't take any notes.
When you were dating Lee, did you get to know her sister Kim?
Yes, I got to know Kim.
Would you be present when she would talk to her mother about things that were happening over at her father's house?
Yes, I was present.
Okay. What would her demeanor be? Would she be talking happy tones, complaining? How would she be?
Well, usually she'd be complaining about something to do with Linda and Dan, how silly they're, whatever they would do. Or she'd be in hysterics about something that she didn't agree with.
Did you ever hear Elisabeth Broderick's response to those about Kim's complaints?
She would say that, if you're so sick of living over there, why don't you just come live with me?
Did you see her other children, the boys around her too?
On occasion, I did see them together.
Okay. And how did they seem to be around their mother?
Yeah, they were pretty happy. They liked to be in over at their mom's house.
Did you hear Elisabeth Broderick use profanities?
I would hear her use profanities.
Did it usually relate to a particular subject, or was it all the time?
Well, definitely related to one subject.
And what was that?
Anything to do with the deceased.
Did she, the other times when she wasn't on that subject, did she seem to talk appropriately?
Most of the time she talked appropriately.
Did you ever have an opportunity to go over to Daniel Broderick's house when Lee was living there, when you went to visit?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And did you ever talk to Elisabeth Broderick about things that you heard at Dan Broderick's house relationship, things that you heard Linda saying about Elisabeth Broderick?
I remember going over to Betty's house with Lee, and Lee would say something about what Linda would say, and I would say, yeah, she'd call you, oh yeah, she called you the beast again, and she's calling you a bitch, and all this stuff.
And those were things that you were hearing?
Those were things that I heard.
Would you notice when you were over at Daniel Broderick's house, would you notice a difference in the way people felt over there, children?
Sustained.
Was there did the children appear to be happy and carefree when they were over at Dan Broderick's house?
Well, they were, to a point, happy and carefree when Dan wasn't around. But when he was around, it was like they were intimidated on doing anything rash or, anything normal of kids their age.
I have no further questions.
Cross down.
Thank you, Your Honor. You indicated, Mr. Prantel, that when Elisabeth Broderick came over to your house or your apartment that morning on November the 5th, that your words were that she mentioned something about going over there to Dan and Linda's house. She told you specifically that she had come from Dan and Linda's house, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And she told you exactly how she'd gotten into their house. She told you that she had gone around to the back door and gone in the back door, correct?
She mentioned something about going around into the back door.
Okay. She told you that that's how she had done it, correct?
Amongst all of her ramblings, she mentioned that.
Okay. And she told you that she had a key and that she used the key to get into the back door?
She mentioned something about that also.
And she told you that she went into their room by going down the hallway and through the TV room and in the back door, correct?
Correct, vaguely. She said that.
Okay. Well, it wasn't real vague in your recollection when you gave a statement to the police officer that day, was it? You described specifically that she had told you doing those things, correct?
Correct, but that was about the third time I went over that. I've said the story about 3 or 4 times before it was actually on tape.
Okay, when you interviewed, I'm talking about when you interviewed with Detective Allen on the day of November the 5th. You did give an interview to him that day, correct?
Yes, I did. And the one that was taped, the one that was recorded, was about the 3rd time I've been over this.
Okay. And you also indicated that when she went into the room that she shot at Dan Broderick, she told you she had shot at him, correct?
Correct.
And she told you that he said to her, okay, you shot me, you killed me. That he responded to her when she shot.
Correct.
She also told you that she pulled out the phone.
No, she didn't.
You didn't hear her say that?
No, I don't recall.
She told you that, specifically that she went in the back door of the bedroom, and that once she saw him, she said she couldn't take it anymore, and that's when she unloaded on him, correct?
Correct.
Now, when she was at the house there, she asked you and Lee to go over to her house on Calle de Cielo and get some things, right?
Correct.
And you went with Lee to get those things.
Correct.
And where was it that she wrote this list of things for you to do?
She wrote that at our apartment.
While you were all sitting there in the apartment, she wrote it?
Yes.
So it wasn't later on when you were in the car at the point of turning her into the police, right?
She wrote down the will in the car. And I believe she wrote down some of her instructions that in the apartment, and then she wrote down the rest of them in the car.
Your Honor, may I have marked as People's Exhibit 64? People's Exhibit 64, what appears to be a photograph of...
Should be 65.
Appears to be a photograph of, a very nice photograph of Mr. Jason.
So marked.
Mr. Cantil, do you recognize that photograph?
It's resembling.
You will at some point?
Yeah.
Okay. Is that what, this is what things down for you all to do, information to give to Lee that morning?
Yes.
Okay, now there's some writing on there, you recognize that writing is Mrs. Broderick's handwriting, is that correct?
Correct.
There's some writing on there that's in pencil, and there's some writing on there that's in pen. Can you explain why there's 2 different writings on there?
I can't really recall. It might be what she wrote in the car, but
Well, this was something that was sitting around there in your apartment, right? And that's why it was used for her to write on?
yes.
And were you there when she wrote the $10,000 check to Lee?
I can't recall. I don't remember when she wrote it. I don't remember.
Do you remember her writing the $10,000 check for Lee?
No, I can't recall.
And when she sent the two of you to go over to the condominium, not the house on Calle de Cielo, but to the condo, what was it that she wanted you to get from the condo?
She wanted us to get her diary and this book that she's been writing about. It's an autobiography, really.
So she specifically directed you to get those specific things, right?
Correct.
And she told you exactly where to find them in the condominium?
Correct.
And did you find those?
Yes, I did.
You and Lee went into the condo and got them?
Yes.
How was it that you got into the condo?
Well, Lee boosted me up, and we didn't have the key, so I had to break in through the window on the second story.
And did you just get the diaries and the book, or did you get other things for her?
We just got the diaries and the book and got out of there.
Okay. Just specifically the diaries themselves, you picked them up, and specifically the book, you got that as well?
Correct.
You told Detective Allen that day that Elisabeth Broderick told you that she had shot Mr. Broderick twice, correct?
She said she shot him once or twice. Correct.
Do you recall specifically saying that she said she shot him twice?
I specifically recall that she said she shot him once or twice.
If I could just show you an investigative report dated November 5th, 1989. And referring to page 1, the last paragraph here, if you would just read that sentence to yourself. Does that refresh your recollection about what she said, or how many times she said she shot Mr. Broderick?
This is over 2 years old. That's vaguely to the point of what I said, but I remember her saying once or twice.
Okay.
So I guess I might have said twice.
You might have said that to to Detective Allen on that day, November 5th.
Yes.
Your Honor, I object to showing a summary. There is a tape, and I think the problem is...
Sustained.
I'm just showing him the report to refresh his recollection.
That's all right, you've got that in. Go on to something else.
Okay. You indicated that you had heard Elisabeth Broderick use what might be referred to as inappropriate language in front of the boys, correct?
Rarely.
Okay. And that would be when she would be angry at their father for one reason or another.
That was the basis of her using profanities in front of the boys.
And did she ever explain to you why she used profanities in front of the boys if she was angry at their father?
She was just furious at him.
Okay. But she wasn't talking to their father, right? She was talking to the boys when she used that language.
Only if he was brought up some way. If he was brought up, that's when she would use the profanities.
She also used that type of language to Lee when she got angry at Lee, didn't she?
Correct.
Okay. So when you say she only used inappropriate language in relation to Mr. Broderick, that's not true, is it? If she got angry at Lee, she'd call Lee a bitch. She'd write, quote, fuck you on
Only
the
in
mirror.
front of the boys. She would use profanities when she mentioned the word Dan. In front of Lee and myself, she would use profanities.
I'm talking about when she would simply get angry at Lee and it didn't have anything to do with her father.
She would use profanities at her in my presence, but not when the boys were around.
Okay. But she would use profanities when she was angry, even though the anger wasn't directed at Dan or Linda Broderick, correct?
Correct.
And how many times would you say you were actually over at Mr. Broderick's house when Mr. Broderick was there with the boys?
On a few occasions, not too
Only
many
on a
occasions.
few occasions. Okay. You never saw Mr. Broderick playing basketball with the boys when he got home from work?
No.
You never saw him interacting with the boys, helping them with their homework in the evening?
No.
You never saw him taking them on camping trips and taking them to baseball games, things like that?
No. I saw him taking them to the movies. I think once, yeah.
And you said that the defendant, vaguely related something about suicide that morning?
Yes.
What was it that she vaguely related?
She just mentioned something about suicide that morning when she was mumbling on about all the things that were going on.
Okay, but she didn't say anything specific about when it was that she felt that way or what it related to? Did you put it in any context?
I think it was related to going over there, but I'm not certain.
You didn't say anything about her making any statements like that when you talked to Detective Allen, did you?
No.
And you didn't say anything to Detective Allen about her saying anything about the gun clicking more times, did you?
I might have the first version or the second version.
When you were sat down and had a complete, full interview with Detective Allen, you didn't say anything about that, did you?
I might have the first or second version when we recorded. What you have there is what I said.
I have no further questions.
Correct. The time that you were talking to Detective Allen, how long were you down there before you were taped?
Well, we were put in the back of a car, and then we were.
The only thing that he's done, that their dad has done, I mean, kid-wise, parenting-wise, that I haven't liked is telling the girls, you're going to be 18 soon, you're going to have to move out. That would have devastated me at 18, but like I said, the way I was raised, I could not have fended for myself at 18. I knew nothing. I could barely dress myself. Because if I went out of the house looking any way my mom didn't like, she would go pick out an outfit for me and to make me change my clothes. Like helicopter parent. Like my hair blew from the helicopter blades. I couldn't even go out of the house without her approving of my clothing. So that's the only thing that I didn't really like about his parenting style. But that's looking at it from my point of view. Like, I would have been devastated. I would have been like, how in the world am I going to live on my own at 18? But I think his kids were probably a lot more equipped to be out on their own at 18. I mean, and I think how old was Lee? She was living on her own with her boyfriend. So their kids completely different. I think that the kid problems they had were normal kid problems with their parents. I don't see anything that's out of the ordinary in the relationships they had with their kids, other than her language on the answering machine. And another thing she did when she said, well, when they have kids, he's going to forget all about you and you're not going to be important anymore and he's not going to love you anymore. That was wrong for her to say that. But other than that, well, and her giving the kids to him too. But I think she was a worse parent than he was. And after he left, when she went nutso, that's when she became a bad parent. I think before that, everything was fine in the parenting department.
The car for about 45 minutes.
Jill.
And then we were sent to our apartment, and then we were there for another hour or so. And then we went downtown, and I don't even know how long we were there. It might have been 2 hours.
Judy.
And I take it during that period of time, Detective Allen was going through this with you a number of times?
Maureen.
Yes.
And the tape where you actually had a conversation was about 15, 20 minute tape?
About that long, yes.
And did, during the time that you were there, what was your physical state while you were waiting to talk to Detective Allen?
Well, I worked the night before, and I was woken up at around 7 o'clock, and we didn't have anything to eat. And it was about, by the time we made the tape, it was probably about 2 o'clock in the afternoon. And I really wasn't completely all together.
Did you even know what had happened? I mean, when did you learn that Mr. Broderick actually was shot?
We learned right when the patrolman picked us up, and we met with the other patrolman and the officer on Cass and Garnett at some bank. And that's when we found out, or that's when I found out.
Yeah. I have no further questions. Recross.
You're not saying that anything said to Detective Allen wasn't true at the time, are you?
No.
Nothing further.
Witness please excuse. As well.
No objection.
Thank you very much, Mr. Prandtl.
Yes, Frank Cecilia.
What, there's another witness? There's 3 minutes left. What are we going to ask in 3 minutes?
She is also the testimony about to give in the matter of the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Sir, could you have a seat in the witness stand?
Morning, sir. How are you?
Fine, thank you, Judge.
And sir, could you state your full name for the record and spell your last name?
First name is Frank J. Bisceglia, B like in boy, Isceglia.
Thank you.
Mr. Bisceglia, if you have trouble hearing me, let me know. If you're
certainly
not sure. Okay. Do you know Elisabeth Broderick here at the end of consultation? Do you know this lady here who I have my hand on at the end of consultation? Can you hear me?
Yes.
And okay. Are you related to her?
I'm her father.
Okay. On November 5th, 1989, did you receive a phone call from her?
Yes, sir. I received a call about 11 o'clock our time, which would be approximately 8 o'clock your time here.
Okay. You were living in New York?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And when you talked to her, what was she like on the phone?
She was sobbing. She was very hysterical. And she kept saying, Dan is driving me up the wall. He's driving me crazy. Like committing suicide. And now, everything will be all right. Before I knew, she hung up.
Okay. Now, what was she like before English? And that was the end of the conversation?
That's right. She hung.
Mr. Bisceglia, did your daughter tell you where she was calling from?
No, she didn't.
She didn't tell you she was at Lee's house?
No.
And did she tell you that she had come from Dan and Linda's house and shot them?
Never mentioned a word about that.
So she never said anything about the fact that she had just shot you?
Not at all.
The only thing she was saying to you was that Dan was driving her crazy?
That's right. Very upset and driving her crazy.
Did you get... Well, how long was this conversation before she hung up?
I would say no more than a minute and a half.
When was it that you found out that Dan and Linda had been killed?
About an hour and a half later, Gail Forbes called me up telling me that Dan and Linda were murdered and Betty Ann is the prime suspect.
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
Redirect.
No, no.
Witness be excused.
Yes,
No objection.
Thank you very much, sir.
You don't think about the adult parents in cases like this. That is sad. But why would her friend call her dad and say, Dan's just been shot and Betty's the suspect? I would say that's not her place. Do weird stuff. Hopefully it'll be a smooth transition. Yeah, she does. She looks like her dad.
Please state your full name for the record and spell your last name.
Elisabeth Ann Broderick.
Pull that microphone down a little towards you there, so that, yeah. Okay.
You were saying about the tech issues? It does it every time at the very beginning of the videos, and once it gets going good, it's usually okay. But it'll crash, and then it will delete. Are you kidding me? No, this website is not suspicious. Stop it. It crashes and mutes. It seems like 3 or 4 times. And then it straightens out and it goes fine. It's always this website with StreamYard. And we were moved to live court, and we were Judy goes, Debbie. I was like, oh. Come on.
November 7th, 1947,
And where were you born?
in New York City.
Are you talking about Georgia Engel? Wasn't that her name? She was married to him on the Mary Tyler Moore show.
Younger
In
heirs.
in the suburbs in Westchester County, New York.
Okay. And at your birth, what was your name?
Elizabeth Ann Bichelia.
Okay. And
Biseglia.
And how was Elizabeth spelled on your birth certificate?
Elizabeth.
And have you been known by any other names as you grew up in?
See, when I was little, and then Betty Ann later. And then when I met Dan, he started calling me Bets.
And have you had any other nicknames?
People thought my name was Betsy because he called me Bets. And when I took French in high school, I changed the Z to an S on Elizabeth because I thought that was cool.
Okay. And did you also be known by Betty people?
Sometimes, yes.
Okay. And could you tell me a little bit about your education?
I was one of 6 children, and we all went to Catholic schools all the way through. I went to Immaculate Conception first, and then Maria Regina High School, and then the College of Mount St. Vincent. And the high school and college were all girls' establishments at that time.
Okay. And now you went to Catholic girls' schools. Was that also in the lower grades, or was it when you got in the upper grades?
High school and college.
And they were all, I take it, on the East Coast in the New York area?
Correct.
And where were you in relationship to your brothers and sisters? What?
I'm the 6.
Religious foundational, go ahead.
When you were going to school, were you involved in any sports?
Yes, we had very full childhoods. We did every sport imaginable: horseback riding and rowing and skiing and tennis and badminton, croquet and horses and everything. Golf, everything.
Did you take at one time one of the things that you did it involve shooting?
Yes, and I think it was 8th grade, a summer program at the Catholic Youth Organization. That was one of the activities that we did with McHale at our parish.
Okay. And what did you shoot at that time?
22 single shot bolt action rifle.
Was that with the whole family? I mean, that was individual?
Young teenagers. My brother was in it.
Did you work during the time that you were in high school and college?
Yes.
And what kind of job did you do?
I had 3 basic categories of jobs. I had fashion jobs, I had children jobs, and I had hostessing jobs.
Did you do, was there any retail work that you did with the fashion jobs?
Yes.
Excuse me, this is Kolkena High School. I object to Will.
Sustained. We're on to something else as well.
Did you, at some point, meet somebody by the name of Dan Broderick?
Yes, when I just started college.
And how did you come to meet Dan Broderick?
I went out to Notre Dame in South Bend, Indiana for a football weekend.
And was that something that was planned that you were going to meet him? Accident?
No, I didn't know I was going to meet him. He was sitting across from me at the table at a party, and he asked to borrow a pen. And I lent him my pen.
And what happened?
He was on the tablecloth. He found out was his name, and it's Daniel Thomas Broderick. And so I asked him, I said, what's that? What is that? And he said, oh, I just got into medical school. So it's Daniel Thomas Broderick III, MD, almost. And it was funny.
How did you find him?
A nice person. It was a very, very loud, very rowdy party. It was the senior class of Notre Dame, and Jerry Lewis himself was right to the right, and it was really noisy, and really crowded, and it was hard to have any kind of a conversation at all.
Okay, now did you make arrangements from that time to meet Mr. Broderick sometime in the future?
Not the night I met him. The rest of the weekend, that was Friday night of the weekend.
Sustained, she asked another question.
And I object to relevance.
Overruled. Mr. Owens, go ahead.
Did, at some point in time, did you communicate either in writing or over the phone with Mr. Broderick after that?
Yes, he wrote to me a lot of times.
Okay. And how would you describe did you write back to him?
The first thing I heard from him was a
Objection, you're not responsible.
Sustained.
Did you write back to him at all?
They were telegrams in the beginning, so I didn't write back. It was just telegrams, a bunch of telegrams. But then when he wrote letters, yes, I wrote back.
Okay. And at some point in time, did you have an arrangement to meet anywhere?
As a joke, the weekend that I met him, as a joke, we said that when he came to New York the following September, which would have been September 1966, that I would show him around New York because I'm from New York. There's a clock in the Biltmore Hotel, which is part of Grand Central Station, where it's a famous meeting place. So I said I'd meet him at the clock on a certain day at a certain time, and that was the weekend that I met him.
Was he supposed to be in, was there a reason he was going to be in New York?
To attend.
Excuse me, I object on relevance grounds.
Overruled. Excuse me, sustained as to the reason he was going to be in New York, Mr. Owens. Go ahead.
Did you meet him?
No, I was scared. I didn't go.
Okay. When he did he establish some kind of residency at New York at that time?
Yes, he moved to New York in September 66 to attend a 4-year medical school program at Cornell.
Okay. And did you start having more contact with him at that time?
Yes, after I didn't show up at the clock, he called, and I agreed to come down and go out with him once.
And he was going to medical school at that time?
Yes, just begun.
Now, during the time that and did you two start dating regularly at the time?
Yes.
During the time that you were dating?
Yes, a lot.
And and what were those discussions?
I didn't find this out until years later, but supposedly the...
Objection, Your Honor. The question is, what were the discussions at the time? Non-responsive.
What were the discussions that you had with Mr. Broderick getting married?
As soon as I started going out with him, he wanted to get married.
And
What?
and what did you tell him?
I told him that, I wasn't even thinking about marriage. I had to get my college degree, and at that point, I was only starting my second year of college. And he said that I could do both, that I could marry him and finish my college degree, but I didn't want to do that. I wanted to do it one at a time, because I thought each thing was rather a full-time job.
Yeah.
And during the time that the two of you were dating, were you working?
Yes, I always worked.
Okay. And was Mr. Broderick working at that time?
No, I was mostly going to school and studying.
Okay. And were you in any way supporting that relationship monetarily with Mr. Broderick?
I had a lot of spending money because I had a lot of jobs and stuff. So I had social spending money. Dan only had tuition money and, his school money. So yeah, I had a lot. Yes, I had a car and I had disposable income, and it was my turf. He'd never been to New York before, so I knew everyone and where to go and what to do, and yeah, I used my money.
Okay. Eventually, did you and Mr. Broderick get married?
Yes, April '69.
Okay. And what was what's the date? April what?
April 12th, 1969.
And had you finished college at that time?
Yes, I graduated 6 months earlier than my regular class. I was supposed to get out in June of '69, but I got out in December '68, excuse me.
Okay. Now, during the time that you were dating Mr. Broderick, did
Yes, very, very early on in our relationship, I told you it was my car, and I had a lot of friends and a lot of things to do. We were driving from the east side to the west side of New York on our way up to Mount St. Vincent to meet a bunch of my friends, and he pulled the car over and turned off the key and said, "Let's just get this straight. You don't tell me what we're going to do, ever." And I said, "Oh, sorry. Sorry. What do you want to do? Big deal that we do this. What do you want to do?" And he said, "No, I don't have anything to do. Just don't tell me what to do."
After you got married, did you go on a honeymoon anywhere?
Yes, we spent, I think it was a week at a private home in St. Thomas.
Okay. Now, after during the honeymoon and after you were then married, was there a change in the relationship between you and Mr. Broderick?
Yes, very much so.
And what was that change?
Well, a dating relationship is entirely different from a marriage. And during the dating relationship, I had my own job and my own money and my own car, and I lived with my parents, and I had some freedom and stuff. And after the wedding, he was in charge of everything, and I moved in with him, and he took charge of the bank books and the paychecks and everything, and I more or less had to do what he said.
Okay. Was that something, did you, at that point, did you cease paying the bills and doing anything with the money that you brought in?
I never paid any bills with my money.
Okay. Now, you indicated you didn't pay any of the bills. From that point on, would you know where the money was or what the finances of the family were?
What I meant about not paying the bills is I always lived with my parents.
Excuse me, not.
Suspend.
Did you have, how the money was going to be spent?
No.
Did you come to learn that there was a name for women in the Broderick family?
Sustained at this point.
In one of the tapes that the district attorney played for you, there was a comment about too low to kick and too wet to step on. What did that mean?
That meant when I was Broderick family, Larry Broderick said to me, "Oh, you're yuck." And I said, "What's a yuck?" And he said, "Too low to kick and too wet to step on." And that's what they called their sisters, were the yucks.
At the time that you were married, what year was Dan in?
medical school?
Midway in his third year.
Okay. And at that time, were you still working? And were you doing any other jobs at that time?
I don't remember if I had overlapping jobs all the time. Summer, when the teaching job was over, I worked in a nursing down in New York, right at the hospital. But by that summer, I was pregnant anyway. And then I went back to teaching in September. You want me to keep going?
Where were you living during that third year in medical school?
When we first got married, I moved into a dormitory room with Dan, which was a little teeny tiny room that adjoined another room by a teeny tiny bathroom. And it wasn't designed for two people to live in it.
Yeah. When you and Dan were courting and married, was he someone you loved?
Yes, we had a lot of fun. It was very nice.
Was there any other income at the time in that third going into the fourth year of law school to live on other than your income?
Dan's room was paid for as part of his schooling. We did rent. I don't. What's your question? Sorry.
Why is she crying?
Were there other sources of income during that period when he was going to medical school, living expenses other than your work?
Dan had a few little jobs. He was for a little while. He worked in a blood lab at nights for some little period of time. But other than that, I can't remember him working, so no. There was no other source of income.
Sometime shortly after your honeymoon, did you find anything about your physical condition?
Yes, I got sick right away. After we were married, I got sick.
Okay. And did you know what it was?
I thought it was the flu or something. I was just throwing up and throwing up and throwing up, and I just felt terrible. I was just sick, but I kept going to work, and I figured I'd get over it.
Okay. Did you eventually find out what was causing your condition?
Yes, I was pregnant.
Okay. And did you continue to work through that pregnancy?
Yes. In those days, in the dark ages, in the...
Sustain.
And why did you continue to work through the pregnancy?
We needed the money.
And how far did you work? Did you work 6 months of the pregnancy?
I worked every single day until literally the day she was born. January 24th, 1970 was a Friday. And I taught school that day, and I went home and had Kim report from the hospital that, and then did not go to work on Monday.
Now, during that period, what did you expect in America?
For them to be nice and be supportive, and that we'd live happily ever after.
The child was born?
Yes.
And what was her name?
Kim.
And when was she born?
January 20th.
Okay.
9 months after we were married.
Now, you left your teaching job after she was born?
Yes.
And did you, was it a need to bring money into the family? And what did
I didn't want to leave Kim, a brand newborn, with anyone. I didn't have anyone to leave her with in New York City. That's why I didn't go back to my job. So I found a job that I could take her with me. I brought her to we lived in a medical complex of several buildings of doctors, and I brought her to the next building over. The woman was in law school full-time, and the man was a research fellow. And they had an 8-month-old daughter, and I minded her as a full-time job every day of the week. And I brought Kim with me. And then I also did other babysitting at night because Dan wasn't home anyway studying.
So in the evening, people people would come in, you would babysit other people's children?
Sometimes nurses would bring the kids to me, and sometimes I'd take Kim and go to a doctor's house.
Okay. Now, during that time, were you doing any other kind of part-time work?
Oh, for a while, I tried doing Avon and Tupperware in New York City to make money. There were nurses and students and things.
Okay. And now you were into, and was that tough on Avon, where you have parties where people come to your house, or back then was it different?
Well, we didn't have, none of us lived in a place big enough to have a party. I lived in these dormitories where we're all, so it was more door to door.
And this was in Danish for medical school. Were there any decisions made about the future of the family, or what was going to happen after he finished medical school?
Yes, in the fourth year of medicine, from psychiatry to dermatology, surgery, and you pick electives so that you can choose what area of medicine you might like to go into. One of them he chose to downtown, a New York law firm every day, because in the medical and a doctor that was researched in fourth year, and he did decide to do that.
Okay, and decided to do what? Go on to medical law
To
school?
become involved in the emerging, it was just starting, medical malpractice field as an attorney that would have a great knowledge of medicine as well by being a doctor and a lawyer.
Now, was that a decision that you were willing to live with, him going to law school rather than going out and practice as a doctor?
Yes, that was fine with me, whatever you wanted to do,
And why was that?
because that's a wife's job, whatever the husband wants to do. It was my job to support him emotionally and, psychologically, and great, let's do it. So we did it.
And was there financed?
That was a problem because we didn't have any income except mine, which was pathetic. And so we needed to finance the next 3 years.
And was there any discussion about night school or some?
Why? I wasn't even on YouTube. What have you done? Stupid thing. No, you just have to find the right one. I'm not subservient.
Absolutely. First year is the hardest year of law school, and he worked very, very, very hard, and he studied very, very hard.
Okay. And
Why did that buffer if it was already... I went back. I went backwards. You shouldn't be buffering. I went backwards. This player... Ugh. Core TV needs to revamp their website.
And during the time that you were in that neighborhood, was there times where you would have problems with heat and water?
Yes, the whole building.
Did you move, where did you move in Boston?
Oh, they weren't in Boston yet. They were still in New York.
And was there any discussion about night school or some other way where
Yes, he wanted to be a doctor and a lawyer, and the options open were to do law school part-time days, and a few things he could have as well, how a lot of people get through law school. But he chose to go full-time at Harvard.
Okay. Was that something that you were in disagreement about?
No. It was, Harvard didn't have a part-time program, but it was very, very expensive.
Now, the summer between medical school and law school, did you work?
We moved to Pittsburgh. We moved entirely out of New York and went to stay with his family in Pittsburgh. He worked as an intern at a local Pittsburgh hospital, and I stayed with his family rent-free with Kim, and then I just did the Tupperware Avon thing as much as I could in the afternoons, but it didn't make much.
And the next fall, did Dan go to law school?
Yes, we moved to Cambridge, Massachusetts in September of '70, and I again took...
Sustained. The did you move? Where did you move in Boston?
We couldn't afford student housing. We didn't have any money to get into student housing, and we couldn't afford to live in Cambridge around the school. But we had no form of transportation. We had no car at this time, so we couldn't move away either. So we moved to Kolkena, Massachusetts.
And what kind of neighborhood was that?
At that time, it was a very, very older, rundown neighborhood. Very inexpensive, which is what we needed. And Dan had a motorcycle to get to work, to school.
Okay. Did you, and what kind of apartment did you live in?
It was a basement apartment in a very old building. We went downstairs, the windows looked out the hole or something, and all the trash when we woke up in the morning. The window well.
Okay. And during the time that you were in that neighborhood, was there times where you would have problems with heat and water?
Yes, the whole building was very, very old, and it was a Boston winter, and there were times when we were freezing. We had no heat at all. I had to sleep with Kim because I thought she was going to die. She was so cold.
Were you working during that time?
Yes, a woman law student at Harvard. I minded her child full-time every day, all day, every day.
Okay. And did you work at night at all?
I worked at Lord & Taylor in downtown Boston at night.
Okay. And did you, at some point in time while you were going there, did you have to get aid to supplement your income? Any kind of food or?
Yes, we got surplus food because we were below poverty level. We had no income.
Now, during this time, did you get pregnant again?
Yes, I was sick quite soon after moving there. I got sick with a pregnancy with Lee, and I'm sick the whole 9 months.
Now, during this time, was Dan working hard that first year?
absolutely. First year is the hardest year of law school, and he worked very hard, and he studied very, very hard.
And so when you're talking about working hard at school and coming out and studying?
Correct.
Okay. Were you resentful of that fact that he wasn't practicing medicine and making money and was going to law school?
Not at all.
And why is that?
This was the plan that we agreed upon, that
now, during a time where, going through this first year of law school, how was Dan dressing?
Objection,
I'll sustain.
I thought she put him through law school.
Well, were you resentful about what Dan would spend free money on during that time, or how he would spend it?
neither one of us were spending much money on anything. We didn't have any money.
Was a second child born at that time?
July of 71 was Lee's birthday.
Okay, so that's the summer after the first year of law school?
Yes.
Okay. And
Why are you having kids if you don't have money?
and did you through Lee's pregnancy?
In the home that I had described earlier,
Okay.
and as Lord and Taylor, and that's all I did that first year.
Okay. And did you have problems with the pregnancies and the births of both children?
Sustain.
I'd like to make an offer of proof here.
Now go on to something else and we can offer proof for the recess.
During the second year of law school, did you work?
Yeah. I took children, there's nurses, and teaching them that. We had moved. Dan's grandmother gave us a car, but first and second. Now we were able to move to an apartment that was above ground, and I had been.
Now, between second and third years of law school, did you go anywhere, did the family go anywhere in relationship to a job?
Yes, between second and third year of law school, it's customary that every student get a clerkship with a law firm. And that's what we did, and it was in Los Angeles.
And was it any particular type of law firm, the reason for going to Los Angeles?
Went to Los Angeles because both of us were interested in exploring the West Coast and seeing if we'd be interested in living there. Both of our long-term friends, the Woodses, helped us get a job with Overton, Lyman and Prince was the name of the firm. And I believe they were doing malpractice at the time. And so Dan wanted to see Los Angeles and explore the possibilities of working in a malpractice firm.
Did the whole family go to Los Angeles that summer?
Yes, we had 2 children. On the way out, we drove a Volkswagen, Boston to Los Angeles.
Okay, and while you were in Los Angeles that summer, were any plans made in regards to your future?
Yes, we didn't like Los Angeles at all, really crowded. And the commute for Dan was really, he just didn't like it. And I met a lady in a playground with the children. And she said, boy, if she could live anywhere at all, it'd be San Diego. And I said, where is it? He said, well, you get on 5 and go south. So one Saturday, we got in the Volkswagen with the kids, and we went south on 5. We didn't know where we were going, but we ended up on kind of vacation village area of Mission Bay. And it was beautiful, sunshiny, and it was clean, and nobody was there. And it was just gorgeous. And we looked across at the city, and we saw a few tall buildings, and said, there's got to be a law firm here. So we went back to LA and looked it up in a guide to law firms, and he wrote to the law firms in San Diego asking if he could look for a job with them. And that summer, So that summer we came down and interviewed San Diego law firms before we went back east.
And was there any decisions made at the time as to what you were going to do when you, after you graduated from Harvard?
The law firm of Gray, Carey, Ames, and Fry were extremely nice to us. They went out of their way to woo us. They wanted Dan very badly, and they impressed us a lot.
No. What we, lady? You're not a lawyer. You're not getting the job. What we? I'm sorry, but no. Yeah, I don't think they were dirt poor, because why are you having kids if you can't afford them? And she also, I know why all this sounds familiar. I watched her interview with Oprah. That's probably why this is sounding familiar. But she told Oprah that they were using all of her money for dating. That's how she supported him when he was in medical school. Because they weren't married yet when he was in medical school, but she continues to say she supported him through medical school. She paid for their dates. Ugh, jeez.
The job with them. But it wouldn't be until the next year that we'd come back for it.
And so that you went back to the third year of law school?
Yes, we drove across country again, but by that time I'm pregnant and sick with the third child.
So you were pregnant again in the third year of law school?
And she keeps saying, oh yeah, I got sick right away. It's not, I got pregnant right away. It's, I got sick. Every time, every pregnancy, it's, I got sick. Well, then quit getting pregnant if it makes you so sick, lady. I'm sorry, I just can't take this lady. I just cannot take this lady.
Yes.
And did you work during that third year?
As much as I could, same as usual. I brought kids in, but that I not only got sick the whole time, I was hemorrhaging through the whole what you call placenta previa.
Okay. And was that baby born alive?
The baby was born alive, but died shortly after.
Now, after that happened,
You had placenta previa and they did not have you on bed rest? Okay.
did you do anything after that baby died? Was there anything that you tried after that baby died?
Overall, go ahead and answer that.
Yes.
And what was that?
I tried to kill myself.
And was there a reason for that?
Yes.
Okay. What did you do after Dan graduated from law school?
We drove directly out here.
And did you move to San Diego?
Yes.
And where in San Diego did you live?
We found an apartment in Serra Mesa near the stadium. In the Plum Tree apartment complex. It was brand new at that time. I was within walking distance of a Catholic school.
What kind of job was it at a Catholic school? Were you registered, were you a certified teacher in California?
Not in California, no. I don't have a California credential.
So this was a private school?
A little Catholic grammar school, yes.
Okay. And was Dan working when you moved here?
Yes, we moved here to start the job at Gray Carey, so that job was confirmed and assured before we even arrived, yes, as soon as we came here.
And do you remember approximately how much Dan was making when you started working?
I really have no idea, but I think $17,000.
I don't have no idea.
Did you, other than teaching schools in the Catholic, did you have any other jobs when you first moved to San Diego?
Yes, the 5th grade teaching was in the afternoons, and so I thought I could do everything with the children in the house in the morning, and then when they were only 2 and 3 at the time.
Sustained. Did you have problems with the job that you did have?
Objection.
Sustained.
Well, did you leave that job?
Yes, I did.
And was there a reason for that?
Yes.
Did you find other employment?
Yes, I did.
And what kinds of jobs were those?
I started working nights because I could get a lot more hours in, and I wouldn't have the anxiety and the problem with leaving the children with someone. I never liked to leave the kids and go out. So I worked at a Black Angus restaurant as a hostess from 4:35 in the evening until like 2 in the morning. I closed the place.
Are we going to take a recess this morning, Your Honor? Or
it's good.
If we are going to take a recess, it would be good.
Our recess, remember the admonition is not long enough, Mr. Longer.
However long.
Folks, we have recessed until about 12 after 11. California versus Elizabeth Broderick.
Yeah, I don't get why. I mean, I get being sad that you lost a kid, but you have other kids. You have to stay alive for your other kids. Like, I don't get why parents do that. I get you're sad, but you have other kids you have to live for.
Court finds all members of the jury panel are present, all counsel are present. Ms. Broderick is on the witness stand. You may proceed, Mr. Early.
Yes. Now, during the what was your up to that point? What was your social life like?
Objection. What point were we referring
Sustained. Just rephrase it, Mr. Early.
Okay. We've now gone through your marriage and you've moved to San Diego. What had been your social life up to that point?
In medical school, we lived in a dormitory where it was other married or unmarried students, so we were very, very social, and I didn't have the children then. And then in Boston, we didn't have any money, and we didn't live near any others lived, so I was particularly totally isolated, and we didn't do anything socially. We had no money.
Yeah. And when you first moved to San Diego, you were lots of money on social lives?
No, it wasn't lots of money, but the Gray, Carey, Ames and Fry firm is extremely social. We became instantly very social only within that firm.
And during that period of time, were you spending lots? How was you and Dan dressing at that time?
Dan always dressed, because even before I came into the picture, he was meticulous. In medical school, he wore.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Your Honor, at this point, I'd like to make an offer of proof.
The way he dressed?
Two, where they moved to San Diego and he has a job with Gary, now we're going back to talking about medical school.
Also, their clothing and how they spent money.
At the time they were in San Diego, fine. She can answer to that.
Okay. Time that you were in, were you spending, how were you dressing at that time? Spending lots of money on clothes?
I don't. Myself, just me?
Yes.
No.
The, now during this, after you moved to San Diego and you were in the apartment, did anything happen to move out of the apartment?
There was a shootout at the apartment. Someone robbed the Bank of America, and they ran into apartments, and they were shooting all over the place. We moved out after that.
And did you move?
We rented home in Cleveland.
Did you do anything with the at that time, as far as where did you move after that house burned down?
When that house burned down, the insurance put us in a
No, this one.
So when you moved out, were you able to, did anything happen with at that point in time? Or anything that?
Yes, when the house burned down, it's not our home, it was a rental home, so all of our possessions burnt except for the bedrooms, so we still have clothes, but as far as furniture and stereos and rigs and books, furniture, the little bit of furniture that we had bought on from I think the Broadway or something, so we got reimbursed by insurance for our possessions that burnt in that fire.
And what did you do at the,
We were forced out of the rental after the fire, repaired.
First of all, what did you do with the money?
Did as a partial down
Okay. And where was that house?
in La Jolla.
And what was the address of that house?
555 Coral Reef Avenue.
Now, I have just a moment here.
Sure.
Yeah, like that one lady that drowned her children in the bathtub. Her doctor told her, because she had such bad postpartum depression, her doctor told her not to have more kids. I think her name was Andrea Yates. And then she had more kids. I think she had 5 kids in total. But she had another kid and ended up drowning all 5 of her kids in the bathtub. And I can't remember. Shut up, Marty. I can't remember if she went to jail or a mental hospital.
So our quick time.
I'll move on for right now, Your Honor, and I'll come back. It's easier.
All right.
Diane Downs is a whack job. That's what about Diane Downs.
And you use the insurance to buy that house?
It was only enough for a partial down payment. We had to get 2 mortgages. One mortgage was the rest of the down payment, and then the other mortgage was a regular mortgage.
Do you remember what you paid for that house? Approximately?
$80,000 or $90,000.
And did at that time, did you pay off the loan for the furniture?
No, we bought that furniture on a installment credit card at a department store, and for the next 3 years, we were paying for the furniture on a monthly basis that had burnt 3 years ago, because we had used all the replacement fire money to buy the house.
Now, and what was the home on Coral Reef furnished with at that time?
We had bedroom furniture because our bedrooms didn't burn, so we had beds. But insofar as furniture, we didn't have anything. And there was a built-in kitchen with bar stools, so that's what we had to sit on to eat. And then we really didn't have anything downstairs at all.
Did there come some point in time where you got something in the house to sit on, at least one family?
This table and chair, aluminum patio furniture, and 2 lounge chairs, and a little table between them. And we'd sit outside on that stuff in the daytime, and then at night we'd carry it in, we'd sit in the house on it.
Now, what year was, you had your first son, Annie?
Daniel Thomas Broderick IV.
And
yes.
what year was he born in?
76, February 23rd, 76.
Now, at some point in time, was there some problems developed between you and your husband in regards to the amount of time he was spending at work or away from home?
Yes, all through school, I was very careful to give Dan a lot of space so that he could study, and it was my job to keep the house clean and the kids quiet and away from him so he could study.
Okay. What did you explain?
Stan, speaking 76. You want to re-ask that question?
If I may back up a minute. First of all, and if you can answer this yes or no, and then I'll ask something. Were there problems that were developing between you and Daniel Broderick at that time?
Yes.
Thank you. What were those problems?
His non-involvement with myself and the children, his absence.
And was there discussions about the source of those problems? First start, yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. And what were those discussions about?
Well, didn't answer that.
When we were in school, his absence was tied to school and studying. And when we came to San Diego, his absence was to the firm that he was in and getting ahead in that firm. There seemed to be a lot of mandatory appearances at luncheons and social things and athletic things that seemed to be mandatory if you wanted to make it in that firm. And Dan definitely wanted to make it.
And when you first moved to the Coral Reef home, were you working then?
Yes, I had the Black Angus job still.
And was that still a night job?
Yes. And at one point there, before Dan was born, I had to get disability because of my varicose vein problem. You weren't allowed to sit down on the job. You were allowed, I had to stand in front. There was no way you could sit down. And I had horrible...
Sustain.
Were you working at other jobs during these 2 or 3 years? Yes.
Yes, I always had several jobs. And then when Danny was about 18 months old, I started my biggest production and other people's children. We had a large backyard at the time for that purpose.
You have a license for that?
And was there a reason that you discussed with Mr. Broderick the fact that he was away from the home a lot? I mean, how you felt about that? Any discussions at all?
Oh, it was constant discussions. I felt that he was really neglecting myself and the children. I felt I spoiled him in the early years, expecting him to do anything with us and then after a regular job, I kind of expect him to get involved and be home at night and to have a little more time for us. And he didn't have very much time for us.
Now, during the time that Did you talk about counseling, marriage, or anything else, any other kind of counseling during that time?
We participated in a marriage encounter through the Catholic Church. Which is a weekend you go away and discuss the future of your marriage.
Did you have any?
Yes, I felt pretty isolated out in California. I really liked it, but Dan was never home, and I didn't have any relatives here at all, and neither did he. And I was raised in a very big, very close family. My mother's own.
Stand.
You've made successful. So, in order to be successful and make all that money you love, you gotta work for it. So, you can't have it both ways. He can't stay home and be the best father in the world if he has to work and make you money, woman. So, why are you complaining? He's doing exactly what you want him to do.
Reason you wanted to go to marriage counseling?
There was an opportunity that was presented to us, and I thought it was a great idea.
Okay. And what were the reasons? I mean, what?
To talk about
Control your thumbs.
how we were doing, and I thought that was a wonderful opportunity. Someone in the church of our children for the weekend to let us go to that.
And was there any discussions about leaving Great Carey at that time?
We had discussions about moving back east because I was lonesome.
Well,
That's leaving
that's
Great Carey.
go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
We were. I was discussing back east because I missed family, and we could have gone to either Pittsburgh or New York, and we looked at property in Pittsburgh. So I'm not making any of this up, because he had 5 years in town. Actually, it wasn't 5 at that point; it was almost 5. But he said, "No, we can't leave. We can't go anywhere else. We got to stay here, and give me more time, and I'll straighten everything out."
Okay. Did Dan have any? Did you discuss any plans for Dan leaving Great Carey at that time?
Yes.
Okay. And what were those discussions?
I wanted him to leave Great Carey, drinking all the craziness that was going on. I hate it. And he wanted to leave Great Carey because he had his medical background, and he was supposed to be doing medical malpractice. Great had no practice clients or cases at all, and they would not allow him to start a personal injury business within the firm. He was not doing professionally what he wanted to do either. So he wanted to leave for professional reasons, and I wanted him to leave for family reasons.
Okay. Now, you've heard testimony about the only marrying Dan because he's a money-making machine and never loving him. You've heard that, haven't you?
Yeah. I've never heard he was not a money-making machine when I married him.
Now, during the time that you were, did you actually, at some point in time, attend a marriage encounter?
Yes, we did. It was a weekend, November 76.
And during the time that you were at the marriage encounter, did you talk about what you wanted out of marriage?
Yes.
And what did you out of a marriage?
I wanted him to spend more time with me. That's all I wanted.
Did you tell him what kind of, did you ever tell him what kind of physical things that you wanted?
Oh, we don't need to hear
The
this.
sofa for the family room, because we had this black leather chair that he would sit in all the time, and I just ever got really close to one another. So yeah, I wanted a sofa for the family room. That was my big desire.
in 1970.
And did you have an opportunity at that point in time to, in your encounter, about the married life and how you felt about Dan and why you married him?
Exactly, that's the purpose of the weekend. They help you along, they give you guidelines, they give you questions. You have a note for those questions, and then you change notebooks so he knows what you said about the answer, and you know about the answer, and that way it helps you to express yourself better, that if you just stayed home, you probably wouldn't communicate on that. So, yes, we have the books.
And did Dan talk to you about what he wanted
Yes.
out of the marriage?
Yes.
Or what he wanted for you? What did he tell you he wanted?
We're
You
past
apologize
that. This
for
is
not
a murder
spending time.
trial. Why are we talking about their marriage counseling? They were divorced. It was over. He remarried. This is the murder trial. Why are we talking about their marriage counseling? It obviously didn't work.
Time with us and said what he needed in life were to reach these financial goals that he had set for himself way, way back. And only when he reached those financial goals would he then have time to be a nice person to me and the kids and to give us time. But I had to give him more time and stick with him until he reached those financial goals. And when he got there, then it was all going to be rosy and it was all going to pay off and it was all going to be wonderful. But I had to be patient because he had to do that first.
And did you agree at that point in time to stick it out with him and stay in California based on the things that he had promised to you?
Yes.
Did showing you what is marked for identification, Your Honor, we have something that is marked X that says marriage encounter Broderick, room number 10, Betty Broderick, marriage encounter room number 10.
So marked X, one's X and one's Y?
Yes, Your Honor, the one marked Betty Broderick is Y.
Thank you.
I'm not asking specifically about them, but can you just look through the first book that you're looking through is X?
Yes.
Okay. And is that Dan Broderick's marriage encounter?
Yes, this is his handwriting.
Okay. And okay. And if you could look at what has been marked as defendant Y for identification.
Yes, this is handwriting from that.
So that would have been your marriage encounter.
Correct.
That's funny.
Did he make, at that time, any promises, inducements as to how he would be with the family, his time he would spend with the family and home?
He was supposed to, in the book, you're supposed to make improvements, but he just further apologized and said, he'd really like to get together, you're supposed to get together 10 minutes a day after a marriage encounter to enhance the intimacy in your marriage. He said, I'd really like to do it, but I'm just busy. I have depositions and I'm busy. I just don't have time for this.
Did he talk about his goals as far as what he was going to do in the legal community and what kinds of time he had to spend with associations?
Yes, as I said earlier, it wasn't just that he worked very, very hard and he was very, very smart. He did. He worked very long hours and very smart. But on top of that, we had all of these committees and courses that he taught and boards of directors that he was on, all related directly to the Bar Association and the legal community in this town that enhanced his status. He had to teach courses and go to meetings at night, and I was told that was necessary to get where he was going, and that I just had to be patient.
And explain that with you. Did you agree to? What was your feeling about that? What did you agree to disagree?
I knew he was right. I accepted that he was right at the time, and I also got to be more patient. But
he was going to turn into a real nice person. Absolutely not. No way. I would have divorced him right then and there.
How old were you at that time?
in 76, 29?
Which year? You were born in 1945.
Right.
Now, what year was Danny born?
We already did. Danny was born February 76.
And
which was before the marriage encounter.
Were you working?
Objection, no, yes,
Did you make any, have any discussions or make any decisions about Dan actually leaving Great Carey?
Objection,
Overruled, you can answer that.
I don't think we made the date decision. We discussed the track at Great Carey. The track that you're on to make partners, a 5-year track. In 5 years, if they liked you, they obviously liked him. They were going to offer him a partnership. He felt he had to get out.
Being there. So why did he want to make partner? He wanted to be a malpractice attorney. So he should have left and started his own firm. That makes no sense. If he didn't want to be there, he should have left and started his own malpractice firm, and then he could have made money on his own. And then he could have spent more time with her.
At that point in time, had your religion been important to you?
Yes, I was raised in a very nice Catholic family, and we're all pretty religious. Those were basically things I did with the children. Dan didn't want to be involved.
Did you try to get, were you able to get involved, at least in keeping communications going, in any kind of counseling or a continuation of the Catholic marriage encounter?
No, Dan didn't want to do that. They had meetings later, and you were supposed to have reunions with the group that you originally did that with, but we never participated.
Yeah. When you talk the going into private practice, did you also have any questions about the financial risk were involved in going into?
Yes, at the time, which was a regular paycheck from Great Carey, and at that time, our home was weren't paid for, our furniture wasn't for, and these bills keep coming, whether he was Great Carey or not. We couldn't give the stuff back at this point. So he decided to leave Great Carey, but then we had to finance our entire lifestyle on loans again until he got going. We also had to add the expense of starting a practice, his rent, his furniture, his letterheads, his secretaries. We had no savings at that time. So the student loans yet.
I don't know anything about being a lawyer. So he did start his own practice, but he still wanted to make partner? I'm confused.
Was there any discussions about your house?
Yes, I thought if we had to leave the house and go back to an apartment, it'd be worth it. Just I knew he would make it. If anyone in the world would make it, it would be Dan Broderick. He was extremely ambitious and aggressive and everything. I knew he'd do it. It was a great idea, but we might have lost the house in it. And I said, okay, we'll just start again.
Now, in this period of time when you first started working, did you continue to work?
When he was in 78,
you indicated at some point in time you started a daycare operation at the home?
that was when Danny was about 10 months old.
And what?
So I'd been doing it for a couple of years.
And what kind of operation was that?
I'm a nursery school teacher by trade. That's what I am. That's what my degree is, early childhood education. And so if I had to go to work and use my profession, I would have had to leave my own little go teach other people's children. So that didn't make any sense to me. And we needed the money, and I love children. So I was very, very happy, and I brought kids into the house. We had a backyard, we had a swing set, a sandbox, and toys, and I ran a little nursery school operation at my house.
Did it have a name?
I just called it Time Out, because most of the women didn't work. They just dropped the kids with me when they went to lunch and played tennis and did all the things La Jolla people do.
Now, when was Rhett born?
In February of 79.
Rhett and Danny, were they difficult pregnancies?
Objection and roll. Roll, you can answer that.
All of my pregnancies were medically complicated pregnancies. I have 2 uteruses. The kids never turned, ever. They were all breech births. They were all early. They were preemies. I mean, it was a high-risk pregnancy because of the third baby dying and the second.
That's it. Did those that you've gone over with the 5, has there been other pregnancies that you've gone through where the baby did not go to full term?
Yes, I had several miscarriages between Danny and Rhett.
Okay. Just so there was approximately 7 or 8 pregnancies total?
9.
9. And Rhett was born in what year?
Well, that explains all the miscarriages. I thought she was lying. But if she has 2 uteruses, I'm surprised she even got pregnant that many times.
February 14th, 1979.
Did you ever do anything in regards to the vascular problem? Did you ever have surgery on your legs?
Yes, I did. After Rhett.
Rhett was born. Did you start getting involved in other activities?
I don't believe I ever took the children into the house again. I did do some hostessing jobs, but 4 children with a babysitter was ridiculous. That wasn't going to work. So by 79, 80, I think I just got involved in community things. I don't think I really...
Okay. What kind of community things were those?
When I first moved, I did basic San Diego community things. The San Diego Museum of Art, which was the combined arts at that time. And then as the children were in school, Kimberly would have been in school when Danny and Rick were on, I did other things. Minded kids on the playground, I did trips at school, and Mother's Club, and carnivals, and bake things and stuff like that. And that's kind of the stage we're at now. And Girl Scouts and Boy Scouts and all that kind of kiddie stuff.
Did you get involved in any of the children's sports?
When Danny and Rhett were of age to be involved in...
I'm surprised she got pregnant at all. Because when your reproductive organs are that screwed up, you usually can't. So when she said she'd been pregnant 9 times and had miscarriages or stillbirths or whatever, I was like, I don't think she really did. Because she's got, 4 normal, healthy kids. Usually, you don't have that many miscarriages or whatever when you've got 4 healthy kids. The fact that she's got 4 kids is amazing to me. It's or she could be lying now that she has 2 uteruses. I don't know.
T-ball and soccer and stuff, yes. When Kim and Lee were younger, they didn't do those things. They didn't want to do the sports. They did ballet lessons and tap dance. Boys, sports with the boys.
And what kind of things would you do? I mean, would you just go to games or?
I was leader and I did the stuff with the Boy Scouts, the soccer. I was really involved with
The did you do anything that was associated with the legal field?
Are moms allowed to be Boy Scout leaders? I thought only dads were allowed to be Boy Scout leaders.
As far as volunteer work in that time also.
Yes, I made a conscious decision at one point that I wouldn't do anything that wasn't directly involved with my children, my family, my husband. I didn't do any more things. And it wasn't that I did other charity things, but a core section of life. I only did kid things, school things, and bar association things.
So what kind of bar association things were you doing?
There's a bar association auxiliary for the wives, and you do the Blackstone Ball, and you do book sales, and you do lunches, and a fair at Christmas. And I gave courthouse tours in this house for years, school children, and you just a booster club for the husbands, and you have to be a wife of a judge or lawyer to be in it.
Now, was Dan becoming more involved? He was in private practice at this time?
Yes, starting in 78.
And in time, did the family income start to increase with a little bit more money in it?
Yeah, 78 we had no income from his practice at all. And in 79 I still think we were negative on tax returns, as I believe. The nature of a personal injury business is...
Okay. Meaning why there was going to be some years where there was not very much money coming in from his business.
Yes, Dan no longer received a regular after they had run the 3, 4, or 5 year gamut of the whole legal system, when they were totally settled, whether in a courtroom or on a phone. Then he got a percentage of the settlement, but there was not a regular paycheck by anyone. So in the process, there was no...
But that was something you understood and were willing to...
Absolutely, and we had the loans, and yes.
Now, did he get was during the time Mr. Broderick getting involved in enhancing his status in the legal community by doing, instead of coming home at night, doing things in the evening and on weekends?
So he could no longer rely on just being a member of the most prestigious firm. He had to make a name for himself as an individual.
And so what kinds of things was he doing?
He was teaching courses on Saturday and joining things, I don't know the names of them, with judges and stuff, and on board of directors of the Bar Association for about 5 years, and there's all these other names of things he did. Okay. Inns of court, I don't know what that is, and moot courts, and teaching people, and videotaping things, and...
Okay. And those were things that kept him away from the home?
Yes, and he established himself as an expert in the medical legal field, and he gave speech, wrote a column for Dicta, and he went out and marketed himself as an expert in the medical legal field.
Okay. And was this, I take it this was something that you understood that Dan told you he was going to have to do if you would stick it out?
Right.
Stein.
Right.
Did Dan, had those things been discussed, that that Dan was going to be doing those things?
Yes.
Now, as your children became older, did you get involved in other public service type work?
Objection asked. No, I haven't answered.
They gets the time sustained.
The what is the when is the first time that you can remember the year, if you can give it to us, where you felt that your family did not have any major financial problems, where there would actually be some spending, discretionary spending money?
I never had any idea of what was in bank accounts or how much we owed or anything. So this is just my impression. My impression was that in 1981, Dan was purchasing and buying stuff, and so we had some money, not a lot of money, in 81, and that's the first year I felt we had any money at all.
Okay. Now, when we get to 1980, 1981, as your children are getting older, did you get involved in activities now that weren't just related to the Bar Association or the kids' school?
Real charity work with retarded youth children and other fundraising for charity work. Girls were in high school. They didn't need me as much to get involved at school, and they didn't even want me around. So I had time when the girls.
One Z and the other one double A.
I want to show you a picture that's Z for identification. You recognize that picture? Okay. And you recognize where it's taken?
That's in the kitchen at Coral. No, it's later because we have curtains.
Okay.
We didn't have curtains for a couple of years.
Okay, so it was sometime, it would have been after years of living there?
Yes.
Okay. And showing you what's been marked as AA for identification. Do you recognize that? An organization you were involved with?
Yes, I forgot that one.
Okay. And what organization was that? Do you remember?
That was the Children's Home Society, found homes for orphan children.
The do you was there a time that married that you and Ann had talked or dreamed about taking a vacation somewhere?
When we were very first married, we wanted to go to Europe. And then because of me getting pregnant right away and losing my job and stuff, we never got there. So one of our mutual goals as a couple was to go to Europe as soon as we possibly could.
Yeah. When was the first time that you and were able to take the vacation that you had talked about?
I'm not sure if it was 81 or 82, but we traded homes with a family in Belgium
to save money. They would come to our home and we'd go to their home. And we got your rail passes, and Kim came with us. And so we got to Europe for the first time.
Now, the during this time, did there become any discussions about moving to a different house from Coral Reef? And what were those discussions?
I was making more and more money to more.
That's something that had to do with the
Yes, meaning not necessarily larger. Coral Reef was very large. It was just in a tract, on a tract street where our neighbors on either side were very similar and stuff. And he just wanted a home in a neighborhood with more custom homes or character.
Now, was there some time that later that you were able to then take a trip with just you and Dan to Europe?
Yes.
Okay, and when was that?
That wasn't until 1984. Unless, do you mean the one we went with the Milliken?
Yes.
That was 1983. An attorney in town. Oh.
And I would like Mark for identification, Your Honor, some more photographs.
All right. One of them double B, the other double C.
Now, at this point in time, were you also, you and Dan, more things socially?
The progression from 1981 to 1983 was extremely rapid insofar as money. From 1983,
When you was marked BB for identification, do you recognize that photograph?
we're on a bus going to Disneyland with the Boy Scout troop, or the Guides or something. It was one of Danny's groups.
You recognize this CC for identification?
That's us going to a Blackstone ball, but it's pretty early on.
Okay. Did Dan is wearing a top hat and a cape. Is that something that he wore a lot out?
Yes, Dan was very, very proud of his silk top hat and cape, and red silk-lined cape.
The Now, when you went to Europe second time, did you stay in different kind of places than the first time?
As I said, progression from 81 to 83 was absolutely phenomenal. By the time we went in 1983, we stayed in the most expensive hotels in the world, and Dan was calling himself the Count de Money, for the Count the Money.
And it was bringing other people there to Europe in their way?
Yes, Edwin Milliken and his wife Jeannie, we brought them to Europe for 3 months.
Good time to noon recess at this. Remember the admin. I'll do my best to start promptly at 1:30. Nice lunch. Go ahead, Mr. Early.
Now, Mrs. Broderick, the time that you indicated that Mr. Broderick was working for Greg Harry, and you were going to the marriage encounter. Do you know Patty?
Yes.
Okay.
She's the first person I met.
And where that were going on, was that discussed with her?
Yes.
And did she talk to you about what she called the Greg Harry 6? Did you write about it?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Did now I believe we're at the point where you had taken a vacation with Judge Milliken and his wife.
Correct.
Did after now in 1980 and 81, did you do anything about real estate?
Yeah, to a school that lasted days, exam, and I passed it.
Okay, and have you ever worked as a real estate agent?
No.
Have you ever showed a house to anybody? I mean, showing a house to sell it.
Not in a professional capacity. No.
Okay. Have you
Save us money on the house that Dan wanted to buy next.
There was, did you at some point in time ever get involved with interior decorating?
I got what's called a resale license. I never went to decorator school, and I couldn't decorate anyone's house. I have a resale license. You go to an office building downtown, and you apply for one, and you get one.
So when they
It has
said,
nothing to do with being a decorator.
so that was not a decorator's license, it's just a resale card.
Objection.
Do you remember Dan at some point in time buying a big fancy Dusseldorf or some kind of car?
Yes, I didn't know about it until after he bought it. It was in an airport, I believe in Denver. And that's the way they marketed these cars, was just put one in an airport with ropes around it, and it has pipes and running boards, and it's a copy of a 1930 Mercedes made out of fiberglass, but the engine is a Ford Pinto.
Do you remember when he bought that?
No, I don't.
There was some testimony about time that Dan went out. Remember that testimony?
Yes.
That when during a period of time in 1975 through 1978, did Dan's activities involve his little activities? Was he having any problems with anything?
Along with all the meetings and professional sort of things he was supposed to participate in, there's a lot of drinking afterward, during, or something, so that he quite often would come home inebriated from these things.
Okay. And was there ever a time where you had to pick him up at the sheriff's station?
At the county jail here, yes.
And was there a time where Dan took Kim, Danny, and Lee out somewhere where you were upset when he got home?
Yes, it was a Friday night. I just come home from the hospital I still had the metal clamps in my stomach from the C-section. I had bed because I had phlebitis, and he left me and the brand new baby and took the kids to have pizza, which sounds pretty innocuous, except that he was gone past midnight. It was a torrential rainfall, and he was with Dave Monahan, his notorious Friday night drinking buddy, and I was absolutely furious that he kept... Danny was not even 3 years old at the time, and he had Danny with him in a rainstorm past midnight, and I knew that he was drinking because that's, what else would he be doing? You know, it doesn't take that long to have pizza.
And when he came home, was it obvious to you that he was drinking?
Oh, sure. But he really scared me more than anything because I was afraid that he'd kill my children.
Now, during the trip in 1983 in Europe, did you start notice any change in Dan's demeanor or his attitude?
Yes, Dan was always a very self-driven person, and he worked very, very, very hard all the time. And so on vacations and things, he would play, we'd have a lot of fun, or try to have a lot of fun, be away from the children, and he'd be away from all the leadership that was so pressure. So we always tried to have a lot of fun. And on that trip, he was a little withdrawn, which I just attributed to network, to what I thought was wrong.
Now, after that, did you go anywhere that summer?
I took the children on a camping trip in Suburban.
And the kind of car that you drove was Suburban?
That year I got the Suburban, yes.
Okay. And did you drive a Suburban from that time, basically up until the time of your arrest?
Yes, from 1983 I got the Suburban.
Okay. And was that always the same Suburban at some point in time that you get a new one?
I changed a new one exactly the same as the old one.
Okay. And the purpose that you had a Suburban?
Because it served all the purposes. I used to take kids dirt biking. I could come back and surfboards and tennis rackets, and we always had a lot of extra children with us for water skiing, and I just used every single inch of it, and the license plate said load them up, and we loaded it up a lot.
Okay. And at that time, do you remember what kind of car?
Dan had an MG first, and then he had a Gels. In 83, he acquired a red Corvette.
Now,
and he's still at the previous two also. He had all three of them.
did you have, now on the camping, how long did it last?
I think about 5 weeks.
Okay. Did Dan go with you?
He flew in just twice. He met us a weekend in Keystone, Colorado, where we own part of a condo with his brother. And we rode horses and stuff, but it was just a weekend. And then he flew into Montana, Flathead Lake, Montana, where we were for a week at a dude ranch, and he was to stay the week up there.
Was there problems at that place?
At the weekend in Keystone, he was really, really tired because it was just too short. He flew in, we tried to have tired, and it wasn't very much fun. And then when he got up to Montana, he was a real jerk. And I was like, gosh, I've been on the road all this time with these kids. I was really looking forward to seeing you, and having someone to talk to and have dinner with and someone to sleep with and stuff. And he acted like a total jerk when he got there, and I didn't know why. And I got mad at him. I said, if you're going to be here, be here. Otherwise, just go back home, and I'm fine with the kids before.
Through the various years after the marriage encounter, up until the time of Dan's death in 1989. Did you refer often to that marriage encounter book?
Yes.
Was there a reason for that?
Well, I call it kind of reality checks or sanity checks. I had certain tangible anchors in life that I could refer to assure myself that I was not crazy, which is Dan kept calling me crazy. That was something that I looked back to assure myself I did not imagine anything.
Your Honor, I have a number of copies of the marriage encounter.
Read the entire marriage encounter book?
Yeah, her entire marriage encounter book, or I can have her read it. The same as giving a transcript.
None of that makes it okay that she killed him. I don't know why we're going down this trip down memory road. He didn't abuse her.
Go ahead. The, after you returned from the trip, had Dan's demeanor changed?
Yes, drastically.
And
I wasn't even home an hour, and I knew something was wrong. He didn't greet us at the door. He wasn't happy to see us. He was just acting very strange. And that was late at night when I came home with the children, and we had to go to a wedding the very next day in Laguna Beach. So we got all dressed up and drove to Laguna Beach, and it was during that ride up there that I heard what was wrong.
And what did he tell you was wrong?
Is that he was very, very unhappy with everything. He was unhappy with our house. He was unhappy with our lifestyle. He was unhappy with me. He was unhappy with the children. He was just not a happy person. And that's what he told
you in particular describe you.
He thought our house was tacky. He thought our friends were boring. He said I was old, fat, ugly, boring, and stupid. And he had never said anything like that before.
Okay. At that time, were you fat?
I didn't think so.
Okay. And at that, how did you feel about yourself at that time?
Before he started saying those things, I thought I was a competent person, doing the right thing in life. I was my husband, my house, my family, had lots of friends, lots of activities. I was a great cook. I was a hostess. I was pretty satisfied with how I was doing in life.
Okay. During that period of time, were there any changes in Dan's office in terms of staff? We're in 1983.
In July of 83, Dan was a one-man band. He had, ever since 78 to 83, he had no employees of any description. He had a sec that did all of his typing on a per-hour basis. She was not technically employed by his law corporation. It was only Dan Broderick. And in the summer of 83, that's the way it was.
Was there a change for that in the fall of 83?
In September of 83, he came home and he said that he had hired someone, and I was very, very happy about that. I thought, whew, a release valve where he'll have more time for us and someone to help him, because he had been so grouchy and under so much pressure, and I took a workload. And so he told me that he hired someone.
And did he tell about who?
Yes, he told me he hired Linda Kolkena, who had formerly been the girl in the lobby of the building who answered the phones.
Okay. And did you talk to him about Linda?
Yes, as soon as I was delighted that he hired someone, it seemed like the next moment he said who it was. I said, oh my gosh, what did you hire her for? She can't do anything to help you. I mean, she's not a paralegal, she's not a lawyer, she's not even a secretary. She couldn't type. I said, what did you hire her for?
No, Marty, I know I'm fat. I've always been fat for as long as I can remember. But in high school, I wasn't as fat as everybody else led me to believe that I was. And if I had tried to lose weight back then, I wouldn't be fat now. But everybody kept telling me how fat I was. And so I rebelled and I kept eating. Nobody helped me. They just told me how fat I was. So I just kept eating and eating and eating. But I have lost from 310 down to 207. So I'm going the right direction now. But you're right. If you like to people watch or make fun of people that wear clothes that don't fit them, go to a theme park. I don't know why people think going to a theme park means you can wear whatever you want. Nowhere else do I see people wear clothes that are too small for them. Oh, Wiggles, I hate that for you.
She was the person that was going to help.
Okay. And did he continue with his attitude around the house, how he felt about it?
Oh, yes.
How about
he wanted changes, major changes.
And what do you mean he wanted major changes?
He wanted a new house. He wanted a mansion, and he wanted us to live a much more glamorous lifestyle. And he was a real grouch around me and the kids all the time. Of course, that was from my perspective because he had me walking on eggshells trying to please him, and I was real tense. And the children noticed it right away, but they never knew why. It's because in my trying to please Dan Broderick and make things perfect for him, I became very tense and short-tempered with the children, but they never knew why.
Did you, at any point in time, give him at least some ultimatum in regards to, did you ask him about whether there was a relationship between him and Linda Kolkena?
I had first heard Linda Kolkena's name raised at a party in December.
Okay. First of all, were you suspicious that there was a relationship between him and Linda Kolkena?
Absolutely, I knew there was.
And why was that?
Because I overheard Dan in December the previous year say at a party, isn't she beautiful? And I asked him later who he was talking about, and he told me he was talking about Linda Kolkena, this person who answered the phones. And then after that, I was kind of tuned to what was going on, and he was seen out to lunch and out to drinks and different places at downtown with Linda Kolkena. And then when he told me that he hired her, it just absolutely verified what I was suspicious of all along. And I was really mad.
And did you give him some ultimatum in October about Linda Kolkena?
Yeah, I said, it's bad enough that you're having an affair with this person, but now you're going to pay her to be in the same room with you for 12, 14 hours a day while I'm home with the kids and I never see you. And I was just really mad. And I said, get rid of that girl by October 1st. I gave him a month because I was being nice, stupidly. And I said, get rid of that girl by October 1st or get out of my house.
What was his response about him, the relationship with Linda Kolkena?
That I was crazy. There was nothing going on. There had never been anything going on. That I was delusional. That I was imagining things. And furthermore, if there was anything going on that I didn't like,
did he continue to talk to you about problems he perceived that were being caused by you, either the way you physically looked or how you were keeping home?
He was just a very, we had talks about him being unhappy. Say to him, I don't know what you're talking about. You have healthy kids, beautiful home, you're doing really, really well in your business, we're healthy. I mean, what else is there in life? I just don't understand why you're all of a sudden so unhappy.
Did you believe he told you at the time when you would talk to him about not having an affair with Linda Kolkena?
Yes. I always believed everything he told me. And before this point in our long-term marriage, by this point, I've never doubted what he told me before. If he told me he was at meetings, he was at meetings. If he told me he was out of town at depositions, but all of a sudden, every time he started telling me that he's working late and he was going out of town and he was doing this and that, I was suspicious that he was with Linda Kolkena and that he was lying.
Yeah. How did that make you feel when he would tell you? I mean, how were you feeling about the fact that you had these suspicions, but you wanted to believe him?
Well, it made me feel like a jerk, like I was stupid or something, but there really are no words to describe what you feel when you find out your husband's having an affair.
Okay. Did you try to do something to...
I tried to, I didn't say I'd not be old, fat, ugly, boring, and stupid. So I couldn't do anything about old, and I lost weight, and I went down to a sickly thin, and I didn't think I was boring, but I quit all my society things and tried to stay home and give him more attention. And I just tried to really cater to him. I tried to become perfect for him so he'd have nothing to complain about at all. Of course, he hadn't really complained about anything before that either.
Yeah. Had you ever felt this way about yourself before this?
Not at all.
Did you start feeling different about yourself after Dan told you these things?
Yes.
Yes, stand.
Okay. Did you do anything medically about making yourself look younger?
Dan sent me to some client that he had to get wrinkles off my face. And I got braces on my teeth because I have a little tiny crooked tooth here. I let my hair grow longer like it used to be in college. It was real long hair, and with the kids I let it get a little shorter, so I let my hair grow longer and tried to look as much as I could like when I was 19.
Okay. Did the subject of more babies ever come up?
Yes. I had had my tubes tied with the birth of Rhett in 1979 because I had to do that if I wanted to get my leg operated on. After you have the vascular surgery in your leg, you're not really supposed to get pregnant ever again. I thought if it would make it younger that he had young children or had babies, that I would get that operation reversed and have more children that we don't have together. I mean, why would you be interested in Linda Kolkena? I don't understand.
Did you see any doctors about your physical condition, having children?
About getting the tube tied reversed,
Yeah.
yes.
And-
Dr. Villanueva is a specialist in fertility.
And did both you and Dan go to see him?
Yes.
Okay. The during the that was going on about Linda,
Yes.
and what was he telling you?
Objection asked and answered.
Stand.
Well, did you that you mentioned things because of what Dan told?
I'm feeling a little off balance that I've never felt like that before.
Did you do anything? Did you go anywhere at that time? Well, first of all, did you need 83?
Well, the October 1st deadline came and went, and he wouldn't get rid of Linda Kolkena, and he was still denying that there was anything going on, and still telling me I was absolutely insane and crazy, and how unhappy he was, and how awful I was, and stuff, and he was inadvertently becoming quite cruel. You know, he didn't throw things and everything, but he just wasn't coming home, and he was sneaking out at night, and he was being really weird, and I wasn't liking it, and I was very hurt by it. And then it came kind of to a head on my birthday that he didn't come home or anything. And it was just being a shit. And I covered up, and then I slit my wrist.
That evening?
I guess so. Real late. I don't know, to tell you the truth.
Okay. Well, at some point in time, did Dan come home?
The next morning
Yeah.
is when I saw Dan.
And what did he do at that time?
He was trying to wake me up.
Okay.
He was waking me up.
Did you talk about how you were feeling?
I wasn't in our bedroom. I was in a different bedroom of the house. So if he came home and went in our bedroom, that I don't know if he knew what happened to me until the next morning when he came looking for me.
Okay. When he found you and you were, what did you talk about?
But he was just making me feel bad. He was just being a creep. And he said, you know, that he was sorry. There was nothing going on with Linda, and I should go get some help, that I'm having a mental breakdown, and that I need help because I'm imagining all these things.
Did you go to a counselor?
I went the next day, yes.
for the first time in my life, I was all shaking and everything, and I really needed help. I went the next day.
Dan go with you?
No.
She wasn't imagining it, but I guarantee you that attempt was manipulation and not a real attempt.
Did you at some point in time did you at some point in time go down to Dan's office at that time?
Well, after I got over the hump with the slit wrist and the counselor and everything, things seemed loud for a little bit.
Did you go to Dan's office on your phone?
Yes,
And why did you go to Dan's office?
because November 27th is his birthday.
Okay. And was it other than his birthday that you were going down there?
Yes, I confided my what I perceived as my problem in life in my friend Vicki Curry, and her suggestion was that I start becoming a presence. Those were her words at Dan's office, because prior to this point in our lives, he was so busy. He never took lunches. He never did anything, and I had the kids, and I never interfered in his office, and I didn't call every day. I just did not interfere. He was very busy, and he told me that. So she told me to get dressed up and go down there and just say, oh, hi, everybody, it's me, Betty, I'm alive, and I'm around, and just kind of show face to people. So on his birthday, I did that. I got all dressed up. Vicki minded my kids, and I got all dressed up, and I brought champagne and a present for Dan to the office.
Okay, what did you find when you got there?
I found that his office was pretty trashed by balloons and a chocolate cake and cards, wrapping, and Dan is real meticulous. It was really unusual that his office would look like that. He never allows anything like that. And then I kind of waited for him, and I went out in the lobby and I asked the girl who was at the party, because it looked like a big party to me, and she said nobody, just them, meaning Dan and Linda. And then while I was waiting for him, I looked in the secretary cubicle in the middle of the building, and I found the refrigerator and the wine and my wedding crystal in there. And I thought that was kind of odd that he had a bar now at work. And then I went in the office to Dan's office is an expensive building in town, the corner view. Office was next to him with the view, and she had her name in brass letters, and it was this gorgeous view office with all this pretty stuff, and Dan's picture was on the wall. It was a picture taken in 1967, before we were even married. I was like, God, that's like tacky. And I just waited around for them to come back.
How did you feel at that time?
I felt that my suspicions were true and that they were not at lunch. This was too late for them to be at lunch.
Were you happy? Were you crying? I mean, what was your demeanor?
Shaking and totally upset, and I called Vicki. I sat at Dan's desk and I used his office phone and I called Vicki. And I said it was even worse than I thought, because he wasn't there and everything.
Did you describe what you saw to Vicki?
I think so.
Okay. And when you left Dan's office, did you leave Dan's office without him returning?
Yes, I waited, never came back.
And where did you go?
I didn't know when I spoke to Vicki on the phone. I was so upset either. And I know what do you do? I don't know. So I sat there for thought, what should I do? And I just called, decided I knew what I would do. I'd throw him out. So I went up to the bedroom and took all his clothes and threw him out in the backyard.
And after you threw the clothes in the backyard, did you do something with them?
I didn't throw his favorite clothes in the backyard because he'd really kill me.
Did you do something with the clothes that were in the backyard?
Yes, I put the lawn on him, and I
did you know?
Not his favorite. He was coming home. He had no idea of what had happened. He had no idea I was at the office, because he never went back. And our
previous plan before I went to the office was he wanted a roast beef and a chocolate cake, and he was coming home to a family birthday party with he thought roast beef and chocolate cake, which was ready, but he didn't get it.
Okay, what was he like, though? I mean...
Drunk.
Okay.
And happy, very happy.
Was there an argument or a fight?
I met at the front of the house was locked. He came around the back of the house and met him at the door, and I had to be strong and you know, you're not coming in this house. That's it, you know. I was down at the office. I know what's going on. You're not coming in this house. And I gave him his checkbook because in one of our fights about Linda Kolkena, he said, I don't care about you and I don't care about this house anyway. If I leave, all I need is my Corvette and my checkbook anyway. You know, like he didn't care about the kids or anything. So he had his Corvette and I handed him his checkbook and said, you are out of here.
And what did he do?
He said, oh, there's nothing going on. We went to lunch on my birthday and then I went to a deposition and she must have gone shopping or something, that you're just imagining things. There's absolutely nothing going on.
Did you believe him?
Yeah.
And how did you feel at that?
And he wasn't out the clothes.
How did you feel?
And then maybe he did go to lunch and go out to a deposition.
Did you, at that point in time, did you do anything in regards to the clothes you had burned?
I cleaned them up and bought them all new ones.
Now, in 1983 and the end of 84, was there things you were getting as a
Are we in the fall?
We're in the fall of 83 and winter of 84. Were you doing anything in regards to houses, where you were going to be living, anything such as that?
No, if it was November '83, we would have been having our annual Christmas party coming up, and Dan canceled that. He didn't want to do any more entertaining in Coral Reef. He said he was in.
Was there any changes in was Dan starting any changes in what you were doing in the family in end of 1984?
We curtailed our entertaining totally, and we were looking for houses.
Okay. And how about in the spring of 83 or 84? Was Dan happy, unhappy?
After we had the November kind of blow up, October didn't like it, November was a blow up, then we had kind of this unspoken truce where he told me, you know, don't mention Linda again, nothing to worry about, there's nothing going on. Yes, she works for me. Yes, we go out to lunch, and yes, we go to these meetings and stuff after, but it's all business. There's nothing going on. Because he told me to for a while. And he was coming home every night. He didn't stay out overnight. And we were looking for new houses like he wanted, and I thought he was getting over it, or that it never happened or something.
Okay, and was your house at Coral Reef put up for sale so that you could move to a bigger house?
Well, I kept finding big houses that he wanted me to find, and then he wouldn't like them, so I...
Okay. Did you find, was your house up for sale?
Not really.
Okay. Was there any time?
Not really.
Okay. Were you looking for homes?
I was looking for homes. State agents knew that I was looking for homes. And because they knew I was looking to move, they assumed that the house that I was in sale when I found another home. So a real estate woman called me and said that she...
That's just a question.
Did anything happen in regards to somebody making offers on your home?
That wanted our home really, really badly, and we said we'd ask $325 for it, and they offered us $325 that day.
Did you sell the home?
No, Dan wouldn't agree to it.
And sometime in 1984, did there come a time where you moved out of the family home?
Yes, when we sold the house for $325, we were selling it as a damaged house with a cracked slab, with full disclosure to those people who were buying it. And so Dan thought he didn't want to sell it like that. He wanted us to repair the cracked slab and fix it all up and sell it as a undamaged house, so that he said somebody would sue us if we sold it with a crack. So we ended up moving out. This is all an insurance deal. We moved out of Coral Reef. Insurance took over. They ended up demolishing Coral Reef and doing grouting with machines. They messed up the whole house, and the insurance people paid the rental for 9 months out of the year while they destroyed and rebuilt Coral Reef to fix that cracked.
And so in 1984, in September of 1984, where did you move?
To La Jolla Shores on Avenida de las Ondas.
And did you arrange for the lease to cover a certain period of time?
It was a school year lease versus a year-long lease, because the people who owned the house only came to La Jolla in summer, and so it was available this year.
And in
September.
did you move in September of 1984?
Yes, we did.
Did you all move? Okay. And that rent was paid by the insurance company?
Yes.
Okay.
That's why I have a yellow car.
Now, sometime in 1985, did Dan move out of the rental house?
February of 85, yes.
Okay. Remember the date of February 28, 1985?
Yeah.
And did he tell you why he was moving out?
No, he just said, I'm leaving. And I said, oh, where are you going? I didn't realize it was, I'm leaving.
Okay. Did eventually he tell you that he is leaving permanently, or just moving out of the house for some period of
I
time?
think he said he was, then I caught on that he was leaving. He started taking sweaters out of the armoire and packing the red Corvette with his clothes.
Okay. At that time, did he move out right then?
Well, he packed the red Corvette and he came back and he said, do you want now or in? And I said, oh no. I'm married to a lawyer long enough to know not to answer that question. You leave whenever you want to leave. And so he stayed the night.
Did he leave that morning?
Yes, he left the next morning.
Did you know where he moved to at that time?
No.
When was the next time you eventually became aware to where he moved? Did you not?
I thought he moved to a hotel or an apartment or something because Coral Reef was such a mess from all the construction. It really wasn't inhabitable.
Did you sometime though later learn that he had moved? Next time that you saw after he moved out?
I saw him on St. Patrick's Day of that year.
Come to the house. Was it daytime, nighttime? If you can remember.
Daytime and nighttime. He came the day with his brothers that were in town for the holiday, and I being there in the daytime. And then he came back at night.
Now, is that the first time anyone in the family had seen him since March 28th?
February 28th, yes.
February 28th.
Yeah. He hadn't come back at all.
Remember, did he come there just to say hi, or did he stay there for a while?
I think he came to get a car or something. His brothers and kind of walked by and stuff. When he came back at night, he was very, very, very drunk, and he me.
After that?
That was after our wedding anniversary, which is April 12th, probably more like April 15th is when I saw him. I told him I needed to talk to him.
And did you discuss when you saw
to a restaurant on the beach right near my house, and I wanted to have a business meeting with him. I wanted to ask him what his intentions were, what's going on here? I mean, where am I going to live? How much money are your charge accounts? And my checking account was overdrawn when he walked out. And I tried to have a business meeting with him and say, okay, Dan, you need your space and you're unhappy and all this, but, what's happening here? What's the plan tell me what's happening here? And he wouldn't.
Had Dan said something about needing a space?
Oh, absolutely. He was unhappy. He needed his space.
Did he say that he was moving out to get divorced?
No, he never mentioned the divorce. He never even.
And did you talk to him about did he say anything about your marriage or what was going to happen?
No. When I asked him about Linda, as I did again on April 15th, I asked him, what did he do for our anniversary? And he said he went out with someone else. He kept denying that he was even dating Linda. He never even admitted he went on a date with Linda.
But did he talk to you at all about the marriage? When you were asking what was going on, did he tell you that this is it, or?
No, he didn't know. We were not getting a divorce, and there was nothing going on with Linda. He was taking a vacation. He needed his space. And it was just a couple months after his 40th birthday. I figured he was on vacation or whatever.
Did you believe?
Yeah.
How did you feel at that time?
Well, I was pretty scared. The uncertainty of being left with the children in a rented house in a leased car. The Suburban was a lease. We didn't buy it. And I felt extremely scared and uncertain. But I had to cover it up for the sake of the kids. I pretend like nothing's wrong, everything's fine, it's gonna be fine. The kids didn't even know about Linda or anything like that. And so I covered it up pretty good, and I took them to Warner Springs Ranch for our Easter vacation like we did every year. And I managed to get up there, and they rode their horses and they swam and they did all their fun stuff. But when we got back from Warner's is when the rat problem that we had anyway was just, we had been gone for a week, and while we were gone, there were more rats in that house than there was oxygen.
Okay, was there something going on around
House hill, they were building, disturbed all the vegetation, and not only rats came down, but when it rained, mud came into the houses, and it was because of the construction right adjacent to this property. It wasn't that a house in Hoya has rats all over it. This was a very special situation.
Did had you, from the time you were born up until this time, until let's say 1984, December of 1984, had you ever lived?
My parent until the night before I married Dan, I'd never paid rent or utility in a dormitory.
Okay. And up until February of 1984, or then you would either live at home with your parents or you would live with Dan.
Right.
Okay. And you were living in a rental. Did you have any idea whether you had money or not in any of your accounts?
Oh, in my account, I didn't have any money. I knew that.
Okay.
But I had investments of our.
And did you know whether anything about how were you living during that period of time?
Dan was just, the insurance paid the rent on that house, on the rental house, until June. I knew that was okay. But as far as anything else, I didn't know. I mean, Dan was just, I guess, paying them.
Were you using credit cards to live?
Yes.
Now, there were rats in the house. How was that affecting you?
This was no ordinary little rat problem. They ate back out of the refrigerator and were in the refrigerator. They ate through the ceiling. They ate through a sofa. They shredded the clothes in the closets. I mean, these were all over the floors, on the beds, in the closets, everywhere. It was absolutely terrifying. It was in daylight. When it got dark, it got worse, but in daylight, they were out there. And I called Dan one afternoon around 3:30. It would have just been starting to get dark.
Objection, Your Honor, non-responsive.
Stand.
At some point in time, did you call Dan about the problems?
Yes, I'd called exterminators. The rats had been a little problem before we left for Warner's, and exterminators were already involved. And they were patching up things, and they were setting traps, and
Did you, first, did you talk to Dan?
that's when he left. There were rats in the house. But this problem got really bad. I called him to Dan, you gotta get over, and it's not even dark, and every trap's got a rat. And they're already all sprung all over the place. And congratulations.
Was doing at that time?
I was trying to protect them, but through some of this rat business, they ended up protecting me. There was a rat half dead and half alive in the laundry room, and I wouldn't do laundry with that rat flopping around the floor. So Lily got a shovel and threw it in a bucket of water, and she drowned it so I could do the laundry.
Well, but how were they doing in general? I mean,
I was trying to protect them, which was probably my mistake because...
Objection, Your Honor, non-responsive.
Stand.
how were they doing in general? In other words,
Great.
were they happy?
Doing fine in school, and I was pretending everything was cool and there was nothing wrong, and Daddy was just away for a little while, and everything was okay. So basically their lives were all right. But my behavior, I was so tense and so short-tempered with them.
Stand.
Sometimes did their behavior change where they were arguing or fighting?
Which was my tolerance level. I was a nervous wreck. The rats are running all over the place, and when they started fighting, I went crazy. I got really mad. It was like I didn't want this too. I have other things to worry about, and I hated me. And I'd tell them to stop, and they wouldn't stop, and so I got mad at Kim for fighting. I'm furious at her. And I took her over to Dan's house to say, okay, Dan, you're going to help. If you're not going to help with the rats, you're going to help with the kids.
Okay. Hey, give me. I find that hard to believe that he just left one day without them discussing it. But I don't think he just came home and was like, I'm leaving. I think she had some notice.
As Dan was gone longer and you were in the home, did any of the problems as far as how you were feeling, security, insecure, did they get worse at all?
Yeah, he wouldn't give me any answers about the money, wouldn't give me any answers about anything. My dad's birthday was happening in New York. I saw an opportunity to I just gave him all the kids and I took off and said, here, you deal with this. And I gave him the kids and went to New York, and I spoke to my parents about what was going on, and we looked at real estate in New York. I figured if it was going to lead to a divorce, I would just take the kids and move back east.
Now, was the trip to New York, had that been pre-planned?
Yes. My father's 70th birthday.
And did you go back to New York?
Yes, by myself.
Honor, I would have double D, 1985. Scorned. Did you, do you recognize this, Mrs. Broderick?
Yes, it's a plane ticket with my mom at American Airlines, San Diego, Kennedy Airport, and back again.
Go on that trip?
Yes, I did.
Now, was during that springtime of 1985, did you continue to look for homes? Or was it your understanding that you were looking for a family home, that everyone was going to move in, including Dan?
Right, because when we left Coral Reef, when we moved out of Coral Reef, go to rental, the plan refurbished Coral Reef perfectly, and we did it. And he told all the neighbors, and he told the kids, and he told me that we were never moving back to Coral Reef. We were just repairing, sell it, and we were going to go from the rental to one of these new houses we were looking at. Right up until the month before he left, we were putting offers in on substantial homes in La Jolla.
Did you know what was, did you talk to him at all about whether the rental was going to be extended from the June date?
I first talked to the people who owned the house. When Dan first left, I called them in Denver and told them, and could I stay on in the house June? And they said, yes, no problem. But then later I found out in writing from Dan that he had informed them in writing we'd be keeping to the original terms of the lease, which meant getting out in June.
And that was just...
I don't know if it may have been June.
Okay. The, and was he, at that time, did you ever ask him, I would like to be marked next in order. So here's to be a residential lease. Showing you what's marked E for identification. Showing you what's been marked E for identification. Can you tell me what that is?
That's the lease on the La Jolla Shores house from September 16th to June 15th, 84-85 school year.
Okay, so you understood it was June 15th from
I
this
didn't.
lease?
Well, I've never seen this lease until much later. I never signed this lease, so Dan told me it was June 15th.
Okay. The, now, what was Dan telling you about Linda and your marriage at that time?
At exactly which time?
Objection, Your Honor. Vegas to time and also compound question.
Rephrasing, okay. Was Dan telling you anything about Linda in around May, June of 1985?
Oh, yes. That she just simply worked for him, and she was an innocent young girl, and there was absolutely nothing going on. And there was no affair with her, and he was not even dating her. He needed space, and he was living at Coral Reef. And after I put the children there to go to my garden, packing boxes and moving out of the rental. And it was livable then, and the kids were home. It was our only home.
Okay. And what was he telling you about the marriage?
He wasn't telling you anything about the marriage. He just needed his space.
Okay, so he wasn't telling you the marriage was over?
No.
Okay.
No, we were still buying a house.
Did you...
Through all this time, we were always negotiating on and buying a house.
In fact, did you find a house and negotiate?
It wasn't that I found the house just then. It was the same property we had looked at before. It was still available. The price had gone down literally hundreds of thousands of dollars. We ended up buying a property that we had been looking at for a long time, yes, with only the intention of knocking the house that stood on it down and building the dream house that Dan wanted.
Okay. And was there a time that you were you remember when it was that that house was bought?
Right around when I had to get out of the rental.
And during the seeing any, were you seeing any, anyone else constructing the house there?
Yes. Dan had bought two separate lots in Fairbanks Ranch.
Stay. Okay. First of all, if you can answer the question yes, and then I'll give you the chance, or no, whatever. I'll give you the chance to explain, okay? We do that. Did you talk to somebody about the house?
Yes, Don Edson.
Okay. And why was it that you talked to Don Edson?
We've been having conversations with Don Edson over the past several years. Dan had gone to Fairbanks Ranch and purchased 2 lots without even telling me in 1983. And he was Fairbanks Ranch when there was no dirt. And I wasn't real wild about that idea. One, I never saw my husband anyway, and here we were moving further away, and he was going to put a commute on either end of his day, and I didn't want to live further away. And 2, there was nothing out there for children. There was nothing out there in the way of a neighborhood. There were no markets. There were no, it was just dirt.
I'm sorry, I'm going to object not responsive. I think the question was with respect to the cottage sale of the house.
Conversations with Don Edson about building a custom home, yes.
Okay. And in 1985 that the property was transferred to Cali Deseo to you and Daniel Broderick.
Yes, it was supposed to be simultaneous closing with me having to get out of the rental, but there was dry rot in one of the bathrooms, and Dan argued with the owners about them making those repairs before we closed.
I'm muted.
So therefore, with the day I had to get out of the rental,
Or I was muted. He asked her a question. I know. I was thinking that earlier. Like, did they not have that, what is it, purple shampoo that you use for that, for toning back then? Because everybody that has the bleach blonde back then, it has that brassy color to it. Like, even Linda Kinney Bodden's hair had that in the Phil Spector trial. She had that brassy look to it. Did they had it? Well, they're not using it. But he asked her if she just married Dan because he was going to be successful. And she said, no, there's a million reasons why I married Dan. But she never said she married him because she loved him. She still has not said that she ever loved him. I've not heard those words. Nice, Marty. It was my husband, actually. No, it wasn't. He muted me earlier because he called me, and I muted myself. But somebody sent me something, and I muted myself. Was that why the old ladies had purple hair? Because they used the purple shampoo? I thought only people that bleach their hair use the purple shampoo. I don't know. I don't bleach my hair. I dye it. Because if I go lighter, my hair turns reddish, so I don't even try anymore. I tried in high school to go blonde, and it went strawberry blonde, so I don't do that anymore.
Rental, or we all had to get out of the rental. We couldn't make a move into the other house. So everything ended up going back to Coral Reef.
And when you say everything, what are you talking about?
Literally everything.
You mean furniture?
All of our
clothes?
worldly possessions, the cars, the surfboards, the tennis rackets, the clothes, the furniture, everything.
Okay. And showing you what's been marked FF for identification, if you could look at the recording date of the document. Was that the date that the house was
June 28th, 80.
And at this point in time, you were still, there were still conversations with Don Edson about tearing that house down and building a new one?
Yes, he was happy that we found a lot that we could both agree upon, and he was going to start right away doing soils testing, because we were knocking this house down completely and going to restructure the whole lot. And the steps, a soils engineer, and I had to get a $5,000 check from Dan to retain a soils engineer.
And was Dan involved in these discussions?
Plans for this house. And it wasn't a house that you could remodel. The conditions were bad. It was a house you had to take away and start again.
And when you were talking about it, was he talking about it that you were going to live there yourself, going to live there as a family?
I was going to be, and this applied to Fairbanks Ranch too. I was going to be more or less the super building a large custom home. So far as the plans and the appointments, it's a full-time job, and Dan was too busy. So I was supposed to.
Who was going to move into the house? Were you going to move in yourself, or you and Dan?
I moved in the beginning to give Dan his space, but once the house was torn down, I would have had to move back to Coral Reef.
Okay.
And that's why there was no furniture in. This house was getting torn down.
So the plan was separate property. The plan was going to be that both you and Dan were going to be living in here.
And then separately bought it in both of our names for the family, but we bought the lot, not the house.
And showing you what has been marked GG for identification. The letter with Mr. Edson, was that part of the discussions you had in here?
Yes.
The
I really wish this would quit buffering. It's driving me crazy.
At any time during the period of time between when you were out of the rental and in the house on Kelly de Cielo, did you ever stay at Coral Reef?
Yes, I did.
And did you
remain in contact with the children at the Coral Reef home?
Yes, but now it's the end of June, so right around exactly the time out of town to camps.
And did you know that they were going to be going out of town?
I didn't really know ahead of time. I wasn't consulted or I wasn't part of the plans for it, but they were attending a camp called Gold Arrow, which is a really good camp, and they'd been before. So I wasn't at all afraid or anxious that they weren't being sent to a good place. I was just kind of surprised that, you know, I finally got in this house and now there's no, I'd never been in San Diego without any of my children before. So I did.
Okay. Now, when you did visit with your children over at Coral Reef, well, what was Cali de Cielo like when you first purchased it? What condition was it in?
It was a mess. There'd been several generations and lots of numbers of people living in there, and they tried to market it as an 8-bedroom house. And what it really was is they made the garage into 3 bedrooms, although it was still a garage. They just called it 3 bedrooms, and then they put curtains down the middle of one room and called it 2 bedrooms and added a bath. So they thought it was an 8-bedroom house, but what it really was a 3-bedroom house, 3 real bedrooms, and a bunch of choppy up through and cracked and broken. There were no kitchen appliances, or the few that were there were so rusty and disgusting they had to be gotten rid of. It was a leaking roof, and there was terrible termite and roof rat damage. It was a mess, and the landscaping was a mess inside and out, and it was a perfect house to do what we wanted to do.
Had you, at the time that you bought it, did you buy it with plans to remodel that home?
Objection as to
Now, at that period of time, when we get to June or July of some idea of what kind of money your family might have?
There were no discussions of money at all. There were no discussions about breaking up. We weren't discussing that. So there were no discussions about monthly money or anything. Dan was just paying all the bills.
So at that point in time, you weren't getting letters that indicated you were getting some kind of so much a month?
I don't believe so. I don't think that started until October.
So up until that time, it was you were using credit cards and those bills were being paid with no discussion?
Actually, I wasn't spending anything. Going anywhere. I wasn't spending anything.
Okay. Now, when you moved into Cali de Cielo, did you have furniture when you moved in?
No, none. It all went to Coral Reef the day we moved out of the rental.
And
We only had a set of furniture, yes.
okay. And did you? How are you living at Cali de Cielo?
I was temporarily camped on the floor, and I hadn't moved any furniture in or anything because I was still doing his thing, and then that fell through because of the $5,000.
I don't know why it keeps buffering like this. It didn't do it this bad earlier.
Did you go over and when the children were at Coral Reef, were you visiting them on a daily basis?
Sure, every single day.
Okay.
I was
And
still their mom, and so I was the one who did everything with them.
And at that point in time, did Dan have some maids or housekeepers that were living at the house taking care of your children?
Yes, there was a long string of maids or housekeepers. I can't remember all their names around here, but I don't remember her name.
Okay. And during that time, did you have some things that happened to
your personal bothered you?
That was the next babysitter. That was Marta, who
Dadgummit, quit buffering.
who ended up wearing my clothes and stuff. She had asked me, and this is the next babysitter. We had problems with the first one too, of a different nature. But the next babysitter kept that was in the garage was not excess stuff. It was all of my personal things because I'm only living at this other house on the carpet. I don't have anything. I have a suitcase. So she's talking about all my clothes and furniture and everything. And I told her really nicely that that's not garage sale stuff. That's the real stuff. That's not extra and it's not being thrown away. So she gave up on asking me and asked Dan if she could have a garage, gave her a sofa. And one day when I came to the house, she was wearing my clothes. Answered the door in my clothes.
Were you upset?
I just said, where did you get those clothes? And she said, well, they said I could have anything I wanted. Yeah, I was upset.
Did the
Why is your stuff at Dan's house? Yeah, Shadow. I agree.
And I told this woman at least 3 times that she couldn't have it.
Did you get upset about that?
Absolutely, and she ended up bringing the bed back. I don't remember if she brought the sofa back or not, but yes. And Kim more or less went along with this and said the woman could have anything she wanted. So I told Kim, no, babysitters cannot have my stuff. Do not be giving things away.
Okay. Now, how are you feeling at this juncture? Was what was going on?
Objection.
Well, this might be a good time to take the afternoon recess, Mr. Afternoon recess at this time. We'll be in recess until 5 minutes after 3. Please remember the admonition.
One of the housekeepers.
Okay, did you put maximum down, minimum down on that house?
I don't know. I expect the minimum.
Okay.
And so everything was told till September.
And during the children were out of town, is that correct?
They were sent, yes,
And the
end of June.
And the plans on the house were on hold.
Just until September, right? So we had the summer there, and I was in space.
And how are you feeling generally?
Well, I'd read all these books on and stuff. They were saying, you know, the sex, and the worst thing that I could have done as a wife is become like a mother. Say, you got to do this and you got to do that. So I was giving not any demands on it. Just
Come on, StreamYard.
wasn't visiting them and engineering their lives, and I wasn't hanging out with Dan and being his wife. So I took a trip. I left town.
And where'd you go?
I went up to Banff, Jasper and Lake Louise, Victoria, Seattle, up in that area, on a organized tour because I didn't want to do it alone.
After you came back from Canada, was there, were you still discussing with Dan what his plans were for the future?
I was still expecting to get the 5,000 to do the soils engineer in September, like he said. So the kids came back, and I started seeing them every single day and speaking to them every single day. And we were supposed to go with this house.
How about future of how much space he was going to need? Were the discussions about Linda at all?
The discussions about Linda were more or less like the time that the cake was on the counter. That turned into a discussion about Linda. But I wasn't really having discussions with him. about anything because he didn't like to make any demands on him. He hated to be cornered.
And how had it been? Were you used to letting him make the decisions, or was that something that you were comfortable that you should be making the decisions?
No, I'd never made any of the decisions, and at this point, I didn't feel I had the power. I wasn't going to him with a list of I want this and I want that and do this. I simply went to him with, Dan, what's happening here? What are we doing here? You know, you be in charge. You tell me what's happening. What are we doing here? And he would, because he just wouldn't.
Was there at some point in time, did Dan talk to you about the counseling?
Yes, there was one day we went to a Dr. Zettermer for counseling.
Okay. Now, what was the purpose of going to counseling, or what was your belief the purpose was?
I thought we were going to counseling, and I was absolutely very happy about it. It was a doctor he found, because earlier on I wanted him to go to counseling with me, and he wouldn't have gone to anyone that I found or anything. So this was a doctor he found, and we went together in one car to La Jolla, and I thought we were finally going to honestly discuss what's going on in our marriage here.
And do you know who was that person that you went to?
Dr. Matthew Zettermer.
Okay. And when you went to Dr. Zettermer, what happened? Did you two of you go into counseling?
We went in and met the doctor, but then Dan was going to leave me there and leave. Because I was the one having a nervous breakdown. I was the one having trouble in life. And Dan wasn't going to be part of the discussion or the talk. It was my problem. And I said right in front of Dr. Zettermer that it's not just my problem. I mean, it's my problem with his affair with or the suspicion of his affair. So I can relate problems with you. There's nothing wrong in his life. I was the
Come on, StreamYard, stop doing that.
one having the problems. So I'm the only one who needs help.
At some point in time, did you have a discussion with Dan where he told you about Linda?
Dan himself, yes, October 28th.
Okay. And had to that.
I had a phone call from Larry's wife, or I was talking to Larry, his brother's wife, and she told me that Dan went to the annual Oktoberfest party in Denver, and that he brought Linda Kolkena. I couldn't believe it. You know, here he kept telling me, I can't control where she goes, if she goes to this party or that party. It's just a coincidence that she goes where I go, and it's all business. So I called him up, and I said, I want to hear this in person. I want to know how Linda Kolkena got on a plane and ended up at your brother's party in Denver. I really want to hear this explanation. So he came over, and I was like, come on, let's hear it. I want to hear the truth.
Did he try to take you anywhere that day?
Well, he told me the truth. He finally told me the truth.
Okay. Now, that's not what he asked. And what did he tell you?
All he would tell, he wouldn't tell me any details or anything else. All he told me was, I was right. I've been right all along.
And how did that make you feel?
Well, it kind of made me feel better that at least I knew the truth, but it made me feel like that he had taken really gross, unfair advantage of me for a long time, switching. You know, now I'm standing in this house that's empty. My kids are gone. I have no money. I have no.
But you knew the truth, though. You knew it. You knew the truth. You just let him lie to you and whatever.
Control. I mean, it's a little late to be telling me the truth. And, and then I've got all this stuff going on in my mind about typical Dan Broderick, don't even begin negotiating till you're sitting on their chest, and knock someone to their knees. And I've been really badly used and abused by a liar for years. And I was very, very upset and very angry about, to me, getting upset. I'd been out that day at something, and I had a slip and a robe over it. I didn't have clothes on, and he tried pushing me he literally pushed me in the bedroom and tried to make me put clothes on, and I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't get dressed. Otherwise, he would have dragged me off.
And were you upset at that time?
I was absolutely furious because I felt he had really lied and manipulated me out of houses and manipulated me out.
Ugh, stop.
I was very I don't even know the words for it. He had looked me in the eye and lied and lied and lied and lied a billion times and kept telling me, this isn't what's happening, this is what's happening.
Did, at some point in time, I think I asked you some questions about somebody wearing your clothes, having your clothes. Do you remember approximately when that was?
I know it was at least the second, maybe the third babysitter, and the babysitters didn't start until September of that year. So, no, I don't remember when it was. Maybe November.
But it was in the fall of 1985.
Right. It was after October.
Okay. After after Dan told you about Linda Kolkena?
Yes.
Okay. Now, after in the fall of 19, did Dan ever tell you about? Did he talk to you about divorce?
You have to ask that question of me.
Sometime in 1985, fall of 1985, did you learn about Dan's intentions to? And do you remember?
I don't know what you mean. Still delusional.
When that was? Do you have any idea of when that was?
It was in October. I think it was before he came to my house and told me the truth. Because I think I was hysterical about those papers, and that's why we were talking, and he came over.
If I could mark a large board next in order.
All right, double H.
And I'm going to have a series of boards that go on. To be later.
Double H is just going.
Oh, for crying out loud.
That's all right?
Yeah.
So that.
While we're on exhibits, so I don't forget, the exhibit that was the mattress so that it doesn't have to sit in the courtroom.
That was Exhibit B. I have no objection to that. I assume people have no objection.
Her whole self-esteem was so wrapped up in being his wife. The first time when she went to the office and he wasn't there on his birthday, that should have been it. Like, she should have left him, taken the kids, and started her life over. That should have been it. She could have left respectably. Is that a word? You guys know what I mean. left with the respect and taken her kids, started her life over, rather than, I can't imagine how embarrassed her family must be when they see these movies about her and all. I mean, she lost her mind over this man who she apparently didn't even love because, respectfully, yes, that's the word. But it would have been so easy for her to just kick him to the curb and go on. And all of her friends have said she could do anything she put her mind to. She could have had a living. And then if she divorced him, I don't know what the divorce laws are in California, but he cheated on her. So she could have got half of everything, right? In Florida, it's different. We have no fault divorce in Florida. But he cheated on her, so she could have got stuff from him, right? So I don't know why. And she got $16,000 a month in the divorce settlement. That's plenty of money. That was just for her, though, right? That wasn't even, well, I guess she didn't get child support because he had the kids. But he had the kids because, and she didn't give him the kids out of the goodness of her heart. She dropped them off one at a time at his house when he wasn't even home. Because she said, oh, well, here, I'll give him the kids and he won't be able to handle it, so then he'll come back to me. And he called her bluff, and he became a good dad and took care of them. Exactly, Wiggles. She get half no matter what? Okay, yeah. Yeah. That's exactly what she should have done. Because she was right. If he cheated on her, yeah. But no, she clung to him. Yeah, $17 a month in prison.
Subject. Our Exhibit B is withdrawn and released.
Dang it. I don't know why it's buffering so bad today. Stop it.
Your Honor, I put a number of items that on this board, and I placed in the category with Betty is already been mentioned as to left.
Double H-1.
Yes.
And you've marked the items that we previously agreed on there.
Well, these are the items, Your Honor, that there's already been testimony on as to when Kim left the house, when Ann left the house.
All right.
I just want to make there's no strips as to legal documents or proceedings on this one.
All right, go ahead.
Your Honor, there's just a mark on April 6th. Kim left with father on April.
Your Honor, excuse me, I have no objection to those records.
Oh, that's fine. I don't mind.
But to make the record clear, double H-1 represents a 6-month time frame, I believe. Could you tell me what that is?
That's a 6-month time frame from January 1st through June 30th, Your Honor, 1985.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Do I need to make a record of this one, Your Honor?
All right. Just by way of housekeeping, while she's marking some other things, Mr. Early, I believe your Exhibit G was the time period January different?
What, Your Honor?
I believe your Exhibit G. You marked this year.
Oh, that's right, I did mark an Exhibit G.
Thank you.
I did.
You want to withdraw that and relabel with HH-1?
I would, Your Honor.
That's an objection. Then defense G is relabeled HH-1. -1.
I think I'm in big trouble.
Contempt of court.
Your Honor, I would ask if I could have, which hasn't been previously marked, Dr. Martin, have this marked as HH2. It's a 1985 July through December. If I may have a moment.
Your Honor, we can just do this later. I'll go through the other.
All right.
First.
That's fine.
In, now, after you found out that that there was going to be that there was problems with the marriage, did you go over the house and find a maid at that time with wearing your clothes?
Objection, Your Honor.
Well, overruled. You can answer it again.
Did you find it after that time someone wearing your clothes?
Yes, I believe that was the sequence of that, right.
And how did you feel about that?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Okay. Did you find, and it was at that time you found someone, at least there was problems with your furniture?
Yes.
Did,
This is about to drive me crazy.
attend?
Fall of 1985 was a particular function that year.
Was that?
It was a student.
Okay. And who would be present at that luncheon?
Several hundred mothers and friends and all ladies. And it was outdoor.
The time that you were married to Dan Broderick, would he talk to you about his work?
Yes, all the time.
Okay. And did he tell you what he would do in lawsuits to affect the opponent or the other side?
Yes, to humiliate people, yes. He told me about, should I tell you?
Yes.
About one time he had to serve, or he needed to serve papers on a doctor, and he knew that the doctor was an important person in his church, and he purposely served the doctor on Christmas Eve in the front row of his church with the papers just for maximum humiliation. And
what else did he tell you about the way he practiced, the way at least he was practicing law?
Just that, you know, you play surprise and hardball. It was a very familiar term, and you do everything you can to make the person say uncle. You know, make the person give up, and you don't let up, and you just pound at them.
Okay. Now, at some point in time, did you find out that that he tried to serve the divorce papers at any particular place?
Yes, I found a handwritten note in his very distinctive handwriting that on the day of the served me the very first papers of this entire divorce.
Okay, and how did it?
So it brought back all the memories of surprise and hardball, and it wasn't a nice thing to do.
Did you keep that note?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And at some point in time, did you give that note to anybody during your divorce trial?
I used it at the divorce trial as an illustration. Illustration that this legal thing didn't.
Sustained.
Did you give it to Mr. Berry? At some point in time, did Mr. Berry get a hold of it?
At the divorce trial, yes.
And have you ever seen that note since then?
No.
The Now, did Dan ever talk to you about you being ill, sick?
Ever since 1983, those were the conversations, is that I was delusional and I was paranoid and I was imagining things and I was having a nervous breakdown and my wheels were coming off and I was sick. Yes, when he had children and wasn't living with them, he'd always tell them, "Oh, your poor mother's sick. Your mother's sick."
And after you received the divorce, did you have contact? Did Dan contact you at any time in writing? On your birthday, did he contact you?
Yes, I received flowers with a card that said, "I'm sorry you're not feeling it."
And did you know where he was at that time?
No, I didn't.
How did that card make you feel?
I was furious because it was just like the night that he finally told me the truth. It's not that I'm crazy or that I'm sick, you know. I'm angry about things, and I'm feeling fine under the circumstances. angry about what he had done.
Did the,
But I'm not sick.
I would like a card marked II for identification.
So Mark?
Showing you what's been marked II for identification.
I haven't seen it in a long time. That, I know it's certainly impossible to have a happy birthday. I hope you start to feel better soon, love Dan. That's the card. It has my birth date on it, 1985.
Were you record of time?
Not at all.
Now, during the, after you were served, told that there was going to be a divorce, did you contact anybody? Did you contact an attorney at some point in Los Angeles?
When I first got served with the divorce papers, the only thing I didn't know what to do with them. I say years. It occurred to me to go to LA. I called about lawyers. I went trying to hire a lawyer to defend that defendant, and I had to defend this action. And so I called all the lawyers, all the good divorce lawyers of reputation that I knew in San Diego County.
Were any of them willing to take the case?
No, and that one day, every single one of them said absolutely no. They would have nothing to do with the case because they knew Dan so well.
Did,
Attorney.
Did you eventually go to a Los Angeles lawyer?
I was referred to one by a San Diego attorney, yes.
Okay. And why did you go? Why was the reason that you went to a Los Angeles attorney?
Because the well-known San Diego attorney advised me to quit trying, that no one in this town is going to help you, that you have to go out of town. And as a personal favor to me, although I've never met the woman, as a personal favor to me, she arranged this appointment with Mr. Jaffe. And he did it as a favor.
And did you reach an agreement with Mr. Jaffe?
He said he really didn't want to take the case. He didn't want to come to San Diego. It was inconvenient for him. He had more cases than he knew what to do with up there. But as a favor to this other attorney, he would try and represent me. And I signed an agreement. Should I keep going? I saw him the one day. I hired him. I signed the agreement. He told me not to worry.
Objection, non-responsive.
That's another question.
Okay. What did he tell you? Did you talk to him about money and how he was going to get paid? You can answer that yes or no.
Yes.
And what did he tell you?
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled.
He told me that he would need a $10,000 retainer, that his fees on my half of the case alone would be over $100,000, and that I should not sign because I didn't have any money. And he would get it from Dan, and the court would decide later whose half of the money it actually came out of. But since Dan controlled all the money, he had to get it from Dan. And he said that was pretty usual, and I shouldn't worry about anything.
Okay. Now, at this period of time, you knew Dan's family. You knew he had a brother, Larry. Is that correct?
Yes?
The retirement account at this time?
No. I mean, I knew in a very vague sense that he had a pension fund, is what he called it.
Okay. Did you know what was in the pension fund?
No idea.
Did you know whether he was transferring money from the pension fund in any time in 1985 to Larry?
No, I had no knowledge of the finances at all.
Okay. He talked to you prior to leaving in February of 1985 about giving large sums of money to Larry Broderick?
Yes,
Okay. What did he tell you?
that his brother Larry had all these investments in mind, condos and historical buildings and duplexes and gold futures and bull semen. I mean, all kinds of investments. That's Larry's field, his investments, I guess. And gave Larry humongous sums of money to be partners in investments.
Okay. Now, was
Over
this
the
all
years we were married.
Was this all in January of 1985, or was what money had gone to Larry Broderick?
No.
Did you know whether your name was on any of that stuff?
Well, I assume since I never saw anything or never signed anything, that no, there's no way my name could have been on it. No, my name wasn't on anything.
Did you have control of any of those at 1985?
No.
Okay. Were you able to tell any of them to fixing the house, doing things?
I had no sellable assets at all. It was even leased. The new house was heavy at all. So even if I sold it, I wouldn't get it as well as mine, so I couldn't go off and sell the house. So no, I don't think I could sell.
Okay. What did Mr. Jaffe, to your knowledge, did you talk to him whether he requested the money from Dan Broderick? Did he tell you whether he requested it?
Yes, he did. He requested it, and it was not forthcoming for quite a while.
During any time that you were, when Mr. Jaffe was your attorney, did you ever learn that Mr. Broderick ever paid him any money? So there was no time that a retainer was Jaffe doing.
Stan?
I'm not sure. If it was Mr. Jaffe, but some attorney told me to start writing things down.
Okay. And in the fall of 1985, did you start keeping some kind of journal as to events that were
Writing it in 85, I started writing things about what happened leading up to 85.
So were you writing things in the journal that were presently happening at that time?
Yes.
And were you also sometimes writing in the journal things that had happened in the past?
Yes.
Okay. And did the journals have dates on them?
Yes.
Okay. And so they would say that this goes from January of 85, just to pick a number, to October of 85?
Yes.
Now, would you only write things that happen in it, or were you expressing your feelings at times?
I was living all alone in the house, and I was very scared about things.
Stan?
Were you writing things in the journal that, were you only writing things that directly happened, or sometimes were you expressing your feelings?
I was talking to myself in it, not ranting and raving. I had no idea, so I let myself think a lot. And more, on this day this happened, on this day that happened, but a lot of it was narrative stuff.
Now, in 1985, were you...
No.
Were you able to spend Christmas with the children?
No.
Where did the children go in 1985?
Dan took them skiing with Linda Kolkena in Utah. And Brian Monahan and his girlfriend and his kids were along too.
Did you receive, while they were skiing while they were skiing at Christmas, did you receive any notes from, and what did you receive?
Another floral arrangement with another card.
Now, had you ever, in your life, spent a holiday, Christmas holiday, away from your family?
No.
I would ask for another card to be marked.
Wow.
Double J.
So marked.
What's been marked J for identification. You've seen this card that you received during Christmas time.
Yes.
During the time that you, when you found that your clothes had been giving away and your furniture given away, did you get upset?
Objection, Your Honor, has to answer.
Anything at Mr. Broderick? And did you express your anger at the moment before your family?
I don't remember particularly on that particular one day. I don't remember that particular one.
You were being very angry.
For different reasons.
During 1985, had you gotten involved again in any kind of sports activities for your, yeah. Was there a purpose that you were coaching that team?
Yes, both boys wanted to play soccer, and you need a lot of parents to run the program. And if you want your kid on a team, you have to volunteer to do something. So I volunteered to do that so that Rhett could get on a team. Danny wasn't on a team that season.
Now, when you coached that team in 1985, was any other, I mean, was
The only
showing you a photograph that's been labeled KK for identification, Your Honor, and it appears to be Betty Broderick with about with 9 children with names as stingers.
All right, so marked.
Okay. Showing you what's been marked KK for identification. Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes.
Okay, and is that the soccer team that...
That's right, in the middle.
Okay, so Rhett would be the third from the right, not counting yourself.
Right.
Okay. Now, during the time in 1985, where you... Was he in a league where there was practice days too?
Yes, the whole season was a disaster. Rhett never got to play.
Okay. Was there a time that you went over to sometime in the fall of 1985 when you went over to pick up Rhett to play on a soccer game?
This is on Wednesday, but she wouldn't do it. And then I had to pick him up on Saturdays, yes. And I called ahead. You want this particular Saturday?
Yes, if you could tell me about the particular Saturday.
It was well into the season, and again, the only reason I'm doing this is so Rhett can have a team. And on Wednesdays, the babysitter who lived very close to the field and did have a car to drive, for some reason, whether it was her own or Dan told her to, would not deliver Rhett to the field to practice or to play. So I was real upset about that. And then they wouldn't bring him to games on Saturday or anything. So there's one particular Saturday, I called and I said, "Are you ready? I'm going to come over and get you." And Kim told me he had his...
Poor Bob is never going to live that down. Well, it doesn't help that he didn't tell you how he liked his sandwiches cut till 45 years into the marriage.
little uniform on, which is in that picture. And he was indeed ready, and I would be there in the few minutes it took me to go up the hill and get him. I was on my way over. I hung up the phone and I got in the car and I went to go get him.
And when you got to the house, what happened?
There was absolutely nobody there. None of the children, no Dan, nothing. Nobody was there.
Okay. Did you find out where they went?
Not until much later. I went to a neighbor's house and said, "What happened? Where'd they go?" And she didn't know anything, and the car was gone, and they were all gone.
Were you upset?
Very. I mean, I called. They knew I was coming. It only took me a few minutes to get there. I felt that Dan purposely took the kids so that I...
Okay. And did you do anything at the house that day?
Yes, it was my house, and I was in the house, and this is after I dealt out Linda, and the kids had been complaining about no food. That was a big thing, about no food. So I looked in the refrigerator, and there was a speck of food. And so I got mad, and I took the bottle of cheap champagne, and I threw it through a window as a thanks a lot, I've been here. But
Later have an argument with Broderick when you found out where he said he had to take the children home. Do you know?
It was hard for me to have an argument, Mr. He wouldn't talk to me.
You later told where Brett was when he came up?
He took him down to the Save-On drugstore in Pacific or something.
There was the question of a Boston cream pie.
That was...
Did you sometimes a Boston cream pie?
I didn't know.
What did you do with it? What is a Boston cream pie?
I was at the house visiting the kids, and I was there for a while. And when I was leaving, a Boston cream pie is a cake. It's the size of a cake. It's two layers tall, and it's just like a cake. And I call it a pie because instead of frosting in the center is some sort of custard. And then it's got chocolate icing, but it's basically a cake. And it was on... Should I keep going?
Yes.
It was on the counter as I was leaving, and I believe Marta was the babysitter.
Just talk until they tell you to shut up, woman.
And I said, it looked like a child made it. So I said, "Oh, who made the cake?" And she said, "Linda." "Who?" And she said, "Linda." And I said, "Oh."
Was that at a time when Ann was still denying that there was a relationship with Linda Kolkena, or do you remember?
It's all so close. In October there, I don't remember. I think
he was still denying her. That's why I would have said. Anyway, I'm not done.
Okay.
When she went back, I took the cake. I smushed it around his bed on the bedspread and stuff. Like, nice Boston cream pie.
Did you get, you got billed for the cleaning bill at some time?
I got in big trouble, and it was a typical Dan Broderick. He claimed I dirtied everything he ever owned and had to send it to the cleaners, and he billed me a huge amount. Greatly exaggerated what damaged by the Boston cream pie. He billed me for it, yes.
Sometime in 1985, did you start getting, some money, living money from Dan Broderick?
Yes, again, we're still in October '85. He came to my house in La Jolla Shores, and he decided he was going to give me a budget. He wanted me to learn to be independent. And I said I didn't want to do it.
And what kind of
Well, that was
budget? What did he do?
helpful.
Well, he
I don't see anything wrong with that. He's trying to help her. If he has to give her a certain amount of money a month and he's willing to help her learn to budget, I can see how she would see that as a slap in the face. But I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing. But I can see how that would upset her.
made out what I would paid any of the bills. And so he decided that if I had this much for this and this much for that, then I'd need this much for a month. And then at the bottom of the page, he said that he'd continue paying house insurance and taxes and car insurance and health insurance and all these other things, but he'd give me this much a month, and there would be $4,500 for the house payment and the gas and electric and the phone and the gardener and the travel and the food and the maid, and it came, in his estimation, to $9,000.
Oh, yeah, I know. Debbie don't waste no desserts.
$1,000 a month.
Now, before that, you'd been living on your credit cards?
Yes.
The lawyer was going to be a
I'm
divorce.
sorry, but he's still going to pay her mortgage, pay her bills, and give her a monthly sum to live on. If she had been a person that had money her entire life, I can see her being upset about having what she calls no money. But they used to have no money. That's a lot more money than most people have. So she should remember when she really did have no money and be happy that she's getting what she's getting. Or she should have left when he first started cheating on her and taken half of everything. I have no sympathy for this woman whatsoever. She did this to herself, as far as I'm concerned. Because she should have left, or she should just suck it up and suffer the consequences of her actions. What was the attraction? She didn't even love the man. I don't understand this woman.
Cali de Cielo, did you, at some point in time, did you try to get the furniture from Mr. Broderick? To get some furniture back?
Well, in Denver, he would, no, I, because, and the children were living in the house. We only had one set of furniture. One dining room, one living room, one bed for each person. I didn't take any of that away from my children to bring into my house, no. My house was still, it needed to be either torn down, or moved out of.
Were you
I couldn't bring the kids to live there. There were no kitchen appliances. There was nothing. There was no cooktop. There was no refrigerator. There was nothing.
Okay. Now, at some point in time, did it become evident to you that that you were going to have to do something with that home, do some repairs so that you could continue to live there?
Yes, on credit cards, I went to an appliance store and I bought every appliance for the kitchen. And so at least I could have food in a refrigerator and cook, and had to have a sink put in, I had to have countertops put in, and as long as you could cook in it, then you could sleep in it and eat, and I bought a bed, and I bought towels, and I had to buy everything, salt and peppers, and knives and forks, and sheets, and because I didn't have anything.
And you were doing this on credit cards at that time?
Yes.
Okay. Did you, was there new carpet in the house when you moved in?
Fire in the living room, in the carpet.
Did you eventually replace that when you learned that the house wasn't going to be torn down?
Right. In the beginning, when I did the credit cards.
What did you, do you remember when you finally replaced the carpet?
No.
Now, Mr. Broderick, did he eventually move out of the Coral Reef home?
Yes, I got a letter. It might have been the one same letter that, number one, informed me that he was taking the children skiing over Christmas. And two, informed me that while he was gone, I had a chance to take what I wanted, because when he came back, he'd be moving to that Marston Hills home that he bought. And I think it's all in one letter. Is it?
Did you go get some stuff out of the garage?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And that was the extra furniture that was in there?
And with things he didn't want. We had 2 love seats and a breakfast set with chairs. He washed the cushions in the washer and dryer, and it was 100% wool, and he ruined the seats, usable scope, and breakfasts were so I those and I had recovered. And I took a shelf system built when we were in medical or something, and things, but nothing for the living room.
Okay. And
I did take. I got the dining room, but I didn't take it. He must have had it delivered by a truck or something.
Okay. Did you go into the house and take stuff out of the garage at that time?
Out of the garage.
Okay. Now, eventually, did he move out of the house in Coral Reef and move to?
Yes. January, right when he met Christmas, I think.
Okay. Now, is that a that he had looked at before?
Yes. While we were together and there was no separation even, he brought home a picture of that house. And it's a beautiful, and he wanted to look at it. We were looking at gorgeous homes, places. And so I went over there with the children one afternoon, and I drove by it, and I looked at it, and I really, really liked it. But I didn't like the neighborhood that it was in for the children. I didn't want to live over there. Nobody for the neighborhood. And kids, we lived on streets where we had children, and there's all our facilities were in La Jolla and stuff, and it just didn't seem like a safe neighborhood. A man was murdered in the canyon behind it the same week I looked at it, with a big canyon with transients in it, and it was a high crime area. It was just not a family neighborhood.
Did you, did he move out of the Coral Reef home into the Cypress home?
Years later, yes. A long time later.
No. Did he move out of in 1985, in January of 86, did he move out of Coral Reef and into Cypress?
Right, but that was a long time after I looked at the house.
Yeah, so when he did that, did he leave things behind in Coral Reef?
I don't think so.
Okay. So the house was completely empty. He didn't leave any toys, any trampolines, anything.
No, he had to have delivered that to my house, because I didn't have a and I don't remember it out.
Okay.
But at one point I ended up with our old dining set and a garage full, youngest box of old kid books and toys, all their belongings, and sporting equipment and their bicycles and the trampoline. I ended up with the trampoline. I ended up with all the kids, what he called junk. He didn't want those.
Okay. And who see the children at that time?
There was no custody. they were physically living because it was the only roof we had that they could be happy under and safe under. And because if I needed the house where my kids were, I couldn't get to see my kids. So I didn't realize it until a long time later that that's what happened. He used the restraining order as a custody order. And I shouldn't.
Do you see though how she's flipped? How he has the kids because my house wasn't fit to live in. I didn't have any furniture. That's not why he had the kids. He had the kids because she thought, oh, he'll come back to me because he won't be able to take care of them. That's the real reason. That's even what her kid said on the stand.
I mean, that shouldn't have happened.
So at the beginning, when there was no custody order that you were aware of in 1985?
No.
Kids by something? Or is
Yes, by this restraining order. I was very, very scared by it because I was defiant and I did go see the kids as much as I could, but I was very scared because he was threatening to.
We're almost done.
Through 1985 and through the first half of 1986, were you aware of any custody order where you were not allowed to see the kids?
July of 86?
All the way through 86?
No, there was never a custody meeting. There was no meeting on anything.
At that point to talk to Dan Broderick?
I don't believe so.
Were you ever served with a restraining order that forbid you to talk to your children that you were aware of?
No.
Okay. Did you try to, after he moved to the Cypress home in 1986, did you try to get some more of the furniture?
You've never annoyed me. This is annoying me, though. I don't know. It's driving me crazy.
That he had.
Yes. After it became apparent that the furniture, or half of the furniture, supposedly, that he took, he had no interest in. He bought everything new in the Cypress. Decorator, perfect, much fancier.
If you answer yes or no, was there a time that you tried to get the furniture that he had at Coral Reef and had moved over to Cypress?
Yes.
And what was the reason that you tried to get that furniture?
Because apparently he didn't want it. And I could have used it because I didn't want to spend money buying new stuff. And he bought new stuff. And it was in his garage piled up. And he didn't want it, so I might as well be able to get it back. But he said, no, I couldn't have it.
Now, you had a budget at that time, did you not?
The $9,000?
Yes.
Yeah.
Did you have any time you were on budget, did he include money in that to rebuild a house?
My budget was clothes, food, and rent, but there was no budget for lawyer or remodeling or repairing a house or for refurnishing a house and buying whole thing. It was just a month budget that you use every month with no provision for all these extraordinary things I had to invest in.
So
mainly the house and legal fees.
So there was no time where he gave a budget, gave anything for legal fees?
Never.
During did you come to learn sometime in December, January 1985, 86, December of 85, January of 86, to sell that home?
No, not at that time.
And why not?
Because it was the one asset in the whole world that had my name on half. So I knew he could cheat me out of anything else, but I didn't think he could cheat me out of that because my name was on half. And we are in a split up now, and we are in the process of a divorce, and I figured it was a bargain table, and you got what I've got, and you've got what you've got, and switch it up. That was the only thing on my side of and I didn't want to give it up until I knew what I was trading it for.
Now, there was some testimony about that house being a depreciating asset. In other words, that house in La Jolla would, if it wasn't sold, was going to be going down in value. You were going to be losing money. Do you remember a conversation about that? Where someone...
I don't think I was part of that conversation. I think that's what Mr. Daffy at that time. The house could have been rented for about 3 times what it cost to keep it going. It would have been a great investment to keep.
Now, at the time that they were talking to you about depreciating assets, talk about selling, for instance, a duplex in Dillon that was losing about twice its value a year.
No, there was no discussion of selling anything else, just that.
Did they talk to you about like the store building?
Objection, Your Honor. Asked you to answer. Said there was no discussion of it. Your Honor, perhaps you can fix my car.
All right. Well, there's no disagreement. I haven't asked a question. I'd like to show you a document to see if this refreshes your recollection as to any of these assets, as to whether there was talk about any of these being depreciated.
Well, you can see the refresher.
What, Your Honor? She didn't indicate that she had no recollection. She said no, there was no discussion.
I'm just going to show her, and if she says there was no discussion, that's fine.
Go ahead.
Just read these to yourself. If there was no discussion about those, then fine.
Should I answer?
Yes. Was there any discussion about those at that time?
My name didn't appear on any of these properties, so he wouldn't have had to discuss anything that he did with them with me. There was, no, I didn't even know about half of these things.
Anyone sit down and give you a list of family-owned assets and ask you whether you wanted to sell any of them or not, or what you wanted to do with them?
No.
go into a whole new area here.
Okay.
Yes.
Recess at this time. Mission over the weekend not to discuss the case. I'll let anyone else discuss it with you, nor form any opinions till it's finally submitted to you. And the entry to walk.
Okay, we're done. Yay. Yay. All done. No more buffering. Okay, so more of her tomorrow. I forgot how many parts. 12. 12, and then more after that. Dr. Park Dietz. I wonder what kind of doctor that is. We should Google that. Well, if I can spell. Forensic psychiatrist. Dietz has testified and or consulted in all 50 states, participating in such notable cases as those involving the assassination attempts on President Reagan and on Congresswoman Gabrielle Giffords, Jeffrey Dahmer, and more than 25 other serial killers, the Unabomber, the DC sniper cases, school shootings, blah, 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 blah. Why? For the defense? So he thinks that people are mentally ill, they shouldn't be held accountable? Okay, I'm gonna reserve my opinion. It was Jim McIntyre, yeah. Oh, I'm not surprised she got on the stand. She's too much of a narcissist. I'm still more surprised that Donna Adelson didn't get on the stand. Yes, Jelly Bean is awesome. Yes, I want to hear it. Oh, that was your theory, Jim McIntyre. Oh, okay. All right. Well, I will see you guys tomorrow for more of this. Hopefully Thursday, that other trial will start. Okay, part 11 has a picture of her on a TV screen. I don't understand that. Anyway. So that was parts 1 and 2. And we still have 12 parts. I don't know when her cross exam starts, but I can't wait. But, thank you everybody. This has been fun today. But I really want to watch a live trial. I mean, I'm enjoying this, but I want to watch a live trial too. So I hope that other one really does start Thursday. I can't find anything. All I can find is that they started jury selection Wednesday. I hope. If the dude's smart, he'll plead out before it starts, but I don't know. But even if he does plead guilty, there's still going to be a penalty phase because he's facing the death penalty. So they're still going to have it. I just hope they stream it. So, okie dokie, guys. That's it. I will see you in the morning. Be kind to people. You didn't get booted. didn't boot you. I just told your thumbs to behave. Or told you to control your thumbs or something. I don't know what I said. Be kind to people, love your family, and Jesus loves you, and so do I. I love each and every one of you, my replay crew, my lurkers, everybody. Thank you so much for being here today. Have a great evening, and I will see you in the morning at 8 o'clock for more of Miss Liar Liar Pants on Fire. Bye.